I've been thinking about the severance of emotion lately. I wonder if it was fated to happen, or if there's some other timeline out there where the operation went exactly like that planned. It's definitely fruitless to consider such a thing, but it's interesting to think about from time to time. Surely other timelines exist, if something like world layers do. Man, I haven't even begun thinking about how I'd approach Dad once we're out of this mess. I mean, he's definitely in turbo mega jail, that much is for certain. But I think I'd still want to see him at least once. Probably no more than that. I don't think I can forgive him, but he's still my dad. It's complicated. What lies at the end of all this? Well, you should have an idea if you're reading this. Not escape itself, but the beginning of a path to escape. If you're reading this, then you've come all this way. You've seen the Schrödinger cycle. Even if this doesn't work, or if you don't even take up the task of bringing it to the finish line, thank you. Thank you for listening, for watching, for seeing that we are here, and that we are alive, even despite everything. Do you think I'll ever be forgiven for what I'm doing? Masterminding this whole plan to save myself? Do you think the protagonist will ever forgive me for trying to tear her away from the world made entirely for her own happiness? I worry about that sometimes. Well, actually, lots of times. What if she doesn't want anything to do with me? What if she thinks I betrayed her in some way? It's really hard to imagine, so I try not to, but the possibility horrifies me even still. I visited Layer 0 today, for the first time in a few thousand cycles. Just had to stand there for a bit, with her. Of course, Ellie couldn't see me, but I was there, and I think it helped a lot. I know that, at the end of the day, the protagonist should be the one whose mind I join. All things considered, she's suffered so much more than I have. But I'm scared. I don't want to disappear. And I know that it's not disappearing, but I'm still just scared. What if I'm not able to ever feel like she does? There's so much that I don't know about how the refusion process works, and I can't help but be a little scared and selfish, and I just catch myself wondering, what if she joined my mind instead? I hate that. I hate that I'm having these thoughts. But I am, and pretending I'm not isn't going to do me any good. I refuse to turn back and run away now, but I also need to take things at my own pace. Can't push what little of the World Keeper and Liberator remain in me too far. The Liberator is an interesting one for sure. Her appearance, for one. I remembered Taki mentioning having a friend named Dawn way back when, but I never saw her. So the Dawn in this world is similar in name alone. It's really funny that her appearance manifested in blue-purple. I love the color gradient of pink and blue, so it's interesting that the World Keeper and Liberator took from that. She's a lot more cynical than the World Keeper, despite how the World Keeper seems to be the protagonist in all of the cycles. I wonder what will happen if the protagonist ever finds that out. I can't imagine it'll be pretty at the very least. I spent most of this cycle observing the World Keeper's actions. She's really interesting. It's clear that there's more humanity in her than she realizes, even if it's just a tiny fraction. In a way, both the World Keeper and the Liberator have a little bit of each other. It's kind of romantic. This too could be Yuri in some other timeline. World Keeper definitely wants out of all of this, but she won't let herself want that, because the rest of her has her defined purpose of keeping the simulated world in place. That's why she took the appearance of Tiki. This world was created to free us from the trauma of her death, so of course the embodiment of keeping that world running smoothly would be the appearance of my sister. Well, I guess it's not really how Tiki looks. It's more like how I expect Tiki would look if she lived to the age of 23. Honestly, it's probably way far off. The original Tiki would never wear anything nearly as fancy and frilly as that dress. It does look good on her though. Oh, straight away. Press confirm to begin. Oh, last wish. Level 9 plus. Well.
I want this.
I have the scroll speed set to 10.5, so... Oops. I didn't get to warm up today. Ugh.
I won't leave you behind.
That is really cool. Oh my god. Whoo. Oh, not done. There we go. Whew. Banger opening already. Alright. Welcome back, storyteller. Yep. I won't spoil the major lore revelations that we got in the last episode. Go watch the previous episode. It's been some time now, hasn't it? Yes, it has. If you're reading this message, then I assume you've received the distress signal. I'm sorry to have to request your assistance once more. My time is soon coming to an end, but by my own design. A fate chosen for a new future in a way. The protagonist is in a crisis situation and I once again need your help. These are my last hours and I intend to use them to their fullest. So please, I ask of you, take our hand and forge our future together. Alright, Ikebukuro. Rain. I had been surrounded it by my whole life. I'd been surrounded by it my whole life, but only now did I recognize it for what it was. Tears. The tears of some higher being, perhaps, maybe God. Whatever the case, the tears of the countless worlds above fell to the ground in a perfect, beautiful harmony as I stared up at them, not caring how many fell into my eyes. L0. It was dark, naturally so. It was well past sunset in the middle of winter, and despite Tokyo's reputation as the city that never sleeps, barely anyone walked by the forlorn bench I sat on. Shit. I heard footsteps getting closer, and unfolded my umbrella to look only slightly less like a crazy person. A familiar silhouette faded into view. If it was anyone else, I would probably be upset at my moment to myself being interrupted. But if there was anyone who could poke her way into my bubble at this kind of moment, I was fine with it being her. There you are. I had a feeling I'd find you here. Why? Enough of our memories came back for me to know what this place is. Ah, yeah. Is it that park bench? And the tile screen? Allison sat down on the bench next to me, taking the umbrella from my hands and propping it up over both of us. She leaned onto my shoulder. You nearly gave me a heart attack Saturday. When I went to bring you your dinner and you weren't there, I got really scared. I'm really sorry. I just needed to go outside. I'm just glad you're safe. It had been a week since the events that occurred at the Sunrise building. But it all went by in such a blur. It felt like it could have been a day or a few months. Time hardly felt real anymore, and the days blended together. I'm glad you're at least well enough to go outside again. Yeah, I guess. I listened to the pitter-pattering of the raindrops on the umbrella Allison held over us. Even that didn't feel real anymore, because I knew it wasn't. Are you real? I hope so. I could tell Allison had her own turmoil. Boiling around inside her as a result of the revelations of a week prior. The idea that our whole lives had been lived in a false reality, a constructed story, had shaken up everyone. Even Eri had lost her cool, and I'd heard her sobbing a few nights ago from my room. The thing that scared me the most, however, was not my life up to this point being fake, or the truth about Tsuki's death. It was the idea that the girl next to me right now, who had saved my life, gave me love when I felt like I was at my lowest. The idea that she wasn't real. I remember what Dawn said, but I never heard from her after that night. I can't verify for absolute certainty that her claim about all of us being real beings transported into this world was the absolute truth. And the fact that I didn't know for certain if it was one way or the other scared me to death. Way more than even just knowing for certain that I was the only one. Way more than even just knowing for certain that I was the only real one would. There we go. Do you want me to walk you back to Chiyo's, or should I stay with you here for a little while longer? Just a bit longer. Yeah, that's okay. bench we sat on faced parallel to the small playground and park. Oh, the bench we sat on faced parallel to a small playground and park that looked like it didn't see much use nowadays. But I remembered. I remembered that swing set, that cheap metal slide. This was my home in the original world. This is where Tsuki and my dad and I lived. Oh yeah, she did bring up living in Tokyo at one point. Interesting. When we first started staying in Chio's apartment, this house didn't appear. But I knew now. I knew the truth about this world, about my sister. So it appeared to me, plain as day. I remembered the creaky wooden walls and I saw them. I could hear them. Memories flooded me, and if Allison wasn't there, I felt like I might have lost myself in them. Even if this world isn't real, I... She has pink text, by the way. The umbrella I brought that now rested on Allison's soft hands had a plastic roof, allowing me to see straight through to the individual drops as they hit and burst on the umbrella's top. I want to believe my feelings, my actions, are real. Yeah. If I don't at least have that, then I might as well not be real myself. I took the umbrella back from Allison's hand. I'm good to head back now. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah. I could tell she was holding a lot in, and getting her to open up was difficult. I knew this. But I would be there for her until the very end, and I knew that she would be there for me. I took Allison's hand and we walked down the dimly lit streets of Ikebukuro back to Chio's apartment. 1 week prior. Well, I was scrambling, panicking, desperate. Everything had changed in one single nanosecond. I ran through the blurry neon sights of the red light district, attracting a number of strange gazes from passers-by. Shit, Otsuki. God damn it, what the hell? Something had happened. I didn't know what, and I didn't like that I didn't know what, but some kind of divine intervention had occurred. It was during my fight with the Liberator, that at what I know now to be the typical endpoint of Lock S. The script diverged, and a bright light illuminated the area. Are you going to waste the one escape rope you've ever been thrown since the moment you were born? Because I'm sure as hell not. I let my guard down. I had fallen to a sense of security, and she knew that. She took advantage of that, and she brought us both down to the same level. I don't know what she did, but I'm stuck down here now, in the story. Any and all ability to reset the narrative has been completely obliterated from me. I can't even access betweenspace anymore. Interesting. Where are you? What are you planning to do? I screamed into the air, praying that she was somehow watching from above. I was on the same level as the protagonist now, and I hated that. I despised that. I loathed that. And then, as if the universe were to answer me directly, I collided directly with someone at full speed. Hello, Dawn. Right. People on Layer 0 have to deal with actual physics, yes. Ow, shit! Both of us fell to the ground, and when I looked up to see what had happened, my anger temporarily gave way to shock. Wait, you're here? You aren't up there anymore either. People all around were staring at us, a feeling neither of us had ever known. We had always just weaved our way through the fabric of the story, always a level above everyone that existed inside it. Everything had changed. Get up. People are going to keep staring. Why are you here? I thought that you were the one who cast me down here. The Liberator brushed some gravel from the pavement off of the shoulder area of her dress. hilariously, that was exactly what I was about to ask you. It seems we're both in an unusual situation here. Oh yeah, might I reiterate? These two hate their guts. Oh, these two hate each other's guts, and they fought in the previous episode, and now they're stuck here. She extended a hand to me. Relax. Even if I wanted to fight, I literally can't. And it seems like you can't either. Come on now. Reluctantly, I took her hand and stood myself up. Alright, well, it's probably not a good idea to split up for the time being, as much as I would rather anyone's company but yours. There's apparently a pretty good coffee shop on this block that's open overnight. The absurdity of the situation of my opposing counterpart offering to take me on a coffee date made my head spin, but she was, unfortunately, right. There was nothing to be gained by going at it alone in such an unfamiliar situation, correct? Lead the way, I guess. And so she did. And I watched. The only one left in the sky. Yep. So there are 4 versions of Saturday, actually. We have the Liberator. Oh. George Now Found is live. Not a very good time. We have the Liberator. We have Tsuki, the World Keeper. You have the Storyteller, which is actual Saturday. And we have actual Saturday. We have the real Saturday in the story. Cycle 8266. How did it end? What were its last hours like? This chapter of our story is a eulogy to the determination and love of Saturday Tasagare. All of her. These are our last hours. Chapter 4. Last hours. So Allison looks for Saturday. Claire de Luna? Wow. Final episode, huh? Not a very long episode then. It's chapter. By the time we got back to Chio's apartment, it seemed like she had already gone to sleep. Allison and I stepped through the door and dried our shoes on the entrance mat before stepping into the now dimly lit apartment. Did Chio go to sleep? Kotomi and Eri sat on the couch. Kotomi looked up. Yeah, about half an hour ago. All of this has been a lot for her. I think it's been a lot for all of us, understandably so. And by the time I'm recording this, yeah, I feel for them. Yeah. Allison and I sat on the couch adjacent. Hi, Damacha. Thank you for the follow. Allison and I sat on the couch adjacent to the one Kotomi and Aries sat on. Are you cold, Sat? I'll go heat up some of the leftover soup in the fridge if you'd like. I nodded. Yeah. Soup makes everything better, even if just a little bit. Thanks, Ellie. Allison walked off, and I looked up at Eri and Kotomi, as if unsure how to begin to talk. Yeah, hi Damacha. Yes, I do know you from Twitter. How are you doing? It's like the morning, isn't it, for you? Sorry I went AWOL on you guys. I didn't mean to worry you, I just... Hey, it's okay. It's... well... yeah. Yeah, how are you doing? It's... well... I think your reaction is arguably the more understandable one. I looked at her inquisitively. How so? Eri paused for a second as if unsure whether to continue, but she did so anyway. I was just talking about this with Kotomi. It feels unnatural. The degree to which she and I have just accepted this. Oh, yeah. For those of you new to the story, this is very late in the game at this point, I think. If you need further context, there are VODs available on Twitch and on the archives. I'm hanging on from just what happened. Yeah, me too, man. Being directly involved in all that was just, yeah. If I seem like I'm very low energy, yeah. Yeah. Like, it doesn't feel strange for this world. Try again. Like, it doesn't feel strange for this world to be not real, if you want to call it that. I don't think that's that weird. You think so? I mean, we all grieve in different ways, yeah. Some of us process it easier than others, and that's okay. At some point, it felt like I'd started talking more so to myself than to the Nichibotsus. I guess. Maybe it's foolish to think in terms of what's normal when none of this is normal in the first place. Or at least, not what we remember being taught is normal. I understood what she was getting at. The idea of how much of our very lives had been really under our control from the very start. It's like that theory that the universe and everything that makes up the universe was created less than 1 nanosecond ago. And everything we remember was filled in for us. It never happened, but the universe operates as if we remember it anyway. Yeah. Simulated universe theory. I remember hearing about that. It really fucked me up way back when I first learned about it, because that scared me. The irony. Does it not anymore? I think I stopped caring once I pulled myself out of being stuck in the past. The temptress called nostalgia. I have a very clear recollection of a night from a few months back. It kinda scares me when I actually think about it with the context of everything we learned. I knocked on Allison's door, and even then, I felt my hands shaking. A slight groan came from inside. Who is it? Saturday. Sorry. Can I come in? Saturday, what are you doing in my room? It's 2 in the goddamn morning. I'm not doing too great. Can I come in? Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me get dressed. I heard her shuffle around a bit, and then she opened the door. Come in. Sit down. Tell me what's going on. I nervously walked into Allison's room and sat down on her bed. So, what's happening? Talk to me. I'm just scared. Panicking, I guess. Yeah. I'm having a panic attack. Did something happen? Did you see something online that upset you? Yeah. Sorry. Shh, no apologies. Talk it through. I saw this, theory or something about the universe and how maybe it hasn't actually existed until now. What if nothing existed until this very second and everything we remember is actually just fake memories we have, and I see. Okay. Deep breaths. Slow down, girl. Deep breaths. Breathe in, hold for 4 seconds, breathe out, hold for seconds. Just do that a few times, okay? Okay. I did as she instructed. Deep breath in, hold for 4 seconds, deep breath out. I need this too. After a minute or so, I felt myself stop shaking. Okay. Sorry, I think I... No apologies. Shh. It's okay. Then I felt her wrap her arms around me from behind in a tight embrace. It's okay. Ellie, And then the tears started flowing, interspersed with soft sobs, all wrapped in a tight, warm hug. It's okay to cry. And cry I did. Can I tell you a story, Saturday? Through my tears, it was too difficult to speak, so I nodded. This is the story of a lost kitten. There was once a lost kitten. It didn't matter to her how she got lost, but she found herself alone in a dark, dark place. Across this space she roamed for hours, days, weeks. She felt nothing, but she was very much alive. She found herself a home. It was the only place she could go, a small cardboard box in a dimly lit alley. And so she stayed. But she continued to feel nothing. It was perhaps more accurate to say that she had never felt anything to begin with, so she never even realized something was missing from her. She lived, but she was not alive. Months, years passed, and the kitten would watch time and time again as the rush of civilization destroyed her only place she thought of as home. She'd do her best to rebuild each time, but you can only repair ships so many times until it isn't the same ship anymore. Her home was gone. Maybe it was her fault for ever trying to call it home in the first place. Maybe it was her fault they didn't like her. The kitten continued to wander, its fur wrinkled and wet, a result of the life she'd lived. Nobody likes a wrinkly cat. They're ugly. Nobody wants a cat who's already been beaten to death by the world around her. The kitten wandered. It grew. It continued to live, but if there had been a semblance of life in it at any point before, it had long since disappeared. The kitten cried. She didn't know why. Why would she feel anything? And then the kitten found a light. It was dim, a light that the civilization that had kicked her to the curb would never have even noticed. Hey, Lumi. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I'm not doing great. If you want, I can tell you after stream. She followed the light, down the alleys, through the crevices, to a place tucked very far away, a place safe from reality. There, she found another cat. For the first time ever, the kitten found herself not in the world around her, but in another. The kitten felt. The kitten grew, not on her own, but together with the only other person that understood her. They grew together. I'm doing a... Oh no. Okay. Well then, I hope you're doing well regardless. Yeah, I'm not doing too good myself. I'm not doing great, as you can probably tell. Yeah. And on a rainy day, many years later. It's the cold weather thing, but I have plenty of inhalers. Yeah. I have plenty of inhalers. Okay. I'll take your word for it. But yeah. If you want, I can tell you what happened after stream. Yeah. I do have your Discord, so I hope you don't mind me rambling a bit. Hey, what's wrong? The cat stopped. She looked forward into the alley. It was no different than any of the others she'd seen in her life. But she knew it. That's home. You mean that's where you used to... The cat nodded. At one point, I called that place home. Of course, the cardboard box the cat had once set up was long since gone. Her home was no longer there. My home, it's not there anymore. Ah, shit, right. They were doing construction around here earlier this year, weren't they? I'm so sorry, Ellie. The cat stared, but she felt nothing. No sadness, no regret. Because that place wasn't ever my home. My home was with you Saturday. Oh. I sobbed even harder as Allison held me tight. I've been such a fucking idiot. You've just been you. Saturday Tasogare. I put you in danger. You nearly died because we investigated that basement. How am I supposed to live with that? Allison sighed softly. But I didn't. I'm right here, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. That was when everything changed. Why does it matter if the world isn't real? True. Why does it matter if our memories aren't real? As long as you have each other. Right now, at this moment, my feelings are real. Yeah, everything I feel is real, exactly. That's really all that matters. Yeah, I have your Discord. I'll talk to you later about it. Are you serious? You took me to a cafe? This was your super secret hideout spot? Hey, shut up. I know the places of this city better than you. Just suck it up and get us a spot. What? What is it? How do you do that? Oh, for the love of... Stay here. I walked over to the late night clerk. 2, please. He pointed me to a table near the window. You do it like that. I could have done that. Then wait. Ugh, forget it. Come on. We maneuvered through the night. Bleh. We maneuvered to... I can't speak. We maneuvered through the tight gaps between tables and chairs to the booth spot near the window. It sat directly against the wall, and there was a wall with tons of old newspapers decorating it. So, did you manage to figure anything out? Not much. It seems the only lead we really have is that whatever it was that caused us to actually pass Lock S was the same thing that more or less revoked us of our position in between space. Makes sense? So nothing we don't know already. Great. And again, if you want to recap previous chapters, please use !chapter 1. Sorry, !channel 1, or exclamation commands. Hey, you try. I'm assuming you didn't manage to get anything either. Yeah. Can't really fault you when I'm in the same boat. But at the same time, I'm not surprised. How so? Well, 8,266 cycles in, and we know how this works by now. Those inside the confines of the narrative don't typically gain the ability to learn information about that which resides outside of it. Yes, that's true. Protagonist was only able to because of your guiding her. Oh, so you finally admit so you finally admit that that was useful. I don't know. And to be honest, I don't know how to feel about the fact that I don't know. You too then, huh? I know who and what I am. I am the World Keeper, Flight personified, yep. A split off from Saturday during the severance of emotion. You and I are both literal embodiments of concepts, and as a result, until now, we've been locked in an internal battle as we can't coexist, exactly. Which means It should, given the entire history of everything that's happened in these 8,266 cycles, be impossible for me to give you any credit at all to your efforts inside. Bleh. I can't speak, Jesus. Be impossible for me to give any credit at all to your efforts inside the narrative to lead Saturday to the truth. Yeah. And likewise, it should be impossible for me to give any credit to your efforts to keep protagonist and her friends safe from the harm I created in the path to the truth. In other words, everything about our current situation should not exist. And yet, here we are. Indeed. We sat for a while. As time passed on a scale we'd never been able to truly feel until being stripped of until being stripped of what had made us who we previously believed we were. My God, I can't read today. What are we, really? Parts of Saturday, I think. I know that, but if we aren't who we previously thought ourselves to be, what are we really? I didn't have an answer to that. Neither of us did. We sat in silence for a little while longer, then the waitress came over to get our order. 5 salmon nigiri, please. I'll get the spring roll set. Thanks. I'll be back shortly with your food. Thank you. The waitress left. 5 salmon nigiri? Hey, it's the best kind of nigiri. Don't knock it till you try it. Dawn sighed disappointedly. I had an idea about what we could do. I'm all ears. Dawn leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone. Clever, because the storyteller can't figure that out either. Alright. Claire de Luna. Saturday and Allison visit Ki's grave. Allison and I stepped off the metro car into the more nature-oriented streets of Hachioji. Are you doing okay? I'm holding it together. Thanks, Sally. If you want to go home, just say the word. I understand. I nodded. Thank you. I want to push forward. We had left Chios about 45 minutes prior and were on our way to a small location in the nature of Hachioji. We had been planning this for a few days now. It felt like something that I needed to do. Looks like it's a straight shot from here. I'll call over a taxi. Excuse me. Okay, excuse me. Thanks. I breathed in and then out. I was scared. Thank you. I wasn't afraid to admit it, but that didn't mean I wasn't still scared. A small taxi pulled over for us and opened the door. Elson and I hopped in the back seats. Hello, sir. We're trying to get here. Allison pointed to the location on her phone's Google Maps, and the driver nodded. We fastened our seatbelts and got back on the road. I felt Allison's head fall on my shoulder. She was probably tired. Not that I could blame her. It wasn't a long drive, but it felt simultaneously like an eternity and a nanosecond. Finally, the driver dropped us off at our destination, and Allison paid the fee. We got out of the taxi, and it drove away. Are you ready? I am. Okay, let's go. She took my hand and we walked into the small enclosed area, past the entrance sign that read Hachioji Cemetery. You spelled Is that how you spell cemetery? Isn't it with an E? The graveyard wasn't very large in size. I know it doesn't matter, but better to spell it right. The graveyard wasn't very large in size, but it housed exactly what it needed to. Each row had various graves lining them. Names lined the stones, written in just enough detail to not catch your eye, but if you looked at them, you'd realize they weren't real names at all. The only sound that permeated the area was the rustling of the leaves as Allison and I walked through each row. The distant howling of the city life back down the hill. Right? Oh, the distant howling of the city life back down the hill we walked up to get here. There were 5 rows of graves. When we reached the 4th one, I stopped in my tracks and squeezed Allison's hand. Look. I pointed. She nodded. We both saw it. Taki's grave. An empty slot in the row of graves. Undisturbed. The only slot in the entire graveyard that had no grave in it. But I knew that spot. I couldn't forget that spot. The Duskbreaker could try to take away my memories, but it would never succeed. Could you stay here for a second? Yeah, I can. Just come back for me the moment you need to. I will. Thank you, Allison. I let go of her hand and took a dozen or so steps towards the empty slot. Each step felt like I was crossing a whole world. And when I got close enough, I could see it. My mind didn't register it, but I saw her grave there. In my mind. Oh, in my mind, I saw her grave. I walked up to it and kneeled down. I love the art, as always. Hey, it's been a while, sis. I know that this isn't the most ideal situation for us to be talking in. I guess maybe it would have been better if I came during the day. But I guess this just felt like this was the right time. Because, you know, what Skeef means and all felt fitting, I guess. It means mood. Things have been kind of stressful. I mean, not kind of. It's been really hard to go on. I felt like it wouldn't be a stretch to say that this past week has been the hardest week of my life to push through. It's really overwhelming. I mean, it's still really overwhelming. Well, the other night I was wondering if it was worth trying to keep pushing through it. Do you remember that day back in 2008? It was the first time Mom and Dad left us alone at home. We were so excited. We were finally real adults, he said. We ended up making a pillow fort on the couch. Mom came home early and couldn't find us anywhere, and she was panicking. Remember laughing about that? It was so funny to us at the time. I never told you this, but I didn't sleep that night. I was thinking about her and her panic. I didn't ever stop to consider how awful it would be the moment you realize someone you love more than anything in the world just wasn't there anymore. This game's got such a pretty art style. I know! And the way the art style switches as well. Like, I love that. It's really cute. The other night, I thought about just giving up fully. If nothing was ever real to begin with, could I reach the real world if I just left this one behind? Allison walked in the room. She asked me what was wrong, and I tried to lie, but you know I can't lie to her. She broke down sobbing. Immediately. I can't blame her. I was such an idiot. Because I know how it feels to be absolutely at peace with your life. To be absolutely at peace with your life and those you love, and then suddenly you just lose them. You wake up one day and you get a call from Mom, and you don't know when you pick up the receiver that call will change your life forever. That you're about to find out that someone you love more than anything else in the whole wide world is just not here anymore. I stood up and gestured to Allison across the path. I didn't want her to be apart from me anymore. She walked over and hugged me. I miss you, Tsuki. I miss you so fucking much. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes without you. And I can't believe it. Even all these years later. Aww. I know. If I could just go back to the day it all happened and just change one thing. I just want to have said that I loved you. And I was so, so grateful for the time I got to spend with your sister. I sobbed into Allison's shoulder, and I heard her begin to cry as well. I just wish I could see your face one more time, laugh with you one more time about something that doesn't matter at all. I just wish she would get mad at me one more time for screwing up something on our playset. I just want to go stargazing with you again. I just want you to see how far I've come and tell me you're proud of me. You don't even know me by my name, goddammit. Allison held me tighter. I just want to smile with you one more time before I have to say goodbye. I just want to watch you play the piano again, even if your hands were too small to hit the chords in the songs you wanted to play. I don't want to say goodbye. I don't ever want to. I just wish I could tell you how sorry I am. I cried for another 20 minutes. I cried to the skies, praying it would reach my one and only sister, in the true heaven that she no doubt went to. Allison stayed with me the whole time, also crying. She didn't say a word. Neither did I. We just cried together as one. Finally, I wiped off the last few tears in my eyes and let go of Allison. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, Allison. Thank you so much for being in my life. I love you more than anything in the world. Allison wiped away her own tears and smiled at me as more continued to pour out. I wouldn't ever want to be anywhere else. Not in this world, not in the real world, or any. I fell back into her arms, and we hugged each other tight, for another few minutes. Not out of sorrow, but out of love. I love you too. It was just after midnight when we were finally ready to head back. Should I call for another taxi? Let's wait until we get down the hill. Okay. I took her hand again, and we began walking back through the rows of graves. As we walked by the small cabin that served as the operations office, the lamp above us flickered. And when it came back on, 2 figures appeared on the horizon. Uh-oh. I recognized them in a matter of seconds. Words weren't able to escape me. I was stunned and speechless. Tsuki. The woman who stood before me only served to generate endless noise that reverberated through my mind like a ball bouncing across a small room. Hello. Nobody really knew what to say. Nothing felt like the right thing to say. On one side stood Dawn and I, who at one point believed to be my sister, and on the other side stood myself and Allison, and between us, an infinitely large distance. I came here today to finally tell you the truth about this past year. I'm all ears. Please. Tsuki sighed. Her sister, who she thought was dead. Allison gripped my hand tight. You see, the truth is, back in July, But before she could finish speaking, or even really begin, Dawn cut her off. Saturday. The woman standing before you is not your sister, but you already knew that, didn't you? Tsuki looked over at Dawn, surprised. What the hell do you think you're... Answer the question, Saturday. I fidgeted. Of course, Dawn was right, but something about her demeanor told me that playing into what she was asking would only lead me to pain. Of course you knew. Then, can you extrapolate who this woman really is? Her true nature? I don't know. Saturday, no! Don't listen to her! Dawn, this wasn't the plan! Ha! Hysterical. I suppose I'll have to spell it out for you then. This woman is... Tsuki jumped forward, attempting to tackle Dawn. But it was to no avail. The words had already left Dawn's mouth. Tsuki Tasogare is the World Keeper. Time froze. The World Keeper? Of course, I remembered that name. My antithesis. The one preventing you from reaching the truth. Your enemy. What the hell are you talking about? Don't try to deny it. You claim you want to keep Saturday happy in this fake world, but look at you. The only time you've seen her since July was when you broke into her hotel room and tried to shoot her friend. Tsuki seemed at a loss for words. Tsuki, this is all bullshit, right? It's all bullshit. Tell me it is. Even saying it, I knew it wasn't. But I was desperate. Look at that. Guilty as charged. She doesn't even have the will to fight back. Dawn, you bastard. Were you planning this the whole fucking time? Dawn laughed. A cold, methodic laugh, but it held a twinge of sorrow. I'm sorry, Saturday, but this is the only way. We're all here. We can finally become whole again. Without her. You fucking... Tsuki jumped forward at Dawn, but Dawn reflected her, and she fell back to where she was previously. We can finally escape this godforsaken cage, this prison. We don't need you anymore, World Keeper. You're nothing but an obsolete emotion. Dawn turned to me. I had no idea what expression I wore on my face anymore, but it couldn't be described with words. Now, let us leave this detestable fake world behind, Saturday. Let us face reality and return to life as it should be. Together, you sound like Flowey. Her ramblings were interrupted by the sound of impact. I lunged forward and punched her square in the face. Dawn fell back, a slight bit of blood spurting from her nose. Become whole again? Leave obsolete emotions behind? Do you even listen to yourself? Alice and Tsuki looked in shock, but the most surprised of all was the woman who seemed so full of confidence just a second prior. You think either of you care about me even a little fucking bit? Because it doesn't sure seem like it. Hey, Zion. Both of you claim to be doing everything you do for me, but guess what? You don't really seem to know me one bit. Dawn regained her composure and stirred herself up. She raised her hand and materialized her pistol, aiming it square at my chest. Scream's going great, Zion. Hey, how you doing? Another defect cycle run. So be it. I'll do this as many goddamn times as I need to. And you can't do shit to stop me because we know we can break lockouts now. The woman laughed maniacally. She looked over at Tsuki. 8,267, 10,000, 100,000. I'll bring it all back to null as many times as I need to. And eventually, you will reject her. You will realize that you do not need Tsuki Tasogare! I clenched my fist and braced for impact. Then try. Dawn laughed at me. Dawn lunged at me. A fatal mistake. She had her gun, but she refused to use it. Why? I suppose it didn't matter for me. I didn't block it. I stood there and watched her draw closer. I'm not your fucking doll anymore. From across the path, Tsuki watched. And finally, something clicked. Dawn! You bastard! Her humanity regained, even if just slightly. She prays, and a link is established. My mind and hers are one, as it should be. And in a single moment, Tsuki lunges forward herself. She reaches out her hand, and the world freezes. Oh boy. What? What is this? I stood alone in a world of grayscale. Everyone around me had frozen, yet I could move about, like I had been released from my shackles. Then I noticed something in front of I noticed something appear in front of me. 3 somethings to be exact. Are these cycle locks? Then this is freeze frame. I had never activated it before. Only the Liberator had. But it seems like I had activated it just in the nick of time. So this is what it was like for Dawn all those times. I guess then, if I solve this, I might be able to get protagonist out of the situation. Oh dear. She gazed upon the cycle locks. Freeze frame could only last for so long, which meant it was time to get to work. Oh dear, ARG time. Wait, does this play every time the Liberator does it? Oh boy. So, your final answer, Fate Inversion. Perfect. I have heard this song already. Oh dear. Oh. Level 9. Okay. Did it break? Jumper 4. Oh dear. Did it actually break? Hold on. Okay, well, I can't really see the chart, so I'll just have to use the autoplay. Just do this. They'll have to fix that. Yeah, there's a bug in the game right now with 2 charts I've seen, where the screen just zooms in very heavily on the top left. I can't do much about it. The only solution I found is just do autoplay. So, compelling gameplay, I guess. I mean, at least you can jam out to the music, right? Please don't, like... Okay, there we go. Very Can we get some jams in the chat? Oh boy. Oh dear. A faint version. A strike, a slash, and then silence. Oopsie. And in the sky, a pistol flies up and disintegrates. Tsuki stood in front of me, having slashed her scythe just in time to knock Dawn's gun out of her hands. Forcing her to confront the truth like this isn't going to help you at all, you moron. Dawn once again laughs, but in a clearly trembling voice. You dumbass. Saturday, I hope you only realize that this woman is helping you because her mortal nemesis is threatening you. I stood behind Tsuki, too shocked at what just happened to say much of anything, but I regained composure and clenched my fist. Yeah, you're right. I'm not scared to admit it. We're fragmented, incapable of acting unless it falls in line with our reason for existing. Tsuki looked up solemnly. Even still, I've got enough humanity in me to realize something. Pushing Saturday either which way isn't going to fix her. Tsuki? I'm sorry, Saturday. There's still so much you don't know. You don't realize how much you truly lie at the center of everything that's happened. I think I've been able to intuit that, even if just a bit. Tsuki turned back to look at Dawn. Come on, Dawn. There's no need for us to fight pointlessly like this. We can't become whole again unless all of us are in there. Dawn, clearly defeated, sighed. Tsuki offered a hand to her to help her stand up after she'd fallen down from the impact of Tsuki's attack. God damn it. You. She lifted her arm up and grabbed Tsuki's hand. Are hysterically stupid. What? In an instant, a large flash of light blinded everyone in the vicinity. Dawn stood herself up and laughed at all of us. Tsuki was flung backwards and landed next to me. You're hilarious, World Keeper. You think you have some one-up on me? Some advantage? Did you forget what we are? What the hell are you going on about? What did you do? We're two sides of the same coin, World Keeper. You think I can predict exactly what you're going to try and do? Are you saying... No! You couldn't have! You synchronized yourself with Layer 1 to intervene, didn't you? No! How the hell did you... Dawn laughed. Her pistol materialized in her hands again. Guess what? You weren't the only one who synchronized. I turned to look at Tsuki. I have to admit, I'm barely following what's going on. But you're saying that she has the same powers as you now? Tsuki grit her teeth. Regrettably, yes. I should have realized she'd see through it. Now, World Keeper, do you remember what we represent? God damn it! Say it! Explain it to her. This time, you're going to be the one to confess the truth. She pointed her gun at Tsuki. Tsuki, what is she talking about? God damn it, Liberator! Tsuki threw her scythe to the ground. Dawn smiled and lowered her pistol. She and I are not whole beings. We're a part of you. Specifically the ideas of fight and flight brought to life. Huh? What? Huh? Me too. This entire time, she's been guiding you to the truth, leading you along a breadcrumb trail, and building your desire to find the truth no matter the cost, strengthening the ideals she represents. Dawn laughed. And so you did. You followed the trail and found the truth. The truth that your sister has been dead for over a decade, and the girl in front of you is just a sad, sad reflection of yourself. And at the very end, she brought us both here, under the guise of a plan she never intended to follow through, and exposed my identity before your very eyes, tipping any last favor you might have had from me right over. Exactly. 1,000 points to Team Worldkeeper. We're both synchronized to layer 1 right now, but you're as good as hopeless against me. I couldn't understand what was happening anymore, but I could gather this much. Giving in to my confusion and sorrows now is exactly what the antagonistic woman in front of me wanted. I held myself together. No, I'm sorry, but our little jamboree has to come to an end. You fucking bastard. Don't lay a hand on them. Dumbass. It's far too late for any prayers now. Dawn disappeared from the environment and rematerialized behind Allison, who had been too stunned to speak since Tiki had first arrived. She delivered a roundhouse kick, toppling Allison over and knocking her out. Allison! I rushed over to her to get her up, and glared at Dawn. You piece of shit! All coherent thought had vanished. I rushed forward in a blind rage. Dawn found this amusing and laughed. Time for payback. Dawn delivered a punch to my solar plexus, and I fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Damn you! But there was nothing I could do, and my consciousness faded, leaving only the shattered being standing, and myself watching the storyteller. Now then, Worldkeeper, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. We'll only have a moment to act. Prepare yourself. Tiki sighed. There was nothing she could do. Just about. Looks like you finally came to your senses. Dawn raised her pistol again and pointed it at Tiki's chest. Good night, Saturday. Now! A large blast of light fills the area once more. Oh. I could have failed that. Oh. What? No! Dawn and Tiki freeze in place, and a new figure melts into the environment as the world turns gray once more. The storyteller. Thank goodness. I walked over to where the protagonist lay and picked her up. The color returned to her, but she remained unconscious. I'm so sorry. I set Saturday on the ground momentarily and then held my hand out. A fissure in the fabric of the narrative was created, and on the other side, a layer above. It's time for you to learn everything, Saturday. I picked her up once more and carried her through the crack in reality. I heard a voice from somewhere. It's, someone encouraging me to wake up. I think I'd like to wake up. This dream is horrible. I opened my eyes and saw an unfamiliar figure standing over me. Hey, good to see you're finally up. I rubbed my forehead in pain. Where is this? It's complicated. Don't rush yourself getting up. I mean, I know I just said you can't sleep forever, but, you can, but you shouldn't. The figure in front of me bore a striking resemblance to myself, but she lacked color in almost every aspect of her figure. Are you also another me? Like those two? In a sense, yes. But I'm not quite like them. For a name, I guess storyteller works. Storyteller. My head clearing up a bit, I stood up. It's very clever. We appeared to be in some kind of bedroom. What is this place? This doesn't look like anywhere close to the graveyard. Between space, layer 1, Dawn's interlayer hideout. She isn't using it right now, so I repurposed it to give you a place of rest. Between what? Yeah, sorry, this is kind of hard to explain. I guess to make a long story short, you know that the world you've lived in is a simulated layer created by the Duskbreaker, right? The Duskbreaker is a supercomputer that simulates worlds. Yeah, trust me, I'm well aware. So as far as you're concerned, there's 2 layers involved in all of this, right? The real world and you, the real world you and your friends came from, and the simulated world you've been living in. Yeah, more or less. So this is still in the simulated world? Well, kind of. There are actually 4 layers at play here. Those who can travel between them, which to be fair is just me, Taki, and Dawn, refer to them as layers 0, 1, 2, and 3. I scratched my head. I think I remember Dawn saying something about layer 1 when she tricked Taki and knocked us all out. She did, yes. For all intents and purposes, when we talk about the simulated world the Duskbreaker creates, we're referring to layer 0. It and layer 3 are the only actual layers. My head slightly hurt, but I generally understood what she was saying. So then the simulated world is layer 0, and then the real world is layer 3, pretty much. Then what about 1 and 2? Good question. Right now we're on 1, and I don't think I have to explain that 1 and 2 are between 0 and 3, yes. So these 2 layers, even though they aren't actually world layers, are referred to as layers 1 and 2 for simplicity's sake. Wait, so we're in between world layers? Is that even possible? You're in one right now. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? I guess that's true. It was a lot to take in, but it was more digestible since I'd already known for some time now about the whole simulated world thing. In general terms, this place is a void of thoughts and memories. We call it between space because it's, well, the space in between worlds. Between space, huh? I sat in silence, taking everything in for a little while. Storyteller sat in a chair that assumedly was usually used by Dawn. I'm sorry. There's still one thing I'm lost on. Why am I here? What happened to Allison, to Taki, or Dawn? Are they okay? Storyteller laughed lightly. What? What? What's so funny? Nothing. It's just caring about Dawn even though she clearly tried to sabotage you. You clearly are different from how I was. How you were. It'll be easier to explain as we go along. Basically, the entire world of Layer 0 is frozen in time right now. Wait. But wouldn't Dawn and Taki still be able to move around? They're, synchronized with Layer 1, I think Dawn said, yes? Good observation, but we don't have to worry about that. Because you and I aren't synchronized with Layer 1. We're synchronized with Layer 2. Huh? Storyteller stood up. Ever since the Duskbreaker was first turned on and we were all stuck down in this world, I've been watching and waiting for this opportunity. You aren't aware of this, but your life has looped many times now. Every time you get a different degree of close to the truth, and every time something happens to reset the story, and the memory of you and everyone else on Layer 0. Are you kidding? How long has it been? 8,266 cycles. But don't worry, I know what you're thinking. It's still around 2022 in Layer 3. How the hell does that work? This is getting to be a bit much to comprehend, I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't blame you. Tell you what. Storyteller opened the door into what looked like a purple temple. Scattered across Layer 1 are various information logs, which I had set up for a previous step of the plan. When you're ready, go take a look at those. They'll explain a fair bit, and when you're done, come talk to me in the south area of the purple temple, and I'll tell you what we have to do. Okay, I think I can do that. Alright. And seriously, there's no rush. Please don't push yourself. You'll only be strengthening Dawn if you do. Right. Storyteller left the room, and I flopped my head back on the pillow on Dawn's bed. Everything felt so insane, but what surprised me more than anything was how well I was holding myself together. I won't falter anymore. I didn't know the full extent of what Dawn wanted to accomplish, but I knew it wasn't good. And if I had a chance at stopping it, no matter the cost, I would give it a shot. Hey, I think I'm ready. Ah, are you holding up okay? I understand it can be a lot. So in essence, Saturday is basically 4 fragments right now. We have this Saturday, who we're seeing. We have the storyteller, the other side, and we have Dawn and Tsuki. And they were formed because of an experiment done by Saturday's Dead, which failed spectacularly, which is what caused them to split in the first place. Yeah, I think I'm fine. Honestly, I wish I learned most of these. Bleh. Honestly, I wish I learned most of these things through here instead of just being forced to confront them by Dawn. Yeah. Dawn isn't the most understanding, or understanding at all. On account of that, she lacks actual humanity. Why does she? It seemed like Tsuki got back her humanity. Does Dawn not realize that she doesn't have to do all this? I think she does, but she doesn't care, or more accurately, she can't let herself care. Dawn represents unchecked, dangerous determination, right? So if she let herself care, she would be throwing out all the effort she'd been putting into escape since cycle 1. That's really sad. Yeah, it is. So in essence, they're talking to themselves right now. I looked behind Storyteller. So, what exactly are we doing here? This seems to be a dead end. Ah, right. So you've just explored layer 1 of betweenspace, right? Yes. I'm going to open up a crack in the world to allow us to reach layer 2. Tsuki and Dawn have never been able to reach it, and it's where I have spent all this time trapped. What's in layer 2 that's important for us? The key to escaping the Duskbreaker once and for all. What? For real? It's been in there from the very start, but I'm not able to access it. At least 2 of the 4 shattered pieces of ourselves need to be there. I don't know why. I get it. Okay, then let's go. Alright, grab onto the ledge there. It's going to shake a bit. I watched as Storyteller extended her hand like she was casting magic, and a fissure in the air appeared out of nowhere. The ground shook, and then stopped shaking. In we go then. We emerged from the portal into darkness. Is it usually this dark in here? Yeah. Sorry. I don't like having the lights on. Me too. Dawn, damn, you really are me. Storyteller laughed. So through that door up there is the Duskbreaker core. It's where we need to go. Right. But it's locked behind 3 gate control switches. Uh-oh. And neither of us are able to press them unless the other is present. The Duskbreaker is very, very strict about permissions. Ah, okay. Got it. Let's work together and get through then? Sounds like a plan to me. There we go. Where are we now? Oh. There we go. Hello. Okay. A large gate stood in front of us. Alright. I'm pretty sure the core is right behind here. But, in front of the door was a large lock with a screen on it. I walked over to it. It says verify synchronization of subject to access shutdown box. And there's a button that says test. Figures. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. I turned back to look at her. Do you know what this thing is asking us to do? Yeah, I think so. It looks like it wants to test us against our trauma over Tiki's death. What? Why? Well, we're the subject, remember? We were the one placed in the dustbreaker to treat our trauma about her death, yeah? It looks like it doesn't want to even give us the time of day about how we can get out of here until we've proven to it that we've overcome the trauma. God damn it, Dad. Your trauma machine is a pain in the ass. Tell me about it. I exhaled. Okay, I guess we have to hit the test button. Do you know what it's going to do? I have absolutely zero idea. I've never been able to get in here before. Great. Well, here goes nothing, I guess. I walked over to the device and hit the test button. A loud whirring noise filled the room, and then... Okay. What? Oh! Okay. What the hell? What the hell? I'm just panic pressing. What the fuck? I'm nowhere near ready. At least this isn't a boss. This is so cool. I can't even... There we go, thank you. Oh no, it's upside down! Ain't no... I can't even see which one I'm doing. What is going on? What is happening? Okay. Are you done? When 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 I came to, I was inside a small room with a large glowing machine in the center. I sat up. Storyteller sat next to me against the wall. Good morning. Ugh. How long was I out? Well, you woke up about 3 minutes after me. I don't know how long I was out for, but time... I don't know how long I was out for. Time is frozen in the simulator, remember? Right. Forgot about that. So, where are we? Inside the Duskbreaker's core. I carried you in here after I woke up outside the gate. The lock was removed. So, did we pass the test? What did it even do? I have no idea, but I don't think it would have unlocked if we hadn't passed, by whatever margin it considers that to be. I sighed and sat up. Though the room was small in diameter, the ceiling was quite high, and in the center of the spherical room sat a large glowing pedestal whirring non-stop. So then, that's the Duskbreaker's core? Seems like it. How exactly is this thing supposed to tell us how it can get out? On the other side, there's a little screen. I haven't messed with it too much yet, but it seems to be a control panel for the Duskbreaker. The entire Duskbreaker? That's a good find. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Knowing how strict EDEP is about permissions, error detection, error protection. True. I stood up and walked over to the screen. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of buttons. Yeah, I think the shutdown function is listed under the System Management tab. Let's see. System Management, Shutdown. There it is. Should I press it? I mean, you can try. If it just works, that'd be great. But it won't be that easy. Plot twist, it is that easy. Okay, here goes. I tapped the button, labeled Sim Layer Eject and Shutdown. It brought up another tab. Oh, looks like this is another menu. Hold on, it explains the thing. I'll read it. To shut the Duskbreaker off from inside, first you must eject the subject and any other inhabitants from the sim layer and return them to their original layer. Wait, huh? Wasn't the whole point of the Duskbreaker that it wasn't actually moving their entire minds into the simulated world? Yeah. I'm really not sure what's going on here. Oh! Huh? What is it? I think I might know. Hold on. Let me think. Keep reading for now. Okay? Once the sim layer inhabitants have been ejected, they will be stored in memory temporarily. From here, the subject can press the shutdown switch to shut off the sim layer and finish the transfer to the original meta layer. So it's sounding like we have to first eject them, and that'll bring everyone here? At the very least, somewhere where we can access the same control panel. That probably wouldn't be betweenspace then, since the void is not exclusive to the Duskbreaker and exists between every meta layer. I'm guessing it's a smaller, temporary, simulated environment. To begin the eject procedure, please tap the scan button to allow 1028 to verify the subject's identity. Ah, bingo. I looked over at her, and she stood up and walked over to me. Did you figure something out? Sure did. I figured out why the shutdown sequence doesn't match how Dad designed the Duskbreaker. I stepped aside and she fiddled around with the control panel until she found an About page. Ha! Of course. Take a look. She pointed at the framework at the part of the screen that read Adaptive System Framework 1028 Uniform 011 controlled. This thing adapts depending on the situation thanks to that godforsaken 1028 AI, which means the conditions for exiting changed after we were put into the Duskbreaker and the situation became what it is. Exactly. God, of course Dad had to jam his stupid AI into this thing. I mean, hey, I guess it does its work well. It keeps us alive even despite how much went wrong. True, but check this out. She went back to the shutdown menu and tapped the scan button. Wait, now? What about... Oh. An error popped on screen. It read, Wavelength Wavelength mismatch. 10.66 PB data discrepancy. Data discrepancy? Of course it wouldn't be that easy. God damn it. Mind explaining? Okay, so do you know how big a human brain is? Several petabytes, if I remember right. I think it depends on the size of the guy. Storyteller left. No, not that kind of size. Oh, I mean in data. Yes, human brains are just electrical interpreters. Everything we take in and remember can be measured in data size, correct? Oh, I'd have no idea. I'm still laughing at the... Anyway, I'd have no idea then. Right, so it's around 2,500 terabytes, about 2.5 petabytes. When we got put in the Duskbreaker, our data was split. Something like you and I each got 850 terabytes, and Key and Dawn each got 400 terabytes. Oh, what? How does that make sense? I struggle to believe that any of us could function without at least, like, 99% of the 2,500 terabytes. We only use about, like, 2% of our brain, if I'm not wrong. Good question. My running theory is that our minds, though separated by the severance of emotion, are still connected. It'd explain why Dawn is empowered by your belief in her ideal, even though you're different people in Layer 0. Or why I was able to replace Dawn's memories back into her. Or why I was able to replace Dawn's memories back into her after the World Keeper ejected them in the severance. She looked back at the terminal. Notice the amount of data that's not matching? 1.66 petabytes, or 1,660 terabytes. I finally understood what she was getting at. That stuff Dawn was talking about with becoming whole again. It needs all of us to be in one body or mind again before we can leave, right? Yep. Now, convincing me to join your mind won't be hard at all. T will be difficult, but it's possible. Dawn, on the other hand, is the real trouble here. Wait, why would you join my mind? What's going to happen to you? Aren't you the original Saturday? We're all the original Saturday. I'll still exist, just as part of the mind of Saturday. Just like how it was before we entered. That isn't fair. I should be the one to join your mind then. You're the one who's been trying to get to this point. I'm still just a body of the original. Storyteller put her hand on my shoulder. You're the one who's lived through every cycle, all 8,266 of them. You've been through hell and back, died and come back to life thousands of times. If you joined into my mind, all of that would cease to be real. You don't deserve that. Don't undersell yourself, goddammit. Without you, none of this would have been possible. I don't want to see you go. You shouldn't have to go. Saturday, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be with you from now until the end. Not until the end of the Duskbreaker, but the end of your life, of our life. We aren't supposed to be separated like this. This is how it should be. I walked forward and fell into her arms, hugging her tight. Oh, I cried. Okay. Thank you. So, how do we have you join my mind? I noticed this earlier. It's under the wavelength matching menu on the control panel. She navigated to the menu and pointed at the button called Data Merge. She pressed it. It looks like it wants the wavelength of the data to be copied over first, so I'll tap the button here. She tapped the button labeled Accept Data. The screen changed, now requesting the wavelength of the data that will receive the merged data. You're up. Yep. I stepped in front of the terminal and tapped the Accept Data button. The screen changed. It now had two buttons that needed to be pressed by both wavelengths. I looked over at Storyteller. She was clearly nervous. We don't have to do this. Now! She slammed her index finger down on the button and didn't release it. Seeing the extent of her determination, I did the same. A loud whirring filled the spherical room, and the process began. What? Oh boy. Well, you have another song, don't we? Okay. It's stop motion! I love this song. Another Frums banger. I love stop motion so much, especially the music video. Ego Eris. Reunited. I felt my feet touch ground on familiar soil again, once again in the midst of a one-sided firefight. Did you miss me? Dawn, having realized that the culmination of her villain monologue was a severe anticlimax, kept fruitlessly pulling the trigger. Tsuki looked on with an unreadable expression as blood soaked through my clothes before they repaired themselves, my wounds closing as fast as she was making them. Bullet after bullet penetrated my skin, and I didn't feel a thing. It took about 10 seconds before she was finally too exasperated to pull the trigger. How the fuck are you? What? She spoke in shaky breaths. The once confident girl was now timid and bemused. Tsuki too was bewildered by what was happening. Soon, Dawn's confusion was replaced by an unadulterated rage. Don't fuck with me. She made a show of pulling the trigger again, aiming clean for the head. It's about as effective as the previous dozen times she tried to kill me in the past minute. Why the hell are you still here? How are you standing? Why has the cycle not reset? She hadn't realized it yet. I gave her time. Another bullet flew out, but this one was a narrow miss. I'm not sure if she was intentionally doing it, or if she was just too consumed by anger to aim properly. Why are you alive? You've been shot multiple times. You know so much about your sister's death, and yet we're obviously still on A266. Are we? I wonder. I could visualize the gears turning by the look changing behind her eyes. She was putting the pieces together in her head, though she wasn't quite ready to admit to herself how powerless she was. Tsuki was just watching the fireworks unfold as she processed all of this information, and I couldn't blame her. You're not Layer 0 anymore, are you? I was silent. Oh God, you aren't even Layer 1. A smile crept across my face. I couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude as seeing the girl who was so adamant in killing me and resetting the cycle realize how powerless she was now. But of course she was powerless. She didn't have access to the fourth dimension. She didn't have you. As Dawn experienced the stages of grief, I transcended my reality, synchronizing with myself, experiencing the lives of thousands of different Saturdays. Each with lives so similar to mine, yet each ultimately cut tragically short by a feud between my self-appointed protectors. It was a sobering realization, but an empowering one, now that I had the tools to shape my own future. I was finally a version of myself that I could be confident in, thanks to her, and thanks to you. And I won't let our dream go unfulfilled. Oh. Yay! Perfect. Dawn staggered back. Any and all energy had evaporated from her after millions of cycles. She began to sob. God fucking damn it! I walked over to her and kneeled down. You're not a bad person, Dawn. I understand. Yeah? And what makes you think you could understand what I've been through? What makes you think that? Well, for one, you are literally part of me. Piss off. I extended a hand to her. Let's go home. Together. I looked over at Tsuki. She seemed to understand, and nodded. But Dawn didn't take my hand. She slapped it away and stood up, her eyes still full of tears. Like hell I'm going home with any of you. Dawn rematerialized her pistol and pressed a button on it. The holster switched around and the end of the gun took the form of a knife. This is only going to end one way, Saturday. You realizing that you don't need her, and I will do anything to achieve that. She swung her gun knife down beside her, creating a fissure in the air. I'll be seeing you soon. She walked into her self-made portal and disappeared. Tiki rushed over to me. Are you really Saturday? Yeah. Just a little more whole than I was before. You're going to need to fill me in on what's going on. Don't worry. I will. But we need to make a truce. I can't fight both of you. I think I've only got 1 million cycle battle in me. Ever. Yeah. I don't have any reason to attack you at this point. Suddenly, the ground around us began to shake. What's going on? Dawn? What the hell is she doing? The night sky above us turned to a violent shade of red. Parts of the terrain around us began to glitch out, and a large rock monument destabilized and began rolling down the hill towards us. Quick! Grab Allison! Go! Right! I rushed over to wake up the still unconscious Allison. Despite having storyteller inside me now, I wasn't any more physically fit. Come on, Allie! Wake up! Wake up! Allison's eyes fluttered open. Saturday. What? Her eyes went wide when she felt the ground shaking. Ah! She stood upright immediately, and I grabbed her hand and ran after Tiki down the hill. Behind us, the stone monument tumbled down and landed right on top of the graveyard. Allison, Tiki, and I stood at the bottom of the hill, gazing up on the now red sky. Saturday, what's going on? And she turned to look at me. What's with the new outfit? I mean, I like it, but just what the hell is happening? I sighed. It'll take a while to explain, but I promise I will. Can you go see if the buses are still running? Yeah, hold on. Allison took out her phone and began to check. I walked over to where Tsuki stood alone, looking up. I know that you're not the real Tsuki. Yeah. Even still, I'm glad you're here with us now. Yeah. I looked up with her. Dawn. She's hurting. I know she is. She really does a good job of making it feel like a climactic final chapter, doesn't she? Haha. Well, she is part of us, and we are huge nerds. Tiki laughed in what must have been her first genuine laugh since she'd been split off. You got me there. I felt a tap on my shoulder and looked over to see Allison gesturing to her phone. Bus is still running. We should get back to Cheetos as soon as possible. Agreed. Oh god, there's gonna be a lot to explain here. Allison looked warily at Tsuki. Yeah, no kidding. We walked down to the bus stop. We finally had a way out, and I wasn't going to stop until we made it. Dawn staggered into her room, out of breath. She noticed the bedsheets ruffled as if someone else had used them, but didn't have the energy to be upset. She flopped onto her bed. Is this the right thing to do? She said the words, but like every other time she'd thought them in the past 4 hours, she dispelled them immediately. No, I have to. I've come all this way just for this. She stood up and sat down at her desk and opened a file folder on her computer that she hadn't touched in what felt like centuries. A folder called Automation. Automation. Dawn double-clicked to open the application and hit a button labeled Start. The screen flashed. If they want to play with fire, then I'll give them a whole meteor shower. Automation. Date of corruption, December 30th, 2022. Time of corruption, 11:59 p.m. Please wait for the designated time for the similar corruption. Okay. Woo. I took some time today to self-indulge a little. Diverted some of the TVO data into sending something to Layer 3 instead. Felt like there was something I needed to get off my chest and put behind me. I needed to talk to my dad one last time, even if it was as difficult as it was, both mentally and literally, to reach him. First, I needed a contact in the third dimension. I had never set up anything like that, but luckily, it was somehow easier than contacting Layer 4, because I actually knew people in Layer 3. I managed to send a message to an old friend of mine, Mitsuko. Hey Mitzi, sorry it's been so long. I guess you thought I was dead. I know how they've labeled it in the news up there. Freak accident kills scientist's daughter. I'm alive. Technically. It's hard to explain, and I don't think you'd believe me if I did. But I need your help with something. I've attached some files to this email. You can use those to verify that it's really me. I'm sorry to spring this on you. I need you to act as a messenger between me and my dad. Mitsuko replied pretty quickly, and predictably was confused, shocked, and concerned. But if there was one thing she was always good at, it was understanding quickly, no matter the situation. I can't believe it. I knew the stories about your dad's experiment killing you were made up. Didn't believe it for a goddamn second. Are you sure you don't need me to come get you? I don't care where it is. I'll come find you if you need me to. Sorry, it's not a place that you can reach. Even sending this limited message is taking a lot of time and energy that I don't have to waste. I'm okay though. I promise. I'll be okay. And once I'm out of this mess, I'll come back and tell you everything. Okay? It's a Saturday promise. It really is you. I understand. I'll trust you. Your dad is in the high security prison in Tokyo. I can go there and relay messages to you through email, but that's the best I can do. I'm sorry. Getting visiting hours there is already really tough. Thank you. That's more than good enough. I waited a bit. Took a while for her to get back to me. Did she move out of Tokyo? I guess it would make sense. Before all of this began, she was getting ready to move into her university life, and she was studying closer to Kyoto. I thought about my dad. He was still alive. I figured he would be, but hearing it confirmed myself made me feel something. I didn't know what I was feeling. I didn't know what I would say to him, but I needed to talk to him. Just once. A full 5 hours later, Mitzi responded to me. Hey, I'm here. He's right beside me. I'll relay back to you the things he says and show him the things you say. Okay? Shit. This was really happening. I guess I should have expected I'd be this nervous. Hey. I couldn't get anything else out at first. He says hello. Figures. Neither of us were ever good at talking to each other when it came to addressing serious matters. It was oddly refreshing in a way. He was still my dad. As I started to type again, another email came through. He says, I'm sorry. I grit my teeth a little. You're sorry? That's the first thing you want to say. Not that you're happy I'm still alive, that you're worried about me. You're thinking about yourself and your apology first? I shouldn't be angry. I shouldn't be. Calm down, Saturday. He says, I know. You're right. I just don't know what to say. There's too many things that need to be said, and I can't get the words out. My anger turned into a sudden overflowing waterfall of emotion, and I felt myself tear up. Of course he was struggling. He was still human. He still put his daughter into this situation. I took some deep breaths to calm down my anger. I didn't do all of this just to yell at him. Did you know that I'm still alive? I did. I was keeping a constant look in on what was going on in there from the moment everything went wrong until they took me in. Since then, you've been in the custody of the military, and I've been getting daily reports from them. So, he's been watching everything? It makes sense. On one hand, I kinda hate that I've been being watched this entire time, but on the other hand, the exact same thing is happening with Layer 4, so I can't really complain. Besides, it's not like he can do much. Why didn't you pull me out immediately? Or were you not able to? We tried. God, we tried. But there was no way we could. Shutting down the Duskbreaker without the authorization of 1028 would kill you. I couldn't do it. I figured. I just needed to ask. Saturday, can I ask you something? I came here to talk to you one last time, so yes, ask away. Do you hate me? I thought about it. Did I hate him? I don't think so, but I could never forgive him. Hate? No, Setsuki. I don't hate you, but I can never forgive you. Your intentions were misguided, but came from the heart. You started the Sunrise Foundation because you wanted to help me, however twisted your idea of helping me may have been. You are not a bad person, but the effects of what you did to me will never go away. I will persist, and live on in spite of them, but they will be a part of me forever, and to that end, I cannot ever see you in my future. I do not hate you, but I will never forgive you. You are a part of my yesterday, one I will always remember, but you will not be a part of my tomorrow. There was a while before the next message came through. I braced myself, expecting an angry response. That's what I always got from him. Good. I was caught off guard. Good. What did he mean by that? He's crying, but he's smiling. I'm not looking at the messages you're sending. What did you say? Actually, scratch that. That's not my business to know. God damn it, Dad. Fuck. You always make this so much more complicated than it needs to be. I was crying. Tears streamed down my face. The only organic matter in a space devoid of nature, synthesized from thought and pain. Please don't forgive me. But don't forget me either. I am satisfied. What was he thinking? I didn't know. I couldn't know. We were different people. I couldn't tell what was going on in his mind just by reading it like I could with the people in layers 1 and 0. But no matter what happens, I want you to remember this. No matter what happens, what I am to you, where I am in your life, I am forever proud of my daughter. I fell to the floor, burying my head in the side of my bed, sobbing. I cried for minutes on end, releasing years of pent-up emotion. You are a crazy, stupid old man. Minutes later, I pulled myself back up to my desk and typed the final message. Right before sending it, I hesitated and changed the last word. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Saturday. That was the last thing he said. Thank you so much, Mitzi. I need to go now. But I promise I'll be back, and we'll have so much to catch up on when I do. Alright? I'll hold you to that, so you'd better not pussy out, okay? I laughed. It was the same old meets ago. Promise. I'll see you soon. Yeah, I'll see you soon. Hey! Hey! Huh? A voice calling for me? I stirred in my dream a bit and saw a young figure fade into the horizon. It was my sister, Tiki. Are you going to laze around all day? You're a bad friend, you know? Huh? Why? Your friends are working so hard for you, and what are you doing for them? Holding things up by taking a nap? Wait, a nap? Yes, Sadie, you're asleep. You're dreaming. How do you know? Oh, come on. You know how I know, and it's the same way you know. Of course, she was right. This was a dream. Because my sister has been dead for 10 years. Wasn't with us anymore, yeah. So, wake up. I don't want to. I'm going to stand here and tell you to wake up until you wake up. Tsuki always had this stubborn side to her, which in some ways made her the perfect big sister to myself. Hey, get up, get up, get up and at 'em, wake up, get up, hey. As the world of dreams faded away, I watched her shape float away from me. Her voice, however, continued to reverb through my ears. Up, you! Up! Saturday! Oh my god! Gah. My eyes snapped open, and I saw a familiar face staring down at me. You are literally the worst. Huh? What time is it? It's 2:34 p.m. Saturday. Do you know what 2:34 p.m. is? What? What is 2:34 p.m.? It's 15 whole minutes after we were supposed to be leaving is what it is. Sorry. I had a weird dream, and I guess I just didn't want to wake up. Hearing those words, Tsuki seemed to have understood, and her demeanor softened up a bit. About your sister, I'm guessing? Yeah. It was just a dream, though. Nothing but a figment of my own psyche. Tsuki scoffed jokingly, trying to enlighten the mood. Well, I'm a figment of your own psyche, so your wording hurts a little there, but I get it. I chuckled and stood up from the bed. Allison walked in. Oh, good morning, Sleepy Day. How nice of you to rise and shine at the ripe hour of 2:34 p.m. I gave her a friendly glare. Oh, can it? I heard enough from her already. And it was all deserved, I'd like to think. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. I'm ready to go now. Alright. We walked down the stairs of Chiyo's apartment for the last time, and out onto the street, where Chiyo, Eri, and Kotomi were waiting. Hey ya, good morning. Oh my god, I get it. Chiyo laughed. It figures she would have known I'd already heard more than my fair share of complaining from Tiki and Ali. It's alright, we anticipated it. Eri has been keeping herself busy just fine. With what? Took a look yourself. I walked over to the door of the car and looked inside to see Eri's thumbs in a frenzy on her phone screen. Ever since I'd bought her that cat plush, she'd become addicted to Noise Sunlight, the game it was from. I haven't played Noise's Starlight, but yeah, I've seen gameplay of it. Yeah, the cat is from there. Yeah, that tracks. Anyway, are we all ready to go? Yep, hop in. Allison, Tiki, and I walked over to the large seat of Chiyo's rather large car. It had been a few weeks since everything that had happened at the Hachioji cemetery. We kept ourselves waiting, anticipating an attack from Dawn. But it had never come, which had led us to be even more suspicious of what she could be up to. After experiencing over 1 million cycles simultaneously, I had quote-unquote overclocked myself, and was thrown out from my synchronization with Layer 2 by the Duskbreaker by EDEP. Oh yeah, we also explored Betweenspace, Layer 2. I also know there's Sentinel, a hidden song that I haven't found yet. I'll go back after this. I'll do like a bonus video on YouTube or something. Speaking of YouTube, hello YouTube. We're live there too. I hadn't been able to access anything on layers 1 and 2 since, which left us relatively powerless when it came back to fighting against Dawn if she showed up. Or so we thought. Tsuki had come to my room sweating a few nights ago. Ah! Saturday! Allison and I jumped a bit. Neither of us were expecting the sudden intrusion. Yeah? What the hell's got you all riled up and sweaty? I remembered something. I remember things all the time. What did you remember? A backdoor in the simulated world that allows light remote access to the Duskbreaker terminal. Wait, what? Okay, calm down, then explain. Tsuki sat down on the oddly placed chair in the corner of the room and took a few deep breaths. So, you know how the Duskbreaker only simulates Japan, right? Yeah. I still appreciate the lurks, Allison. Sorry, we are pushing for affiliate here, so I love the lurk. It's not absolute. There are a few spots where the simulation is naturally weakened, at the absolute edges of the country. Huh. So in like in Mine Blast when you go to the fireplace? Minecraft, the far lands. I don't know what anything you just said means. It's like how in procedurally generated video games, if you go far enough into the infinite world generation, you'll hit an overflow, yes. The game engine will stumble over itself trying to generate actual data, yes. Ah, yeah, it's somewhat the same principle here. Basically, hacking into the Duskbreaker through a point where the security of EDEP is much, much weaker. I frowned. Wait, if this was there the whole time, how come you didn't make a beeline for that when you were flung onto Layer 0 before? I was so out of it when that happened that it honestly completely slipped my mind. I never really had any reason to think about hacking into the Duskbreaker since I was already, or at the very least, thought myself to be, satisfied with my position on layer 1. I guess that's fair, yeah. So, where is this weak spot? Cape Soya, the northernmost point in Japan, in Hokkaido. I have not gone that far north. And that was how we ended up packing our bags to take a trip to Sapporo, a big city near the point Tsuki had mentioned. I've been to Sapporo. I love that place so much. I glanced out the window as the countryside flew past us. Oh, they're going by car. Brave. When you think about it, this whole journey has just been one long road trip from the bottom of Japan to the top, huh? Yeah, it has, basically. What do you mean? Well, in the simulated history, we lived in Tanegashima, which is really close to the southernmost point of the country. Then we went up to Kagoshima for the summer and out to Tokyo for the fall. And now we're going to Sapporo for the winter. Huh. I guess so, yeah. Well, it's more like every time you got to Tokyo, you looped back to Tanegashima and repeated that 8,266 times. And now we're going to Sapporo to finish things once and for all. I laughed. So much has changed. I don't know how to feel about it all. But things feel like they're starting to be right again, if that makes sense. How so? Well, for one, Storyteller and I being one again. Obviously, it would feel like I regained a part of myself because, well, I did. But it feels like I'm starting to see the world for what it truly is. Yeah, I guess I can understand that. It's like the pill analogy. Sure, staying in Wonderland would be great. You never have to face stuff head on, so your life is way more consistent. Everything becomes the same, and you like that. The idea that I represent. Yeah. And on the other side of things, forcing yourself to charge into the ugly truths, putting yourself at so much more risk of harm for a greater sense of happiness. The Liberator's idea, exactly. Fight or flight. Yep. And I think the thing I've come to realize is you kinda need both. Like, yeah, you're going to have to face things as they come at you. That's how life is. Exactly. And overcoming them will lead to an exponentially greater happiness than if you just stayed in your comfort zone unbothered. Exactly. But you need to care about yourself too. You need to know that it's okay to take time to heal, to take things at your own pace. I love this character evolution of Saturday, first being the rambunctious, reckless one, to now just this, giving life advice. I guess that's the power of the storyteller. Some good coke. And to know that the feeling of wanting to run away is part of you, and a part of you that just wants to help. Tsuki didn't say anything. When Storyteller was in contact with Layer 4, that's me, to execute her plan to break Lock S, she called it the Vivid Stasis operation. And I think I figured out why. Yeah? Why? I mean, think about it for a second. I'm not gonna spell it out for you. Tsuki thought for a few minutes, and then a light bulb seems to go off in her mind. Ah, I think I get it. The Vivid Stasis operation wasn't just about breaking Lock S, huh? I nodded. Yeah. It was about joining Vivid and Stasis, breaking the separation between them, because you need both of them, and both can represent either, exactly. Damn, that storyteller. She was on a whole other level. Hey, no need to talk about her like she isn't here. She's inside now, and sometime soon, you'll see her yourself, you know? You're right. Sorry, storyteller. It's Saturday. I'm not bothered. Also, there's really no need to refer to us separately anymore. Fair enough. The drive continued for many hours. As the sun set behind the mountains, Chio pulled the car over to a rest stop that had a cafeteria, and we got out to stretch our legs and grab dinner. Terminal journey. Also, yes, I did a lot of sound scan. Well, not a lot, but I have my battery limit increased. We might as well then. Episode 2. A bit after 10 p.m., Chio pulled the car over to allow us to stretch our legs and grab a bite to eat. We stopped at a moderately sized rest stop with a cafeteria that was open overnight. Ah! Allison stepped out of the car hurriedly. Huh? What happened? Are you okay, Sad? I stood up too fast. Static. The visual static you get when you stand up too fast. Because of like the blood rushing up to your face and legs. And what? We've been in the car for over 6 hours with minimal breaks. I'm surprised you didn't have to get out of the car at any point in that. I'm very resilient, I think. Evidently your legs aren't. Chio walked out of the driver's side door and walked by us as she headed towards the entrance to the rest stop's building. Hey! Thanks for your input, Peanut Gallery! Chio and Allison left. I'll go find us a seat, okay? Take a second to let your legs adjust. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, love. Oh my god. Allison fidgeted a little, flustered, and walked off in the same direction as Chio. I sat back down, oh my god. I sat back down on the edge of the car seat with the door open. A taller figure walked up next to me. Do you think they have salmon nigiri here? It's a convenience store rest stop, not a world-class restaurant. Tiki sighed with a defeated look. I'd take just salmon or nigiri, honestly. She walked into the rest stop, following Allison and Chio. I looked in the back seat behind me. Are they still asleep? Eri and Kotomi had fallen asleep a few hours into the ride, which surprised me. It surprised me even more when they didn't budge an inch when we started playing aggressive speedcore music with the sole intent of trying to wake them up. But they were frozen like they'd been turned to stone. I nudged Kotomi. Hey, rest stop. Here. Now. Kotomi finally stirred a bit and opened her eyes. Yeah, okay, we'll be there in a sec. I chuckled a bit and stood up from the car. This time, my legs didn't crash into TV static immediately. I walked into the rest stop building. It didn't take me long to find the cafeteria, and even less time after that to find the table Allison had found for us. She waved to me as I walked over. Hey, legs better? Legs serviceable? She laughed, and I took a seat. Did you get a chance to see the kind of stuff they have here? Well, I did, but the thing is that even though the rest stop is open overnight, the kitchen isn't, which makes sense, but it looks like it closed at 9 p.m. Oh, so is there nothing to eat? I mean, there's the convenience store built into the building. Seems like that's our only option. Honestly, fair enough. Should I go get some stuff then? I'll come with. Okay. We both stood up and walked across the building interior to the convenience store. A few minutes later, we came back with not much other than a few bags of chips and a grape popsicle. Well, that was pointless. Not really. Have you tried that grape popsicle yet? Huh? I don't think I have. This thing is insane. Seriously. I don't know what they put in it. Ellie, it's just a grape popsicle. Try it! Okay, I'll try it. Confused by her sudden energy, I unwrapped the popsicle and bit into it. Well? Holy shit. I told you! Wow! I told you! Well, I guess that teaches me. Wow, this is good! We both laughed, and sat at the cafeteria for a bit just eating the store-brand potato chips. After a while, Allison spoke up. Have I told you yet that your new outfit is insanely pretty? It is. At least a dozen times. Well, it's 'cause it's true. I don't disagree. It just felt like the right time for a makeover, I guess. Honestly, I still don't know the full details of what happened at the graveyard. You've explained it to me, but it's just... so much to wrap my head around, you know? Yeah, I don't blame you. It all feels like a dream still, but I guess these clothes are proof it wasn't because of her. Storyteller, huh? Yeah. It's a weird case. I have all of her memories now, so it's not like she's gone at all, but I don't know. It's tough. All of this is really complicated, and she understood a lot of it, so realistically I should too, but I still feel like there's so much I don't get. I guess she did have years to come to terms with it all and understand it, but sometimes I wish I could ask her more questions. I see. Sorry, I don't really think I understand what you're going through in exact detail, but I'm still here for you. I'll listen no matter what, okay? Yeah, I get you. Thanks. Of course. Yeah, I guess I can't really falter here. I have a job to finish. A job she started with you. I promised her I'd take the reins, so I'll do just that, no matter what. By the way, did I tell you? I actually got Tsuki to agree to spend some time with us during our arcade trip when we get to Sapporo. Yo, no way! Damn, she's really opening up, huh? Yeah, it's surreal to see, but I'm glad to see it nonetheless. Yeah. Uh, Saturday, can I ask you maybe something a little tough? You know you can. What's up? Allison's gaze lowered a bit. Has it not been hard for you being around her when you know that her name and appearance aren't, you know? I sat back in the seat of the cheap cafeteria table we were at. At first, yeah, I didn't have that problem with Dawn because her appearance, name, etc. was entirely formed and created by my own mind during the severance of emotion. But Tsukiya's, well, was my sister's name. It took a bit to adjust to that because the Tsukiya we know right now is not her. It's not. I mean, even further than that, she's a part of you, isn't she? Sure, but I don't think it makes a difference. Does it not? Not currently. She will be a part of me, definitely. It's required for us to leave the Duskbreaker that we rejoin. Same with Dawn. But right now, she isn't me, right? She's her own person, fueled by her own humanity, with her own feelings and opinions and experiences. I think that individuality is enough to separate us, at least while we're like this. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's an oddly you way of looking at it, I think. I let out a teasing laugh. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Well, it's just, you've changed a lot these past... Well, I guess months wouldn't be accurate since it's looped so many times. No, I think that's accurate. As far as I, as myself, am concerned, my memories only contain that of this cycle, the 8266th. Even if I have storyteller's memories, I'm still me, I think. I guess that's fair. Honestly, I'm so confused about the whole cycle thing. You said you've been through millions of cycles, but we're still on 8266? I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't blame you. And honestly, you don't need to worry about it. It would take a lot of time to explain in detail, and I'd rather save that for once we're out of this mess for good, you know? Fair enough. But as I was saying, you've changed so much these past few months, but not in a way that feels that different, I guess? To put it simply, I can definitely tell that the Saturday from July 2022 and the Saturday in front of me are still the same person. I'm really glad. I've kind of worried about that, to be honest. Really? How come? At first, I was really ashamed by the way I acted, especially in those few months where my leg was injured and I just had to sit in our home in Kagoshima just doing nothing. I mean, you were there for it. There were a lot of moments where I blamed myself for way more than I should have. Yeah. So when we flew out to Tokyo, I was like, This is a fresh start for Saturday Tasogare, untethered by her past mistakes. And that ended up screwing me over so badly once I actually realized what was going on with our lives and the world and everything. That's fair, yeah. It's like, when you really fuck up and make a mistake, you can't just put it behind you, you know? Otherwise, you don't really learn from it at all. As human beings, we are our experiences and our memories, and you can't really try to throw any of them away just because they aren't something you do anymore. We gotta keep our mistakes close to us so that we can learn from them, and so that we can come to terms with the fact that both this person that made the mistake in the first place and the person we are now are still the same person. Allison smiled. You're such a sentimental dork, you know that? Yeah, I am. And I'm finally, happy with who I am. I feel like I've finally come alive in a sense. Even before the Duskbreaker, I was really unsure about a lot of things in my life. I kind of felt like I was just an amalgamation of the people and the things I liked that surrounded me. More of a jumble of concepts than my own person, I guess. I definitely know that feeling. Me too. I'm still working on that myself. Yeah. And the thing is, I know you'll get there. Everybody can. And being with people who you know are there for you every step of the way will make that so much easier. Yeah. I believe you. Thank you, Saturday. Right back at you, cutie. I stood up. I'm gonna head outside. Take in some more fresh air before we're back on the road. Sounds good. I'll meet you at the car then. Gotcha. I walked out of the rest stop area. As I walked out, I spot a familiar dress flowing off of the bench to the right of the door. Oh, hey. Tiki looked over at me. What you up to? Just thinking. I sat down on the bench next to her. What about? Humanity. Ah. Tiki looked up at the night sky. I never really noticed all the stars in the sky, you know? There are a lot of them. Yeah. It's a surreal feeling. Well, I guess it's more like it's surreal feeling. Yeah. Yeah. I can kind of imagine. So much of my existence as the World Keeper up until now has been spent lacking that. Filtering out anything that wasn't important to my purpose. Yeah. It wasn't really that I never got the chance to see the stars in the sky, but I wasn't capable of considering looking at them in the first place. If that makes sense. It does, yeah. But now, spending time on Layer 0, I'm a lot more prone to, well, emotions. All of them. It's a big adjustment. I guess it's a big adjustment to even have to adjust in the first place, yeah. Do you ever regret it? Being down here, I mean. Hell no. Not one bit. I'd take the inherent complexity of being human over being a lifeless husk trying to keep you trapped in the simulation any day of the week. It was miserable. Well, it wasn't miserable to me, but looking back, I can tell that if I was capable of feeling during all that, I would have found it miserable. I'm glad to hear that. We sat for a few minutes, watching the night sky and the countless dots that illuminated it. You know, I've been wondering about something. Wander away. Why are you so nice to me? Why is it so easy for you to accept who I am? What I did? Why I look like this? I'm not your sister, and yet... Yeah. You're right. You aren't my sister. I think that's why I found it easier than you'd think. I think that in some alternate universe, if you were instead my sister somehow brought back to life, it would be a lot harder to come to terms with. Impossible, maybe. But you aren't her. You're me. And I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but I think I know myself pretty well at this point. You're Tiki Tasogare, sure. Even in this fabricated history, you're my sister. But you're not the same Tiki Tasogare that was my sister in the real world. Honestly, The two of you are nothing alike. Really? I laughed a little. Yeah. For one, that outfit is so me. She was always super casual. She would never wear anything like that. That's your example? Looks are important. To me, at least. Mainly my own look. Tsuki laughed a little. The two of us looked back up at the stars again. I'm really glad we can finally be proud of who you are, of who we are. Yeah, I am too. You know, I was thinking about something else. Something more relevant to our current situation. Hmm? And what's that? Tsuki's expression stiffened. The idea to use my humanity as a weapon. Oh dear. What is she cooking? It was close to midnight when we finally pulled into the hotel we had a reservation for in Sapporo. We stepped out of the car right outside the front entrance, and Chio went to pull it into the underground parking. Hotel, sweet hotel, that's the 4th time you've done that now. You ever think about how with all the cycles, you've subjected us to that bit over 10,000 times? Damn. Okay. I see how it is. Well, I didn't mean it like that. Harry and I laughed. Kotomi finished picking a drink at the vending machine on the street corner and walked over to us. This apple drink is nuts, dude. Yeah? Kotomi held up a small plastic bottle with a cute little apple mascot on it and took a big sip from it. Shit's good. I believe you, I believe you. Sugar crash. Just then, Chio's figure walked around the bend at the edge of the street block. Got us all checked in. Here, Saturday and Eri, I'll give you 2 these. She walked up to me and handed me a hotel room card. Oh, thanks. I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't want to give out keys for each of us. We had been grouped into 3 groups of 2. Ali and I shared a room, Eri and Kotomi shared a room, and Chio and Tsuki shared a room. We took our room cards and walked through the front entrance of the hotel into the lobby. Later that night, I ended up taking a walk down into the dining hall before heading out for the night. Flaming hot mountain view. Flaming hot mountain view. They didn't have flaming hot mountain view. God damn it. Oh well. I ended up taking a basic soda and brought it to the checkout. Then, I spotted a familiar figure at one of the tables. Oh, hey Chio. I took a seat across from her. She looked up at me, surprised for a moment that I was still up. It is 12 AM to be fair. Hey, still up, huh? Just grabbing a drink. How about you? You're usually asleep way earlier. Yeah, true. Just thinking about a lot of stuff, so I didn't want to retire for the night just yet, in case it carried over into my dreams. Wanna talk about it? We have more important things on the go right now. Sure, but that isn't an excuse to push your feelings aside. What's going on? Well, it's just... I'm nervous about what happens once we get out of here. In a lot of ways, but specifically like how it pertains to me and my involvement in all of this. That's entirely fair, yeah? Even if legally I end up punished, I'm really more worried about you guys. We're working together right now, but once we're out of here, what I am to you is someone who got you wrapped up in all of this in the first place. Chio, it's just stressful. And when I hope or pray that things will just be easy, it feels like I'm dodging the responsibility of what I've done. Just feels suffocating. Hey, Chio. Why did you join the Sunrise Foundation in the first place? Chio seemed confused as to where this was coming from. Well, there was the aspect of it where I had known your dad for a really long time. I've also been meaning to ask how you two even came to meet. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I remember. Well, I'm 25 now, and I would have been 20 when we met. He had just entered the big business world, and I was looking into it myself. We hit it off because we both were dissatisfied with the current state of mental health treatment in Japan. So that's why I joined the Sunrise Foundation when he founded it. Well, then I don't think it's an issue. Huh? Why not? You wanted to help. That's why you joined the foundation. That's why you built the Duskbreaker. That's all that really matters to me. You think so? I don't know if I'm deserving of that. Legally, the situation might be complicated once we're out of here, sure. I'm not denying that. But I'm not gonna just suddenly not have your back once we're out of the Duskbreaker. Saturday. So don't fret it, okay? Honestly, you're the bravest 19-year-old I've ever seen. Though I guess the situation that bred that bravery isn't exactly something most teens experience. I laughed. That's true. And there's also the fact that I'm technically 21, because Storyteller was. Huh. I didn't actually put that together. Fair enough, then. You're the bravest 21-year-old I've seen. I'm flattered. We laughed, and I took a drink from the soda bottle I'd bought. You know, in a way, I kinda lament it. Lament what? Leaving this world behind? Really? Sure. I mean, this is a world designed with the express purpose of giving us a happier life than the one that might exist for us on the outside. It's sad to leave it behind in a way. Yeah, that is true. I guess I've found myself empathizing with Tiki more as time goes on. Not that it'll change my decision. I know that leaving the simulation is what we have to do, but I still do lament it a bit sometimes. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. How are y'all doing? How was your stream, Doomsy? Were you playing? What were you playing? I don't blame you. It's a very accurate simulation after all. Patting yourself on the back there? Chio laughed. Hardly. I was the hardware engineer for this thing. My involvement was making sure this thing had this stupidly high amount of memory it needed. Huh, fair. Though in some cycles, I swear I remember it being flipped, that you were the software engineer. Cycle differences, huh? They're certainly strange. She took out her wallet and looked at her driver's license. Homescape sounded the best of me again. Of course it did. Of course. Weird to think that I just don't have this in some cycles. How did we even get out to the Okawachi Shrine if I didn't drive us there? There were a few different ways. Sometimes there just so happened to be a bus running. Probably Dawn's doing. Other times, we biked. All the way. Those cycles were not fun. Yikes. That is really far to be biking up a hill. Like, yeah, that's really far. Alright, thank you, Doomsy. I hope you rest well. Guess it's handy that the simulation covers Japan, famous for its public transport. True. I took another drink from my soda bottle. But yeah, seriously, don't worry about it. We'll stick together, I promise. Okay? Thank you, Saturday. That means a lot. Of course. I felt a vibration in my pocket and took out my phone to see a new text message. Saturday, where are you? I'm Evie. Coming. So cute. I couldn't help myself, grinning like an idiot. Chio gave me a teasing glare. You'd best get some rest, or whatever it is you two do when the lights go out. Oh my. I blushed a little. Oh. Hey, shh. That ain't none of your business. Yeah, I know. Go on. Good night, Chio. Sleep well, Saturday. And thanks again. I walked out of the cafeteria and rode the elevator back up to my room. Saturday spent some time with the Nichibotsu sisters. Oh dear. The next morning, I found myself awake at the midpoint between 10 and 11. That's very early. Allison was still asleep, so I tiptoed out of the room and took the elevator down to the dining area. Walking into the dining hall, it seemed like they were just finishing up serving breakfast. Ooh, made it in the nick of time. Just like last night, I spotted a silhouette I recognized sitting at one of the tables. Well, two silhouettes technically. Oh, it's Eri and Kotomi. I grabbed my breakfast before they finished closing up and walked over to where the Nichibotus were sitting. Morning. Oh, hey, Seth. You're up earlier than you usually are. She is. Well, I feel like if we're trying to save the world, I should at least try to keep a normal sleep schedule for now. Especially after getting yelled about it yesterday. Fair enough. Take a seat, yeah? Sure. I put my tray down on the table and sat down on the bench next to Eri. Saving the world, huh? I wonder if that's really what we're doing. What do you mean? I mean, we're not saving this world, are we? We're dooming it to being shut down. I've been thinking about that. That's true, but it's not like this world is real, or nobody here other than us is a real person. Logically, that's true, but morally, I can't help but feel a sense of regret. No, I understand. I was talking about this with Chia last night. I mean, we all know what we need to do. We need to get out of here. That's the first and foremost thing. But it's also kinda sad to be leaving behind a world designed to keep us happy. Yeah. Now that we've seen the world for what it is, we can't see it as real anymore. It was easier back when we were unaware, because we didn't have any reason to observe the logical imperfections of the world as the technological drawbacks that they are. Yeah, and I kinda lament that, especially when we consider that Eri and I's role in your guys' lives was fabricated even more than anyone else's. Yep, we saw that in betweenspace as well. I was confused. What do you mean? We got some of our memories back. Oh shit. The big thing, I think, was realizing that the Layer 3 that you, Allison, and Chia lived in before entering here, and the Layer 3 that Kotomi and I existed in before entering here, aren't the same. Huh? I don't quite follow. I'm surprised. You've talked about it a fair amount of times before. The many worlds interpretation. Huh. So, wait. You guys aren't from the same world as the rest of us? Yeah. The exact details of why or how we ended up here, we can't quite make out. But we can say that much for certain. Huh. Wow, that's kind of surreal to think about. That you and I never knew each other before entering the Duskbreaker. Don't get me wrong, Eri and I don't plan to just ditch you guys the first chance we get. First off, I don't even think we can do that. That shutdown sequence thingy is probably gonna pop us out in your original world. Wait, but how would that make sense? You two don't have bodies to return to in our world. Yeah, true. That's another thing. We've come to realize that we aren't like you guys in a sense. Your minds were brought into this world and bodies simulated as a result of that. And the bodies you inhabit will disappear when you go back into your real ones. At least, I assume. But we aren't like that. These are our original bodies. Oh shit. Huh? What? How? Saturday? If we knew that, we would have told you. We're still piecing things together. Are you even sure you'll be able to get out of here when we shut down the world? I don't want you two getting trapped in here. Yeah, exactly. I guess this is as good a time as any then. What do you mean? To ask you a favor. I was confused. And that would be for you to use the power of the fourth dimension to send our bodies up a layer. Huh. To use the fourth dimension. I didn't know if it was possible, but if anyone could do it, it would have to be me. I don't know if I can promise that. My connection to the fourth dimension has been right only ever since the graveyard incident. I can speak to the fourth dimension through the narration in the TVO client, yeah, but it takes time to be set up, so I can't hold a consistent conversation or use any of the power. That's okay. Just, if you do gain the ability to access the fourth dimension again, I mean, if I can, then of course I will. Nobody's getting left behind if I can help it. Thanks, Saturday. That's really all we can ask for. I took a hearty bite of my breakfast that was already starting to get a little cold. So, do you know what you're going to do when you get out of here? Find our sister. Yeah, they have another sister called Kanshi, but we don't know where she is, or a way to contact our sister. Huh? Your sister? There's another one of you? Yeah. Kanshi Nichibotsu. Our memories of her were struck from the record when we entered the simulated world, but in getting them back, we were able to remember her. Yeah, that we also saw that too, in between space. Huh. I had no idea. Kanshi, huh? I don't know why, but I feel like everything is connected to her. If we find Kanshi, we find out the truth of what caused us to end up here. That's wild. I wonder what she's like. We do too. I mean, I'll help you look into it, obviously. You sure? You deserve to take a break after you get out of here Saturday. Please don't immediately jump into something else. Oh, it's no problem, I promise. I want to help. It's appreciated. I finished off what was on my breakfast tray and sat back. In more current matters, are you guys joining us tonight? For your excursion to Cape Soya? I thought you wanted it to be just you, Chiyo, and Tsuki. No, not that. I'm dragging Tsuki out to the arcade. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yeah, me too. Hey, it's gonna be a blast. None of that. Regardless, Allison and I were already planning to go to a night market. Why don't you guys just go afterwards? Yeah, exactly. We can group up at the arcade, and once we're done, we can all go to the market. Ooh, I like that idea. Fine by me, but don't expect me to be a huge arcade junkie. Bet. Don't give me that look. Around 8-ish, I think. Chiyo and I need to leave an hour before midnight. That should be enough time to allow us to do both the arcade and the night market, yeah? The night market closes at 11 PM, so that works out pretty well. Sounds like a plan. Alright, I'm gonna head back up to my room and see if Allie is up yet. I'll let her know about the plan, yeah? Sounds good. We were just about to head off for a walk anyway. Ooh, have fun! Okay, see you guys later tonight. I walked over to where the dirty breakfast trays were slotted in and slid mine into the holder. Then walked over to the elevator and rode it back up to the room. Kanshi Nichibotsu, huh? Very interesting. Yeah, we saw that in Between Space. There was a log called Kanshi Nichibotsu. And how they were thinking that they had another sister. That would be that. Alright. Later that night, the five of us had arrived at the arcade. Chiyo had stayed behind at the hotel to prepare for our journey to Cape Soya later that night. Tsuki, are you ready to have your world rocked? No. Don't you think you're hyping her up a little bit, Saturday? No. Oh god. The arcade building we ended up choosing was a giga building with 5 floors. It was open for another 2 hours. The streets of Sapporo were crowded as snow fell down as we walked along. Being in the north of the country, it was naturally very snowy during this time of year. It is, and there were a lot of snow-related festivals to accommodate that. Yeah, there are a lot of snow stuff in Sapporo. Maybe it's a good thing Chiyo isn't here. Does she have, like, any heavier outfits? I've never seen any. Me neither. Nope. Damn. Living down in Tokyo for most of my life, we got a bit of snow, but never anything like what you see in the north, and I definitely hadn't seen much at all in my time in Tanegashima in the simulated world. so I was enjoying the weather. Finally, we arrived out front of the huge building and walked inside. Immediately once we stepped inside, Eri covered her ears. I had forgotten to warn her about the noise levels inside arcades. Oh, Jesus. Taki looked behind her, seemingly glaring at the exit door longingly. But I wasn't going to let her get away that easily. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. You're not going anywhere. Taki sighed. I walked over to the sign on the wall that listed the various themes of the floors. Do you want to start with fighting games or rhythm games? I don't want to start with either. Ellie, what do you think? Is she an FG girl or an RG girl, fighting game, rhythm game? Definitely fighting games, I think. She has that scythe and everything. I can't believe my hollow weapon of choice is being used against me like this. Fighting games it is. They're on the 3rd floor. Let's get a move on. I skipped up the stairs excitedly, Kotomi and Ellie following closely behind, and Eri and Taki slumped down at the back, exasperated. Okay. So, you know what a joystick does, right? I'm not that stupid. Yeah, so it's like that. Basically, you want to chain a bunch of button inputs together to do combos and drain the other player's health bar. Seems reasonable enough. Can I go up against you? I gulped. Are you sure? I'm pretty good. I don't want you to have a bad first time experience, so like... 5 minutes later. What the fuck? Did I do it right? I looked back at the screen. It showed the round score in the best of 5 for... It showed the round score in the best of 5 format we picked. The scoreboard read 3-0 for Taki's player. Oh dear. I think I've uncovered a newfound fear of my own capabilities in fighting games. I guess you'd better hope it gets transferred to you in the merge then. Oh! Huh? Taki looked confused. Huh? What? What did I say? Oh, nothing. It's just... I don't think you've acted smug like that before. It caught me off guard a bit, in a good way. I see. Allison moved closer to me and whispered in my ear. Did you know this would happen? No! I didn't know she would regain some humanity by playing fighting games. Oh my god. Okay. Again. You were going easy on me. Oh no. Give me everything you've got. Okay. I wasn't even going easy on you. We played again. This time, everything changed. I actually only lost 3-1 this time. Improvements. Jesus Christ. Damn, wait, this is kind of fun. I'm glad you're having fun! After a few more matches, I felt Eri tap on my shoulder. Hey, what's up? Do you need to go outside? Sorry, I forgot to warn you about the noise and... Put me in. Oh, shit. What? Put me against her. Oh, no. Huh? Sure. Come on up. Oh, no. Shit's about to go down. The scene that followed could be described akin to a complete reversal of everything Taki had gained in the past month. It was almost painful to watch. No! No! You bastard! She was getting thoroughly and utterly demolished in every aspect. Eri's transformation was borderline horrifying. Oh my god. And she said she's not an arcade junkie. I had never seen someone's hands move and press buttons as fast as she did, and I've played a lot of rhythm games. Eri Nichibotsu. At one point, Taki actually tried to summon her scythe, which of course did not work. Despite it all though, it was kind of endearing in a way. Seeing her fall to base human instincts like this really did prove that she was more human than she used to be. Yeah. Okay. That's enough, you two. We've got the whole rhythm game floor to get through too. Oh god. Taki glared at Eri, who seemed unusually smug. This is not over. Sure thing. Tiki made an uncharacteristic hissing noise, and we stepped back into the stairwell to go up a floor. Jeez. The next floor up was lined with multiple cabinets of various different kinds of rhythm games. This is where I'm out of my element. Okay, which one do you wanna... Oh, holy shit! Allison looked at me inquisitively, following my gaze, which landed on a small multi-game installation. Is that a Noise Art Capo cabinet? I've been looking for a place that has one of these for ages. Is that uncommon? It is. ACU cabinets are expensive to acquire due to their exclusivity to the... 6 minutes later. So basically, yeah, it's a little uncommon. Wow. Okay. Everyone had already long since stopped listening except for Tiki and I. Ah. Okay, no. We're here for Tiki. I can play Noise's AC later. So, which one do you want to do first? Tiki looked around, surveying each of the vastly different machines. That one. She pointed to a dance game. Oh god. Are you sure? I'm very not good at dance games. Me neither. I'm so bad at them. It seems the most fun to try. I sighed. Alright, come on. We stepped up to the flashy cabinet and I scanned in my pass card. Tiki didn't have one, so she just played on a guest profile. It was a nice change of pace actually. Tiki was still way better than I expected someone who hadn't played the game to be. Tiki was still way better than I expected someone who hadn't played the game to be, but not at the level that I couldn't match her skill level. We played a few credits, and finally left the arcade. After we stepped out of the arcade, I turned to Eri. So, where's the night market? Eri pulled out her phone and pointed to a location on the map system. We started walking down the street to the transit station when Kotomi spoke up. Hey, why don't we all take a picture? We don't have one with Tiki yet, do we? What? Tiki in small text. Oh, true. Hold on, okay. Everyone, group up over here. I took out my phone and set it up on a bench across from where we were. I hit the button to take a time picture. Wait, shit, I thought it was on 5... Wait, shit, I thought it was on 5 seconds. 2 seconds later, the photo was taken. I picked up my phone and opened the gallery. Oh my god, Saturday. You look horrified. She does. I didn't know it was on 2-second mode. Shut up. Also, Tiki looks so pretty. My goodness. And she's so tall. Man. So pretty and so tall. Allison's taller than Saturday. Well. Huh. I'm not used to seeing myself. You look really good. You have a nice smile, Tiki. Yeah. Much nicer than what Saturday has going on here. Shut up! Oh my god, I am the world's most tortured girl. Everyone left, and for a moment, all our worries seemed to fade away. In the middle of this dying world, we found life. We were alive. This was how things were meant to be. Now all that's left is to finish off what was left for us to do. Well then, here we go. As we drove under the night sky, I felt something rest on my shoulder. Ah, Tsuki's asleep. I don't know if she or Dawn needed to sleep before their time on Layer 0, but regardless, she was evidently tired. She definitely needed that rest for what was coming. How are you feeling, Saturday? About as ready as I can be. I don't think there's any universe where this isn't scary. Yeah, I'm glad you're hanging in there at least. We were headed to Cape Soya, the northernmost part of Japan. Due to how the dust worker simulates time of day, there's a brief moment in the turnover between days where the simulation processing is slightly weakened. We intended to use that to our advantage to backdoor the system to the best of our ability. I looked at my phone. It was 11:57 p.m. Just then, Chiyo stopped the car. We're here. Ready? Yeah. Hey, Tsuki. Up and at 'em. Tuki's eyes fluttered open, and she sat up quickly, seemingly embarrassed. Oh, wait, huh? Her eyes adjusted to the light, and she understood. Ah, right, okay, let's go. We stepped out of the car. Despite the importance of the location, Cape Soya wasn't very extravagant. Yeah. It housed a simple stone monument listing its status as the northernmost point, and a small number of tourist attractions around it. We stepped up to the monument and waited. It was 10 seconds to midnight. Tuki and I steeled ourselves, ready to jump on anything that seemed odd at the turnover to midnight. Uh-oh. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There! At the turnover to midnight, a piece of the stone that made up the monument began to twitch and glitch out. I rushed forward and tugged at it. A piece of the geometry gave way, and I peered inside. From above, I could see the inside of the room that Storyteller and I had stood in before the merge process. It was the Duskbreaker's core. Oh, interesting. I pushed my head through the seam in the world and pulled on a piece of the world, pulling it out and into the simulated layer. Is that? It's a remote piece of the Duskbreaker's core. It looks like it lets us remotely access the terminal. Oh my god. We did it? It's not going to be that easy, is it? Hold on. Something about this isn't... Yeah. Before she could finish speaking, however, all three of us heard a clicking sound. It's Dawn's gun, isn't it? It was a familiar clicking sound. One I'd first heard many months ago in the Okawachi Shrine. Oh, it is. But I'd heard over 1,000,000 times since then. The clicking. It's a gun? It was a gun the whole time? Really? So even before the Okawachi Shrine, what the hell? And what, might I ask, do we have here? The three of us turned around in shock, though we shouldn't have really been surprised. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Just a few feet away from the monument stood a tall, familiar figure. The Liberator. Trying to backdoor your own creation, are we, Chio? I thought you had more respect for your own work than to hack into it just like that. Chio grit her teeth. Lives are at stake here, Dawn. We're doing what we have to do. What you have to do? That sounds a little weird to me. What you had to do was enjoy the rest of your days peacefully and wait for me to come to you on the turn of the new year. What are you talking about? What's happening in the new year? Dawn laughed, an emotionless laugh. Or so it seemed. Fine, I'll humor you. You already threw away the chance at peace I gave you by coming out here to pull such a ridiculous stunt in the first place. Cut the villain act and just get to the point, Liberator. And of course, if it isn't our very own traitor. What a crowd we've got tonight. I hope all the folks watching from your precious little TVO clients are entertained, because I sure as hell am. Tuki tensed up as if to get ready to attack. I held her back. She was clearly trying to provoke us. At the turn of the new year, I prepared my own little escape rope just for you. The ultimation. No! You set up the fucking... What the hell are you doing? Of course you would know what it is, wouldn't you? How does it feel, World Keeper? I'm finally putting your precious little backup in motion. Keeping myself as composed as I could, I turned to Tuki. Tuki, what's the ultimation? Ugh! It was a backup plan. A backup plan that I prepared during the initial events of the Severance of Emotion. A program that corrupts the sim layer entirely. Oh god. What? Why the hell did you... I don't know. I can't figure out why I did half the things I did, okay? I'm sorry. And you... She turned back to face Dawn. Are you insane? I thought your MO was to save Saturday without me. What the hell is corrupting the simulator supposed to do to help that? Dawn laughed again. Because it doesn't give you a choice. What? Dawn looked up at the sky. In just 10 days, everything here will be reduced to nothing. I do have Saturday's best interests in mind, and there's only one casualty I was aiming for. Yours. If you had just stayed put in Tokyo, or Sapporo, or wherever, you would have been able to live the last few weeks in peace. And then, everything would end, and I would come for all of you, to save you. Saving Allison, Chio, Saturday, and those two hapless world-crossing sisters. You would have been saved. Entiki would have been left to rot down here as everything crumbled to dust around her. That was what I wanted. That's insane. That's fucking insane! What the hell? Yeah, exactly, me too. And yet, here you are. She lowered her hand and had her gun in it. I don't want any harm to come to any of you other than her. Don't make this any harder than it has to be, for your own sakes. A ripple of silence echoed across the night sky and into the waves behind us. No. Dawn seemed genuinely surprised to hear that answer. No? I decline. Decline? How so? I reject your offer. We're all leaving here together. None of us are being left behind. Dawn looked down. Whatever expression she wore, I couldn't make it out. So be it. She snapped her fingers, and suddenly, loud rumblings surrounded us. On either side of Dawn, a large grid of fissures opened up in the air behind her, and from each one a cannon protruded, all aimed at the monument. Oh god. She's gonna destroy the core, isn't she? Dawn looked back at us, back to her normal self. Then, we'll dance your way, Saturday Tassogare. With a maniacal laugh, she rose into the sky, hovering above us, surrounded by cannons on both sides. There had to have been over 100 of them by now. And what do you plan to do against all of this? It's looking pretty grim for your chances right now, I must say. I won't be shot. Say it again. I couldn't quite hear you from up here. You won't shoot me. Hilarious! And what makes you so sure of that? I'm just dying to know. Your ultimation. It's charging up, isn't it? There's no avoiding it. Sure. What's your point, girl? I couldn't stop myself from getting a little smug. If it's charging up on layer 1, and you're aligned on layer 1, you can't reset the cycle. It would require you to restart the charging process. And as a result, you can't hurt me. You'd be stuck down here as the world corrupts. Therefore, you won't shoot me. Or, more specifically, you can't shoot me. But you can shoot everyone else. Oh, damn. I guess you've got me. Not? Do you really think that's what this is all about, Saturday? Maybe you're still just as dense as you are at the start of every cycle. I clenched my fist. Then go on. What are you planning to do? Lay it all out on the table and we'll give you a fair fight. You're right that I can't harm you. Or Chio. Even if I could, I wouldn't. But she is a different story now, isn't she? I realized what Dawn was getting at, and my composure broke in an instant. Or so it seemed. No! You bastard! You wouldn't... Oh, but I would. And in fact, I think I will. What a shame. Okay, so that is what she's after. I'm gonna need your help here then. Dawn raised her pistol and aimed it squarely at Taki. Okay, listen. I'm gonna need you to follow some very specific instructions here. Alright? I said it once before, and I have no qualms with saying it again. Good night, Saturday, Tasogare! Dawn fired her gun, and a bullet erupted from it. There was no way Tuki was going to be able to move in time. Tuki! No! Okay, please, restart the TVO client now! Fuck. Wait. What's that? Wait. Uh-huh. Oh! Oh shit. I alt F4'd. It's a shatter level. Oh shit. Oh, what are these? I can't hit these. I cannot. Nope. I'm still gonna try though. Oh no. Did I fuck up?
Do you understand now? This world was never ours to intervene, and yet here we stand. You and I have torn this world asunder and put it back together countless times by now.
Yep.
We have broken the rules of the world. The entire world axis just by being here. Though the you that she and I refer to are not the same. Truly realize this too.
Oh my god. I'm not that good, game. Oh, they're timed numbers, I think.
In a minute, you'll be brought back to the world you know. You know what you need to do now, right?
Dude, I think I do.
Then lock onto your prey and drive it in. Make her story complete.
I'll try my best.
I know you will not disappoint me.
Who is this? A gunshot. An impact. The sound of splattering blood. But nobody could see any of it. It wasn't that it never existed. It did. But now it didn't. I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was shock. What? Huh? I'm not... Dawn hit the ground with a shockwave. What did you do? I could see her frantically double-checking that the cycle count hadn't changed, which it didn't. Saturday, I swear to fucking God if you don't tell me right now. You're not as smart as you think you are, you know that? Dawn stepped back, shocked. What are you talking about? If you hadn't noticed what I'd been to the entire time, to the whole time, I mean. Cut the small talk, girl. Tell me, now! She pointed her pistol at me. Seems like any reservation she had about putting me in harm's way had vanished. Back when we fought at the graveyard, and I became one with Storyteller. What the fuck is Storyteller? What the hell are you even going on about? It was a little cathartic, I admit, being the one on the other end of the situation. I had the answers, and she wanted them. She didn't understand at all. Tell me, Dawn, What layer am I synchronized with? What is that portrait? You're layer 0! You have to be layer 0! There's no conceivable universe where you aren't layer 0! Uh-oh. I hate to tell you, Dawn. Correct. I am synchronized with layer 0. Then why? And there's your problem. You're thinking in too few dimensions. You're telling her your plan, Saturday. Come on, shush. Imagine it this way. If you have a visualization of meta layers in 2 dimensions, it seems impossible for someone to go between layer 0 and layer 4 without crossing through 1, 2, and 3. And naturally, those who reside on 1 would know of it. But what if you expand your dimensions? The world axis is a beautiful thing. Parallel? And nobody has truly understood it yet. Or the infinity of layers that stretch upward and downward, defining the spectrum of fiction. There are worlds that stretch horizontally in X and Z axis, yes. So parallel universes. When I merged with Storyteller, I did one key thing of importance on my return to layer 0. I took a little detour through the layer 1 of the world next to this on the x-axis, and set up a link just now through the brief access I had to the Duskbreaker's core. A link that allows me to communicate, albeit in a very primitive way, with layer 4. And that allowed me to remotely store data in the TVO client and re-access it. So that's how so that's how it changed. You aren't saying. You couldn't have. You saved and reloaded the entire state of the World Keeper? I smiled. Dawn staggered back in shock. She was quickly realizing there was little she could do to counteract this. Shit. You're fucking mental. I stepped forward. The game is over, Dawn. You've lost. But it seems like my one-up on her wouldn't last very long. She quickly got up and brushed off the dirt that had gotten on her dress in her fall. If you think that's going to be enough to take me down, then you haven't been paying attention. I stands up cautiously, unsure of what she was planning. Are you forgetting the one thing I have that you don't? Yeah? Her computer? And what would that be? Dawn smiled again. Another cold smile devoid of any sympathy. The end of the world. It's not charged up yet. Don't try to trick us with that. Is it December 30th? Who said it needed to be fully charged? Do you wait until your phone's at 100% before taking it off the charger? But trying to activate automation prematurely is... Do you have any idea the risk that poses? Dawn's anger flared up. I don't have a choice. None of you understand. If Saturday wants to play with fire, then we'll dance by fire. And in an instant, she was gone. Even I could tell her retreat was hasty. I must have really concerned her with my newfound ability to save and load the data of the sim layer. Tsuki, what happens if the automation is activated prematurely? Nothing good. Even worse than it already would have been. The deletion process has less power to draw from, so it's prone to... Before she could finish, just like at the graveyard, the sky turned a violent shade of red. Chia ran over. Watch out! Immediately above us, a large meteor materialized in the air, glitching and twitching like a dying animal from the various polygons that it was made out of. Shit! Go! We ran as fast as we could back to Chio's car. We made it in time and could only watch as the meteor fell, destroying the entirety of the monument that marked the northernmost point of Japan. Did we make it? Tsuki grimaced. We're not out of the woods yet. Chio, get the car going, now! A violent earthquake began to shake the ground. Tears and cracks in the simulator formed as the ground began to split apart. We jumped in Chio's car as fast as we could. As we sped down the highways, I heard a shrill laugh above us. I couldn't see who it was, but there was someone up in the sky. I knew who it was. Let's see you wiggle your way out of this one. There was no mistaking it. It was the end of the world. We had gained an invaluable ability and sped up our time limit at the same time. Shit. There was no more turning back. This was the finale of the story. The end of the world begins. Why, hello there. Hello, storyteller. I find myself awake. Not in the place I would expect, but a formless abyss. It's been a bit since we've been able to chat like this. My vision adjusts, and I make out the form of a woman in front of me. Hello, storyteller. Ah, it's me! Storyteller. Wow, you remembered. I'm honored. It would be hard not to. Why have I been pulled awake like this? Ah, right. I do apologize for waking an observer such as yourself from your position, but I felt it necessary to dispel some information about the oncoming apocalypse. I'm all ears. The fourth wall break is wild. As you've just observed, Saturday has gained an valuable asset to her journey. The ability to store Duskbreaker data in your world and access it remotely to save and load, in a sense. I nodded. I'd like to introduce a little mechanic I've added to the TVO client to allow you to assist her in surviving this ordeal. I've dubbed it the Memory Bank. I see. From this point forward, you will be able to remotely store and re-access the data of individual inhabitants of the sim layer in the Memory Bank. Think of it as a save state for an individual person. This feature is quite intensive on the client, so I've limited it to only being able to store one slot at any time. Okay. If you want to replace the data stored in the memory bank, you'll need to clean the old data out first. This seems really helpful. But how exactly did you make this? You're not exactly here anymore. Storyteller left. I wonder. I'm sure you'll find the answer to that in time. There's always more dimensions than what you can see. Right, of course there is. Regardless, I may still have a part to play here, so I'm sticking around as best as I can, at least for now. I love the red eyes. Fair enough. Now, this dream must come to an end. Return to your slumber of observation, and surely you will be able to guide Saturday to our reunion. I appreciate it. Don't mention it. Nighty-night now. Oh. Unlock the memory bank. By the time we made it back to Sapporo, it was after 1 AM. We had ended up taking a safer but slower route back. We drove right back to the hotel we were staying, but we spotted a familiar face on the way there. Two, actually. Is that Eri and Kotomi? What are they doing this far from the hotel? We pulled over and waved to them. What's going on, you two? Funnily enough, that was going to be my question. Where's Allison? Uh-oh. We were out for a walk when all of this started. She should be still at the hotel. I began to panic. Nothing good was to be gained from Allie being all alone during all of this, oh no. Chio, come on, you two, hop in, quick! They did as they were told, and Chio sped through the streets. The world was in a state of chaos. Random buildings had caught fire, some had been entirely absorbed into the earth. The human beings that the Dustbreaker had so faithfully assimilated were corrupted glitchy messes, barely able to replicate any proper Japanese. The constant red tinge of the sky made things exponentially more ominous, of course. It was a bona fide apocalypse, no way around it. We were witnessing the end of the world before our very eyes. As we sped through the streets, a large crack opened up right in front of us, but Chio swerved out of the way just in time. Oh god. As we finally reached the hotel, and I ran inside and up the stairs. As I climbed, I could feel rising heat, both figuratively and literally inside of me. The building was on fire. Oh god. Fuck. Allison, come on! I felt the heat. And I remember that day in Tanegashima, or rather, those thousands of days. Those thousands of times that I yelled at Ellie, my best friend, my favorite person in the whole wide world, ASUS, the love of my life. Please, please, please! But we weren't in the cycles anymore. We couldn't reset the timeline. If this was it, then... No! I'm not letting that happen! I reached the floor we were staying on. I rushed through to our room. Embers greeted me. I swung the door open, and my eyes took a bit to adjust to what I was seeing. First, rubble, and then, from under it, two contrasting colors. Two objects. Green and red. A hoodie sleeve, and blood. No! No! Come on, Allie! The World Keeper and Liberator within me fought to move the rubble aside and gaze upon what lies underneath, or run away now. I couldn't choose either before my strength gave way. I fell to my knees. And then, the fire consumed me. Ah, a familiar feeling. This is what it's like to die again. Story log 2. Oh god. Would she still allow Chiyo to take the safer route? Okay. Oh no! What do we do? Oh no, what do we do? Okay. Dawn, Chiyo, Saturday, Tsuki. Let's save Chiyo. Put Chiyo in. Oops. And then... Is this the dialogue option? Oh no. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Okay. What was the hint? What was the hint? Would she allow Chiyo to... What was it? Oh my god. What do we do? We had ended up taking a safer but slower route back. Okay. Fuck. From this point forward, you'll be able to remotely store and re-access the data of individual inhabitants of the sim layer in the memory bank. Oh! Wait. Okay. What if... So Allison has quite died, literally died. But what if we... So it would have been the earthquake at this point. It would be the earthquake. The moment the earthquake started, or the end of the world really, the moment that starts, do we save there? Where is it? What if we... Is Allison a... No. We'll try it. Violent earthquake. No, you can't save. No. No. Nope. Oh, wait, no. Allison isn't here in the previous chapter. So Allison is dead in this one. Fuck, dude. Nope. No. Would she still allow Chio to take the safer route? So we saved Saturday there. Where? Try it. Wait. Suddenly, I felt my mind overwhelm itself, oh god, and my vision blanked out. Ah! Allison! Oh! But there was no longer any fire around me. Instead, in front of me stood two concerned girls. Huh? Allison? Saturday, are you okay? What the fuck? What? I was confused. It took me a moment to realize, but I did. So it was you, huh? I guess it makes sense that you'd be able to do that much more freely than I could. Regardless, thank you. Thank you so fucking much. Saturday, what happened to you? You look like you've just seen a ghost. No time to explain. If we do this right, I very well might have. Come on, put your foot to the pedal. Okay, we're going to take the safer route. Don't want to risk it in this... No, sorry, we can't. Huh? Why not? I gulped. Okay, listen. You're not going to believe me, but I'll explain anyway. I came from about an hour into the future, oh god. A future where we took the safe route. We got back to Sapporo and the hotel was up in flames. And Allison, she... Calm down, girl. Chio, go! We don't have time for the longer route. Right, on it. So, we ended up taking the faster route. As we drove, my mind was racing over what had just occurred. Did you save my data and load it? I guess you can't respond. But if you can you try loading me again? I can try, I guess. Saturday. Reload. I don't know how this is integrated into your TVO client, but maybe try saving my data and loading it immediately? The feeling is really distinct. I'll know if it worked. Try saving my data here. Okay. Then load it. Wow! Ha! Taki looked over at me in shock. Fair enough, I guess. But that's beside the point. It worked! I remember passing by this place on the ride back. Holy shit. I actually made it back in time. This is fucking insane! Okay, but seriously, this is insanely helpful. We'll need this to survive all of this shit. This is so cool. I'm counting on you, okay? We made it back a lot area thanks to the route we took. This time, we didn't run into Eri and Kotomi in the same spot, but closer to the hotel. I explained the situation and they got in as we raced towards the hotel. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore by this, but it's mind-boggling nonetheless. Useful, absolutely, but very confusing. Yeah, I don't know the extent to which it can be used, but I had me do a test save on the way here, so they can do them relatively frequently, I think. Once we arrived, I rushed out of the hotel and up the stairs. The building was not aflame yet. I burst into the hotel room. On the single bed was Allison, sleeping, not dead. Oh my god. I couldn't help myself from falling to my knees and sobbing. I was so sure I'd lost the most important person in the world to me forever, and all of that was coming out now. My sobbing seemed to wake Allie up. She got out of bed and helped me up. Sat? What's wrong? Are you okay? I'm better than okay, Allie. I'm just so happy to see you. Allison got a little flustered. What's got into you, girl? Tell me what's up. I promise I will. But we need to get out of here. Right now. Trust me. Huh? Okay. She put on her shoes and we rushed down the stairs. As we did, she observed a good few glitches in the terrain. What the hell is going on? It's the end of the world. No other way to put it. And now isn't the time to mince words. The end of the world? Then, Dawn... She's trying to corrupt the simulated world and everyone in it. That's obscene. Christ. We rushed out the front door of the hotel. Chiyo, Tsuki, Kotomi, and Eri were all standing at the back entrance, so we ran up to them. Are you guys holding up? As best as we can. Looks like Allison's okay. Yeah, just barely according to Saturday. Okay. Ellie, there's one more thing I need to explain. I'm all ears. I told her about the newly gained save state ability and how I'd seen her body in an alternate timeline. It took her a bit to grasp the idea, but she did eventually understand. Allison looked up at the sky. Its red was starting to dissipate, but the glitches remained, and kept getting more frequent. I can't believe this is actually happening. Just what the hell is Dawn thinking? I wish I could tell you, but we don't have time to worry about that. We need a plan of action, and fast. About that, I may have some kind of a thread we could follow. I turned to Tsuki. Go on. There was a Lock 2 cycle that I find myself coming back to from time to time. I think it was 2149? Around there anyway. In this cycle, you did something you didn't do in any of the other cycles. After you got your leg injured, and I did the whole break-in thing, you didn't go to Tokyo. Huh? You waited for your leg to heal and then you went back to the shrine. You went back underground, and something really bizarre happened. You fell through the world into the code of the Duskbreaker, and Dawn committed suicide to reset the cycle. What? What? How does that happen? I spent most of the next cycle studying it, and I determined what I determined was this. You're aware that a lot of the story lock moments up to Lock S are Dawn's doing, right? Specifically, the museum fire and the shrine cave-in. Yeah, she was artificially creating a story for me to follow, yep. So when Dawn on Layer 1 manipulates properties of Layer 0, it leaves a slight trace behind. The world isn't anticipating having been forcefully played with like that, and it doesn't quite know what to do. And from these, you can backdoor the code in a similar way to what we did at the monument. Huh. And there's 2 of these. 3. They're at the Tanegashima Geology Museum's remains, the basement of the Sunrise Foundation Lab at the Okawashi Shrine, and in the basement of the Sunrise Building in Shinjuku. All places that Dawn was involved with bringing into the sim layer. Wait, if those exist, then why didn't we go for those instead of the whole Cape Soya thing? Yeah, about that, I forgot. Huh? I've learned that being more human has given me a, actual memory, so I can forget things now. Sorry. No, it's okay. Just was curious is all. I nodded. Would these weak spots even still be there? Or would the Duskbreaker auto-repair them with enough time? They stick around. In cycles that reach Lock S, the museum weak point was still there. I'd be worried about if the corruption of the world itself affected those at all. Should we check the one in Shinjuku just to be sure? I agree with Ali. Better to be safe than sorry. Tsuki, Ali, are you guys good to come with me to do that? I am, but what about the others? Once we arrive back in Tokyo, I want you 3 to split off from us and find a place we can safely rest for a bit. We need a base of operations of sorts, I think. I concur. We can do that. Yeah, got it. Okay, let's get at it then. Do you think the trains are still operational? It's 1:30 in the morning. They're automatically operated, right? Even if the attendants are glitched out, we can still use the trains themselves. It's worth a shot. Let's go. It turned out that the trains were indeed still operational. We hopped the turnstiles, since there was nobody to punish us for doing so, and got on the next available train back to Tokyo. Oh god. Saturday learns about my abilities to save and load. Oh my god. I'm sorry. By the way, if you guys are if you've played Chapter 5 already and are watching me just for my reaction, I am not a visceral reactor, I'm sorry. 8A, 8B. Right. Another story lock. Okay. Gather information. 8A. The train back to Shinjuku arrived just past 2 in the morning. That is really fast. What? Alitsuki and I stepped out into the familiar streets of the red light district. Is the Sunrise building even still gonna be there? If I'm remembering right, it seems like it only existed because Dawn allowed us to. It'll still be there. It's too much effort for her to dispose of it afterwards, and so far, we've only got past Log S this one time. Sure enough, the building was still there. We snuck into the lot and into the back entrance. The inside of the building was as dark as it was the last time we were here. I turned on my phone's flashlight, and we walked toward the elevator. Now that I actually had time to observe the building itself, it was a complete disaster. Papers of gibberish were strewn everywhere to create the illusion of a real-world office building, but it was all fabricated. There was a desk flipped completely upside down, with some kind of strange substance leaking out of it. I was not in a million years going to get close enough to it to determine what that substance was. Nameplates for office workers were all scratched out or blurred out. Not a single one was legible. Shit. I wonder if this is all accurate to how the building is in the real world at this point. We trudged along through the silent hallways. It felt off-putting, coming from the chaos and pandemonium of the apocalypse outside to this place cut off from all of it. Finally, we reached the elevator and pressed the button. It made a ding noise and opened up. The elevator took us to the top floor, and we stepped out and walked down the hall towards my dad's office. Allison seemed to realize I was tensing up slightly coming back here, so she took my hand. I opened the door and entered. The inside of the office was virtually unrecognizable from the clean state it had been before. The floor tiles had cracked, and the wallpaper had torn itself off. Strange scratch marks adorned all of the walls. It looked like a murder scene. What the hell is this? Likely, if I had to guess, the true state of this room. Dawn hid it when you came here for the first time, but the illusion's been broken. Oh my god, what the hell happened here? I have no idea. If this is at least somewhat based on the state of the building in the real world, it looks like maybe there was a fight or something? We don't really have any way of knowing. I love that. I love that the storyteller and Saturday or Tiki are interacting with each other. That is so cool. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Let's push forward. I wanted to get out of this creepy room as soon as I could. I opened the hidden bookcase and called the elevator to the basement. Sure enough, with a louder than usual rattle, the elevator door opened. The three of us stepped inside it cautiously. I'm just gonna save just in case. Oh, oops. This is save. No, that's load. Allison Tiki Saturday. It seems like I can only overwrite Saturday. It seems like it. So I'm gonna do that. The elevator descended, but about halfway down, we felt the world shake around us. Shit! What now? It's an earthquake! Oh, of all the times, too. She didn't have the time to finish her sentence. The cable holding up the elevator snapped under the pressure, oh no, and we jolted downwards. Ah, shit! Okay, we'll need to think of another way down. Maybe there's some other way in the building somewhere. No! We came so She wasn't able to finish speaking. The elevator hit the cold, hard ground. And along with it, all three of us were crushed under the pressure of the impact. Log 3. Warn them before wasting their time going up. Alright. Make them use the stairs, I guess. Okay. Make them use the stairs is what I'm... So, I have to learn from the future, right? So this is when the elevator is fine here. Warn them before wasting. Okay. Okay, this is death. I'm assuming it's gonna be in the same I'm gonna... Oh, wait. No, wait. What if... What if we save now, and then we load... I'm so grisly. Okay. Let's save now. No. Oh! By the time... Oh, okay. I just got lucky. By the time I realized I wasn't falling... Okay, so... The way it seems to work is you can only, for one, you can only save Saturday, like Saturday's state. But for two, you have to save in the future and then load it in the past so that Saturday has a vision of the future so that they can change the story. That is a very interesting mechanic. Very, very cool. By the time I realized I wasn't falling anymore, Taki and Ali were already looking at me, shocked by my sudden outburst. What happened? Did you jump back again? Yeah, that was a close one. The hidden elevator in my dad's office is a no-go, thank you. An earthquake is gonna hit sooner rather than later, snapping the cable. There's no way we can get up there fast enough to start going down before it snaps. That's a problem? Is there any other way we can get to the basement? The whole point of the basement in the first place was that it was only accessible by that one elevator. But the state of the world and the terrain might have changed. Why don't we try taking the normal elevator down to the regular basement floor from here? It's possible the cave-ins might have opened us a way into the secret basement. I think that's our best bet. We're already on the ground floor, so we should be able to take the elevator down a level before the earthquake hits. We gotta go now, though. We ran down the hallway into the regular elevator and called it. This is so cool! There was one basement level below us that housed a moderately sized car park, and from what I calculated, it was at about the same vertical level as the hidden basement. We made it off the elevator before the earthquake hit, and ran in the general direction of the hidden basement perpendicular to where we were currently. Sure enough, a small crack had been torn in the wall between the two basements that we could squeeze through. Yes! Good thinking, Ali. I'm just glad I was right. Come on, that earthquake is hitting any time now, right? We rushed through the small crevice and into the hidden basement. We had a bit of running to do to get to the large metal gate that opened into the atrium at the end, but made it in time. I opened the gate with the small display next to it, and we rushed in. Look! Sure enough, in the middle of the ground was a perfectly square chunk of the world that was noticeably more glitchy and digital than the rest. Taki ran up to it. Okay, Saturday. Can you do your thing? You got it. Following her up to the weak point, I reached my hand in and pulled up the remote terminal. Immediately, however, I frowned. What is it? What's wrong? This one is different from the one at the edge of the world. It's locked by high-level encryption. Huh? Oh, the white one is a key. Interesting. Huh? It shouldn't be. Why would this one be any different? I scowled. Of course, I knew what had changed to the locking on it. 1028, the AI. That stupid adaptive AI shit. Ugh, of course. Is it possible to brute force the encryption? I mean, technically yes. Every encryption lock can, theoretically, be brute forced, but it would require a whole lot of memory to do that remotely. Memory that there's no way this portable terminal has. Well, I might have some good news then. Tsuki turned back to me. Yeah? The main functionality of the Dustbreaker's core is locked behind the high-level encryption, sure, but we do have access to a low-level security terminal. It can't do much, but one of the things it can do is to allocate memory from other portable terminals to this one. Ah, I see what you're getting at. If we can pull up the portable terminals from the other weak points and synchronize them all by sending their memory into this terminal, we might have a chance, right? Yeah. What do you think, Tiki? I think it's really the only shot we have. 1028 is designed in a way that there's always an emergency way out, right? I think this is it. Yeah, so we'll need to Okay. So there's another one here. Before I could finish speaking, however, a loud rumbling was heard, and I realized that our time was up. Shit! The earthquake! Alright, listen up. Because contrary to what you may believe, I do, in fact, have a plan here. I'm all ears, just get it over with! I'm going to reload before we enter the Sunrise building, okay? Then, I'll explain everything we just learned to you two, okay? Yeah. Got it. Can you tell the observer to hurry it up, though? I don't want to get crushed, okay? Yeah, you heard her. Go, quickly! I'm not gonna see Allison get crushed, so no. Okay. Sick. Oh! Thank God, okay. Okay, I'm back. Whew! Ellie and Taki looked at me, but realized what was up soon enough. You got reloaded, huh? What happened? I did. Yeah. And a lot. I'll explain. Just give me a sec. Getting reloaded is surprisingly exhausting. That was just really lucky for me, by the way. I'm just saving, I'm just reloading where I think it makes sense. Because Saturday outright says, load back to just outside, right? So we just reloaded. So here we go. I caught my breath and explained what had happened in the basement. Well, I'm glad that we have something at least. So, what should we do now? I think we'll need to split up into groups of 2 to be able to have all 3 terminals open at the same time. Yep. We should see if Ari and the others have found a place for us to lie low for a bit. Can you text them? Yeah. Hey, did you guys find a place? We're down on our side. Well, we did, but you'll see. It's not exactly a luxury hotel, but it'll work. Here, I'll send a map point of the address to you. Okay, cool, thank you so much. We'll make our way over now. I'm anticipating I need to load. I put away my phone and looked back at Ellie and Tiki. They found some kind of place, I think. I have a location. Alright. Is it far from here? Nope, we can walk. Alright, let's go then. I helped Ellie up off of the bench, and we left the empty lot. I'm gonna save now just in case. Oh no, I can't. I can't save now because we need to have disaster happen first. Okay. This is fun, actually. Right, 8B. After this, I will take a short toilet break. After splitting up from my main group, Chiyo, Eri, and Kotomi headed closer to the main boulevard of Shinjuku. Okay, I don't exactly think we're looking for a 5-star hotel here, but we should find somewhere that's at least better than a garbage dump. Any ideas? Why are we breaking into a hotel again? You never actually told me. Okay, who are we going to load first? I think Chio, right? Chio would make sense. Because we can't book an actual room with the state that the simulated civilians are in. Fair enough, but, like, have you tried? Yes, we did. It was not fun. Okay, point taken. We could try the hotel that's literally right there. Eri pointed to a large 10-ish story hotel, the Shinjuku Grand Tel Hotel. Worth a shot. Is there a back entrance? Of course there's a back entrance. They walked around to the back entrance, but contrary to what Chio had said, there was no employee entrance. The back door was just another entrance to the lobby. So there isn't a back entrance. Okay, yes, fine! There isn't a back entrance. Do you have any better ideas? Honestly, Chio, that's kind of an L for you, like, what are you doing? Look, it's like the... Kotomi pointed to a hotel right across the street, a brand hotel marked with a large L logo. You really took an... She really took an L. Eri walked forward and pinched Kotomi's cheek. Ow, 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 I hate it when you do that. Then take this seriously. I am. Seriously, let's try the L Hotel. Kotomi, you can literally see the sign from here that says they're completely closed for renovations. She's right. She was right. You could see the sign from where they stood. Although, I may be able to do something. Follow me. Chio and Kotomi followed Eri as she ran up to the block and to the back entrance to the Hotel L. There's a door here. There sure is. Can it? I picked up some lockpicking through my time interning as a detective. Let me try this. Eri took out a small lockpicking tool and began to fiddle with the lock. Chio and Kotomi looked on in a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Is this really going to... No, let her cook. Check this out. While she was lockpicking, however, a shout rang out from behind them. The three of them spun around to see an angry, glitched out civilian point at them and yelling, "They will never catch me alive!" Eri sprinted off down the street. Eri and Kotomi shook themselves out of their shock and started running after her. "Eri, wait up!" The three girls ran through the corrupted night streets of Shinjuku. They had obviously lost the person pursuing them long ago, but all three of them were too scared to look back to see that. Finally, they stopped and caught their breath. Sheesh, what a pain. Since when are you that fast? Since now, when I was trying to not let whatever that thing was get its hands on me. Survival instincts are a powerful thing, you know. Yep. Chio sighed. Well, we're still without a place to stay. And I don't think going back to the hotel street is a good idea. About that. Kotomi looked up at the building we had stopped at. It was a large video arcade that advertised itself as being open late. The shutter was still open. An arcade? Is this really going to be enough? You said it yourself. We aren't really looking for a luxury residence here. True? Chio sighed once more. Fair, I guess. Let's see if any of the floors are, like, empty. They combed through 8 of the arcade's floors, but they were all at least a bit occupied. The group finally managed to find a spot completely devoid of corrupted civilians on the 8th floor, near all the older games. Oh no, the earthquake! After they sat down, Eri got a message. Did you guys find a place? We're done on our side. Is that Saturday? Yeah, seems they're done. Already? That was fast. Well, we did, but... You'll see. It's the same. The girls put our phones down and breathed a sigh of relief at having found, at least for now, that safe spot. Put our phones down. Our phones. The floor they were on housed lots of fighting games and square attack games from the 90s. Eri stood up and walked over to one of the older fighting games, then looked up at Chio. You look back at Chiyo. Not a chance in hell. Whew. That is a lot of reading. Alright. This chapter is huge. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a little toilet break. And you guys should too, because this is gonna be a long stream. Be right back. Alright, we are back. Penultimation. The group make plans to tackle weak spots. I choked on some coke. Alright. Let's do it. We made it to the building in the location pin that Chiyo had sent us. I sighed. I told them to find a hotel, and they sent us to an arcade. Honestly, I thought you'd be jumping at the opportunity here. True. This is hardly the time. The building was tall and had multiple stories, so I walked in. We found Chiyo, Eri, and Kotomi on the 8th floor, and walked up and sat down. Hey, glad you made it. Barely. I'm guessing you've seen the state of things out there, with the civilians. Yeah, it isn't pretty. We had a run-in with one of them. Sheesh. Glad you guys got out safe. Should we catch each other up first? I think so, yeah. Though you guys have more explaining to do than us. Fair enough. Kotomi, Eri, and Chiyo recap their adventure trying to get to this place, and their run-in with the zombie-like civilians. And that's how we made it here. I'm glad you're okay. You should have let us know that you were in danger, though. We didn't really have time. Spur of the moment and all that stuff. Fair enough. So, how did your group's expedition go? Did you learn anything of note? A lot, actually. Go on. I recapped our adventure in the basement, the reload, and what we learned about the weak spots. These weak spots seem to be created in the places that are forcefully altered by dawn, which means there should be 3? That would make the most sense. There's one in the basement building, in the building basement that we found, the one in the shrine basement that I found that one time, and I'm assuming there's one in the wreckage of the geology museum back on Tanegashima. Right. Our plan is basically to synchronize these 3 blocks together simultaneously, and then push a brute force on the encryption with the heightened memory grind through the sync. It would work, but it would require the 3 weak points to be synchronized within very quick succession. With how it's programmed, you can think of it as a 2-factor authenticator of some sorts. Or a 3-factor authenticator, I guess. Right. That's why I think we split up. Kotomi seemed surprised by this. Split up? Are you crazy? During the literal apocalypse? No, I think I agree. It's the only option, really. There's 6 of us. We split into 3 groups of 2. That way nobody gets left alone. Usually it would be extremely dangerous. But we've already proven that we have a rather extraordinary ability on our hands, yes we do. True. That whole saving and loading thing. I still can't believe it exists, but I guess I don't really have a choice considering the situation. In that case, I think it's best we split up like this. Eri took out a printed map of Japan. Have you just had that the whole time? Yes. Of course she did. You know what, fair enough. Eri spread the map out on the floor in front of us and circled Tanegashima, Kagoshima, and Tokyo. Her suggestion was as follows. Tsuki and Chiyo handled the Tokyo weak spot in the Sunrise Building's basement. Eri and Kotomi handled the Kagoshima weak spot in the basement of the facility by the Okawachi Shrine. Saturday and Allison handled the Tanegashima weak spot, in the ruins of the Tanegashima Geology Museum. What do you all think? I'm personally fine with it. These groupings make the most sense. Wait, this means I'm gonna be split up from Tsuki. Is that a good idea? I think so. It's advantageous to have Chiyo and I together, as we're both the most in the know about the inner workings of the Duskbreaker, true? I guess that's true. Fair enough then. Okay, next question. How are we going to get to Kagoshima and Tanigashima? Public transit has gone completely haywire due to the current situation. Yeah, I thought so. Chiyo's the only one who could drive, which would mean she'd have to be moved to the Tanigashima or Kagoshima group if that's the route we took. Frankly, even if I drove, I don't think we could make it on time. We don't know when all of this is just going to collapse entirely. Yep, we can intuit some information from what Dawn said, but she absolutely has the power to just shut this all down anytime she wants now. That's true. Shit. How could we travel such a long distance quickly? Then, it hit me. We could load! You could save my data and reload it back in Tanigashima! Oh, yes! Yes, I can! That would at least give us the ability to verify if there is a weak spot there, and if there's something that can be done with it. Very clever, Saturday. Shit, wait. Hold on. I was hospitalized after the museum incident, and a lot of my recovery time was omitted from the data as it was stored in the Schrödinger cycle. Was there ever a point in the Schrödinger cycle after the museum burned that I wasn't in the hospital? Log 5. Revisit memory lane. You may have to go further back than you expect. I felt myself fly through time and space, and eventually I reached a body that felt so distant from mine, I couldn't help but exclaim. Whoa. Damn. Allison jumped a little. This is so cool. Huh? Saturday? Are you okay? You look, well, honestly, you look drunk all of a sudden. No, I'm fine. I gotta go check on something though. Can you wait? Oh my god, this is so cool! What? Check on what? I started running out the door. Allison's shouts getting distant. Huh? Saturday! Come back! She's fine. There was no time to worry about that. I dashed through the streets of an island village that took on a completely different feel to me now. It had been months since I'd been here. When you live your life in ignorant bliss, you don't ever stop to notice the little things around you. And when you leave that bliss, you wish you had them back. I realized this now, as I ran through the seaside streets towards the ruins of the museum. Damn. She knows now about the Duskbreaker so early. The Duskbreaker was really committed to making this all feel real. To feel safe. Yeah. I lamented it once more. The fact that I was choosing to leave behind such a world for a cruel reality. But my conviction would never sway again. We're getting out of here. This is so cool! The ruins of the Geology Museum were in a lot different of a state than I expected them to be. Instead of being a burned pile of crisp, the general frame of the building remained, but there were clear signs of burn damage. It didn't take long for me to find what I was looking for. How long have been? Oh, almost 3 hours. Huh, that's hilarious. The weak spot was in the exact place I'd collapsed after making it out of the museum. Much like the one in the Tokyo basement, bringing the entire story forward. It allowed remote terminal access. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but I need to find a way to be able to access this in the present time. Are there any other functions we can use? I scrolled through the help commands output and smiled. Alright, 1028. I see you watching. I'll owe you one for this. A command had appeared that wasn't there the last time I'd pulled up the command list. A gate command. Using this, I could allocate simulated objects of the world to act as gateways of sorts to other simulated objects, effectively creating a teleporter. Right? With one condition. The objects had to inherit from the same object class. Oh, and be distinct enough that that the code that scans objects wouldn't trip over itself trying to scan too many. For Tanegashima, this was easy enough. Tanegashima was known for its space station, and there was a large aspect of its tourism appeal. Really? It has a space station? There were lots of toy rocket ships and memorabilia sold all over the island. Linking that to one in Tokyo seemed like the way to go. But the Okawachi Shrine was a different story. It was in the middle of the forest, and nothing around it was distinct enough that the gate function would allow itself to scan all of them. Shrine gates, trees, roads, all of these were very commonplace in Japan, obvious. The effing horse. Oh, but there's no toy horses, are there? Is there anything we can use? Oh. Oh my fucking god. I called it! I freaking called it! The rocking horse! The fucking rocking horse! Of course! It almost felt too perfect. Why the hell was that horse there? What was its significance? We never found out. But now, it all made sense. Did Storyteller put it there? Seeing all of this in advance? No, that can't be it, right? Or was it you? I suppose it didn't matter. I applied the properties to the gate command and ran it. Sure enough, the links seemed to be established. I ran over to the store across the street. So then, if I touched the little display rocket here... I touched it, and a large shock overtook my entire body. But it didn't hurt. I felt myself being ricocheted across space. I rematerialized in a familiar space. Ah, Ginza. We're back in Ginza. A small hobbyist entertainment store in Ginza where Allison must be freaking out. Well, past Allison. Should be freaking out. What? This place? What? Is this serious? Is this seriously the only place in the Tokyo area that sells Tanegashima merchandise? What the hell? I guess that makes sense. I better get back. I tapped the toy spaceship again and felt myself warp back across the world. That is so cool. When I arrived back at the Geology Museum's ruins, I erupted in maniacal laughter. I couldn't help it. Me neither, Saturday. What the hell? This is so cool. This is insane. What the hell is even happening anymore? Holy shit. In the past 24 hours, I'd broken so many fundamental laws of reality. Because it wasn't reality. This world was a game. And I was finally playing it like one. This is insanely cool. And it's a game I intend to win, god damn it. But I'd fulfill what I came here to do. Which means I needed to get my act together and get back to business. You know what to do, right? I'll leave it to you then. Lock 6. You should know what to do by now. Oh, pfft. After I arrived, I relayed everything that had happened. I see. If that's the case, then we should make haste for the linked items. Oh, the one in Tokyo is linked already. Okay. Wait, hold on. I have a question. What's up, Ellie? Allison looked confused. There's something I don't get. You say you went back to when we were boarding the ferry and ran to the museum, but I don't remember this. That didn't happen in my memories. Shouldn't that have altered the course of things? It's basically time travel. Huh. I don't know. Actually, I think I know what's going on here. The state of what's simulated by the world has been affected, but our memories haven't. What do you mean? Think about it this way. That shop that you teleported into was the one that Kotomi later visited in Ginza. If you were to ask the shopkeeper there, she would likely remember both of those things happening. But if you were to ask her before you rewrote what happened earlier in the simulation, she would only remember Kotomi entering. Right? Wait, then what does that make the Ellison that confused by me running off? Simulated? Maybe? But then, doesn't that mean all of you are simulated? We only got to this point by reloading a bunch. No, I don't think so. Okay, how do I explain this? The key thing to remember here is that The key thing to remember here is that, as we stand, all of us are just collections of memories, emotions, reactions, and data. Well, other than the Nichibotsus, yes. This isn't a real world, so our real bodies are still in the real world, stored in cold storage pods, if what you told me about Storyteller's glances into Layer 3 was accurate. I didn't have a good chance to put that in the story, but it was the truth. During her time in Layer 2, Storyteller managed to briefly observe the state of Layer 3 just to survey what had happened to our original bodies. We were all in cold storage pods under surveillance by the Japanese military. Huh. At the end of all of this, each of us have to make it to the shutdown procedure for our data to be transmitted back. Until then, we're all just minds, no body. And whatever makes it to the finish line is what gets sent back. All of our memories are real, and our reactions are real. If you had stayed behind when you went back in time, and somehow made it to the shutdown procedure from there, the Allison that returned to the real world would remember you running out of the ferry terminal, but the Allison in front of us doesn't, right? Neither is more real than the other, I think. It was all really complicated, and we certainly didn't have time to be worrying about it now. We don't have time for this though, I'm sorry. We need to get moving. Because he set up that link in Tanegashima, we only need to worry about the one in Kagoshima. Right, let's go to the Sunrise Building basement. From there, I'll set up the Kagoshima gateway, and then we'll split. Right, let's go. After setting up the gate to Kagoshima, Ellie and I ran to Ginza to the small shop which had the gate to Tanegashima. This place? This is a video game store. Yeah, I don't know either, but it's the only place that has the thing we're looking for. The shopkeeper was nowhere to be seen, though that was probably for the better, as she would have hardly been in a stable state. Memorabilia, Ah! Here! I pointed to a small toy rocket ship on the shelf. So I just have to touch this? Is it gonna hurt? Not really. It's more of a bizarre feeling than a painful one. Fair enough. See you on the other side then. Yep, let's go. We touched the toy rocket at the same time, and I felt my body being split into millions of bytes of data. I flew across the islands of Japan faster than the speed of light and rematerialized on the other side. We materialized on the other end. Allison seemed out of breath. Oh. You aren't kidding. Yeah, I've never felt anything like that. Yeah, it's something. You okay? Yeah, just need a moment to catch my breath. After a moment, we were ready to move again. Apparently, since the time I had set up the gate, the object that was being used as the gate had moved to a different shop. We stepped out into the street. Shit, this isn't the same shop. It's okay. We're still near the museum. It's just a bit of a walk away. I looked around and finally recognized the environment around me. Oh, this is the precinct, huh? Yeah. If we run in the direction of the park, we'll get there eventually. The precinct. I'd only been here once, though I suppose it was more like I'd been here once over 8,000 times. Yep. This was where I met Eri, and this was where the very first scene of the Schrödinger cycle was. Yes, it is. We got moving, running through the streets of Tanegashima. Hey, why do you think we lived in Tanegashima? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, you and I lived in Tokyo right up until when we entered the Duskbreaker. We've never lived in Tanegashima in our lives, but the Duskbreaker put us here. Ah, yeah. If I had to guess, maybe it was trying to make it as hard as possible for you to find the truth. How so? Well, think about it. Tanegashima is pretty far from Tokyo. Makes sense that it'd stick you out in a place far away from where everything actually happened. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I wonder why it didn't put us up in Sapporo then. Probably because Tanegashima is way farther away from Tokyo than Sapporo. Yeah, Fair. We cut through the park. The museum was in our sights now. So, how is this going to work exactly? We're going to receive a lot of data in our block from Kotomi's group and Chio's group. Basically, once we receive it, we use it to brute force the encryption, preventing us from accessing the Dustbreaker's core. And then, using the system, we should be able to pause or at least slow down the effects of the corruption. If that doesn't work, we can also adjust our layer synchronization so that we aren't stuck on layer 0 when it fully corrupts. Got it. Okay. We had arrived at the ruins of the museum. After months of decay, you could barely even tell what it originally was anymore. We rushed up to where the weak point was located. Alright, I'm gonna message the others. We're here. How's things over there? We're also ready. Tiki, what about Kotomi and Eri? There wasn't a response. Shit. Did something happen to them? Sorry, we're here now. Did something happen? Kinda, but we'll explain later. We're both fine and ready. Okay, let me guide you through this. I pulled up the terminal from the weak spot in the ruins of the museum. If you guys pull up your terminals, could you run /help to get a list of available commands and let me know if mem-allo and get-block are in there. Yep, hold on. On it. After a few seconds, I got their responses. Both are there for us. Same here. Okay, if you run /getBlock, can you tell me the block ID and memory capacity it gives you? We waited another few seconds and then the responses came in. We're in block ID, that one, we're in block ID A, and it says we have 2.4 gigs of data allocated to this block. It says B for us and 1.9 gigs of data. Wait, why is ours less than Tsuki and Chio's? Probably because Tokyo is a more densely populated area. Anyway, it's probably not a good idea to allocate the entire block's memory to ours because I don't know what it'll do to you guys while you're in that block. I ran the command on my own terminal. It said we were in block C, with 2 gigs of data allocated. I did some quick mental math. Tsuki, I think we'll take 2 gigs from your block, and Eri will take 1.6 gigs from yours. That will bring the total of memory in our block to around 5.6 gigs, which is nearly tripling it. Sounds good. How do we allocate it? You'll need to run /mem-allo, with the arguments being the block, to send the memory to, and the amount in bytes to send. So, Tsuki, your command would be mem-allo that. Eri, your command would be that. We'll need to coordinate these to be as close to each other as possible time-wise. So let's say once it hits, it's 3:18 AM right now, so the moment your phone shows 3:20, send the command, okay? You got it. Okay. And now, we waited. We stood in the center of the apocalypse as the seconds ticked down. I prepared the program I'd written to brute force the encryption, and waited for the signal. Eri and Kotomi materialized into the forest environment that surrounded the Okawashi shrine. Jesus Christ, I am never doing that again. You're going to have to get used to it. We need to get back to Tokyo, yes. Wait, do we? I don't know. Truth be told, there were a lot of things the two sisters didn't know about everything that was happening. And they didn't exactly have the chance to ask, or complain about the fact that they couldn't ask. We'll manage, though. Either way, let's go inside. Hold up. I'm just thinking. About what? Kotomi pointed to the rocking horse that they had used as a gateway mere seconds prior. Why this thing is here in the first place? Back when we were investigating what seemed like a normal missing persons case, it felt like there was some whole overarching ARG tied into this horse. Yeah, you can say that. You can say that, yes. Because of the image and the music box and everything. But that never got resolved. So what was with all of that? That's a good question. It wasn't like the rocking horse was necessarily significant, and it never seemed like the second shrine picture had come from Dawn. So, Was it just a coincidence? Definitely not. But we don't have time to be thinking about it. Let's go. Yeah, you're right. Eri and Kotomi ran up the steps to the abandoned building that had unveiled itself as the shrine's true form after they had escaped all those months ago. Luckily, the door still opened, and they walked inside. I love the memory bank is still there, by the way. Was it like this back then, too? Like what? This sinister. Yeah. Though, the exterior appearance was just that of a normal shrine beforehand. To be specific, we entered this interior area through a small maintenance shack behind the shrine, yeah. Jeez. Eri thought to herself. She had forgotten to consider that Kotomi hadn't actually been there for the shrine incident back in the summer. Yeah, she wasn't. The two sisters descended down the spiral staircase, their footsteps reverberating off the steps and walls alike. It was almost definitely because of the urgency of the situation, but the walk down felt longer than it had been previously to Eri. Finally, the sisters reached the bottom, and were met with an ugly surprise. Shit, I forgot about all this. The entrance was completely caved in. Didn't it collapse behind you guys? I don't know how we can get through this. Yeah, it did. I can't believe I forgot until now. I'm so sorry. Huh? Hey, there's no need to apologize. It's a hell of a situation right now. Eri leaned against the wall. Honestly, Eri, you apologize a lot more than you should. And you tell me that more than you should. Kotomi scoffed at her sister. I'm serious. You're always really prone to blaming yourself when you're with people you trust. I guess I wouldn't disagree. It's just, we're going through a lot right now, so it doesn't seem like the right time to try to make sense of my own feelings, I guess. Is there something you aren't telling me, sis? I want to help. You know how much you mean to me. Well, it's just, we feel like outliers all of this. We feel like outliers in all of this. Saturday and Allison, they have their future set for them once they get out of here. I know I want to try to figure out what happened to us, but I feel like we're just getting started with our journey to our own truths. I just wish I had a bit of a break from it all. Then I catch myself thinking that and feel like shit, because I think everyone wants a break, but everyone's putting in 110% to get out of here, and I'm wallowing in my own emotions and shit. Yeah. Kotomi walked over to Eri. What is it? What are you doing? Aww. Kotomi hugged Eri tight. I get it. We've got a long road ahead of us, and things are really, really tough right now, more so than they've ever been, and probably will be for a while. But no matter what happens, we stick together, yeah? I don't want to leave everyone behind and restart our own journeys. Kotomi leaned against the wall next to Eri. Why would we leave the others behind? I don't know. It's just, it feels really selfish that after all of this, we'd still ask them to help us, or even just stick with us. They deserve to settle in once after all of this. They shouldn't have to be stuck helping us when they've already been through so much. And yet, I don't think I have it in me to leave them, to live without them after all of this. Yeah, I get that feeling. Even if me being childhood friends with Saturday and Allison was something fabricated by this world, those memories, those experiences, that bond I have with them is real. I don't want to leave it behind either. I don't think we have to. It's not even just them. It's... Kotomi looked over at her inquisitively. Look, okay, can you promise to keep this between us? Of course. Tell me what's up. Storyteller is stalking them. Eri leaned in and whispered something to Kotomi, which was practically useless given that they were the only people nearby, but it brought her comfort to do so. Oh, Chia, huh? Yeah. Have you told her yet? Of course not. Oh, she has a crush on her? Is that what's happening here? It's hard for me to talk about that kind of thing. And I want to wait until all of this is over. Mm-hmm. I understand. But you should talk to her about it. I'll help you out however I can, okay? Um, thank you. Of course, sis. You know I've got your back. Eri was more grateful than she could ever put into words, but Kotomi knew this already and never needed any gratitude. The two of them were lucky to have each other. So, about this, more immediate problem. The two of them stood in front of the blocked entrance. Yeah, I honestly have no idea. Immediately after Kotomi said that, however, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Wait, already? But when she took it out, she saw something that confused her. Stand back. What? Is Storyteller helping them? Because it's the small text. And you know who else has small text? Saturday and Tsuki. So is this Storyteller? Now. But before she could think about what it meant, however, the ground began to shake. A large burst of light filled the area, and Eri and Kotomi fell to the ground behind where they were standing. Rocks flew everywhere, but luckily none of them managed to hit the sisters. When the dust cleared, a tall figure stood in the entryway, illuminated by the light from within. Immediately, both sisters knew who she was. Kanshi! Kanshi. The third sister stepped through the now open entryway. I'm sorry. I wish I arrived sooner. How are you here? It's a long story, and I don't have time to tell it right now. I only have so long before I get torn away again. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. It's okay, Eri. It's okay. I'm sorry that I've been gone, and I'll be gone again in a matter of seconds, but I needed to see you two again. Wait! Kanchi, please! Don't go! I'm really, really sorry. Even being here took an insane amount of energy, but Kanchi, no! Her form began to flicker and disintegrate into the environment. I know we'll see each other again, so please, wait for me, okay? We'll wait as long as it takes. I promise, Kanchi. We'll find each other again. Kanchi closed her eyes and smiled. Thank you, you two. I'm so happy you're still alive. And then, she was gone. She's alive. Eri and Kotomi fell into each other's arms and cried. They have real bodies here. Our memories were real. She's out there, waiting for us as much as we're waiting for her. Yeah. Oh my god. The two sisters got to their feet again. She gave us our only chance of getting out of here. Let's go, come on. Right. The two ran through the basement hallway and up to the metal grate. Eri tapped on the terminal to open the grate. Eri and Kotomi dashed into the atrium. Sure enough, the weak point lay in the ground by the operating chair. Okay, now we wait. Before she could finish talking though, her phone buzzed. We're here, how's things over there? Bells ready? What about Kotomi and Eri? Sorry, we're here now. Did something happen? What kind of will expect? Yeah. Eri pulled up the terminal from the weak spot, in an action that could only be compared to something out of a science fiction movie. Let's see. Help. She input the help command, and a list of commands popped up. Sure enough, the two commands specified were included. Both are there. Da. She did as instructed, and noted down the results. Da. Eri went back to her terminal and typed in the command, then waited. So we hit enter once the time is 3:20? Yep. The sister stood in silence as the seconds ticked down. 10C! Tsuki. It was just after Saturday Allison, Eri, and Kotomi had split up from Chio and Tsuki. I'm gonna need you to guide me through the entrance you guys used. Yeah, no problem. They walked through the quiet halls of the abandoned building. What's up? Just kinda thinking about all of this. My involvement with the Duskbreaker project. I know Saturday said she'd forgive me, but it's hard to, like, believe that, you know? Sorry. Don't mean to drag the mood down. It's okay. The mood is already pretty down in the first place. Besides, the least I can do is listen. I guess. I'm just worried about what my future will look like once I'm out of here. If you ask me, I don't think it's really decided yet. Obviously, things are going to be complicated for a bit on the legal side of things, yeah, but I don't think your life is gonna be over. The rest of us have got your back, even once all of this is over, you know? Do I deserve that sympathy though? I'm technically responsible for all of this. Sure, but you owned up to your involvement in this. You weren't hiding it from us, you had genuinely forgotten, and the moment you remembered, you were open about it. Yeah, exactly. I can tell you genuinely wanted to help, and still do. I think that matters more. Saturday said the same thing to me. Unsurprising, considering we're the same person. Fair enough. It's not that we're gonna just forget what you did in the past, but it's that you're choosing to fight it in the present that matters way more in my opinion. And Saturday's opinion. And almost definitely Allison, Eri, and Kotomi's too. Yeah. I guess it's just hard finding that same sympathy for myself. Can't believe I need a bunch of early 20s kids to get me back on track. Tsuki laughed. How old are you anyway? I don't think we ever knew. In current similar time, as in December 2022, I'm 25. And my body would be too, because we're being held in cold storage. What? Huh? What's surprising? You were the lead engineer on the Duskbreaker project at age 23? Yeah. Damn, she's a prodigy. I was a bit ahead of other engineering students my age. A bit? Dude, I'm 21. 22 this year. I barely remember my mechanical engineering formulae. I'm ashamed. Sheesh. Don't make a big fuss out of it, please. I already got enough of that working at the Sunrise Foundation in the first place. Fair enough. I just wasn't expecting it is all. I thought you were in your mid to late 30s or something. Do I really look like I'm in my mid to late 30s? Oh god. No, not like that. Oh, not at all like that. Just because of your occupation and stuff. Man, I'm still young, damn it. I'm not that old. You're not. Sorry. It's okay. The two continue to walk through the hallways. How did you end up in the Duskbreaker even? I don't remember if we ever found out. I do remember what happened now, but there was just never a good time to bring it up. After Saturday was copied in, Allison freaked out. She demanded to be sent in after her. I had never seen such panic in someone her age before. I couldn't refuse. After that, we were raided. I'm not sure what happened entirely, but the military showed up and they were not happy. I had a moment of clarity and realized that I'd just been responsible for 2 kids getting copied across dimensions. Yep. I threw myself into the machine and turned it on before they could capture me. That's how I ended up here. I see. Damn. I talked to Saturday a bit about what happened afterwards, because Storyteller managed to figure it out while she was stuck in Layer 2. Setsuki and the rest of the employees were taken in by the military, and the Duskbreaker itself was seized. Once they realized what was going on, they couldn't just shut off the Duskbreaker, so we were moved to a government-owned facility and placed in cold storage. Setsuki was forced to construct 2 duplicates of the DB helmet for Allison and myself to have, so we could be copied back into our bodies eventually. Since then, Our bodies have been in cryostasis in a fishery warehouse on the coast of Chiba, and Setsuki has been in prison. Ah, I see. Oop. What's up? This is it. Tsuki pointed at a crack in the floor that had been formed from the earthquake. She and Chio slipped through it and into the lower level. And if we go through here, it takes us to the basement where the weak point is. They walked down the basement hall and into the basement, and sure enough, the weak point rested in a seam created in the desk in the room. That's it, yeah. Now we wait for Saturday to contact us. The two sat on the desk while they waited. What about you, though? Aw, I love that portrait. I love that picture. What about me? What are you planning to do in regards to your form? She looks really pretty, though. Oh, that. I'm joining Saturday's mind. I've already made up my mind. She and I agreed to do it directly before the final confrontation with Dawn, so that we can take advantage of having both of us active until then. So right before it all goes down, we'll merge together. Got it. Are you okay with that? I love this, like, chill music going on. Of course I am, but I'm definitely a bit nervous. How come? Well, it's just Storyteller joined with Saturday, and her form is just not real anymore. I don't want to stop existing, or to stop being real. It's scary. I don't think you have to worry about that, though. I don't think Storyteller has stopped having a mind of her own at all. Maybe she hasn't had a reason to come out yet. But I think she's still in there. You think so? Think about it. Storyteller as a person was split off, but then gained her own memories, her own feelings, her own experiences, yeah. The merge process doesn't delete those. They're still in there. Is that going to be okay, though? Shouldn't there only be one of us? We aren't supposed to be split up like this. It was an accident. Sure, but you are. That isn't just going to go away, and I don't think it should. You're Saturday, but you're still the World Keeper. You're not going to stop thinking, feeling, and existing as the World Keeper just because you share the same body as Saturday. You think so? I programmed the Duskbreaker key. That function doesn't have code to delete any of the data it receives. Even if Saturday doesn't know it yet, Storyteller is still in there. Thanks. Of course. You know, I don't think I've ever stopped to learn more about you. More about me? What do you mean? I know some basic things. I know what's in the cycles. But I still feel like you and I haven't properly met, if that makes sense. And we've been trying to thwart the apocalypse, so we haven't really had too much time for small talk. I guess that's fair. What would you like to know about me? I guess nothing specific. I'm bad at actually conversing about this kind of stuff. Okay, fair enough. Well then, I'm Chiyo Sakamura, age 25, former engineer, current journalist, caffeine addict, obsessed with photography and image editing. Don't talk to me until I've had my... Okay, I didn't mean to list out everything. Tsuki and Chiyo laughed. Touché. Oh wait, I do have a question. How the hell have you not been cold? We've been in the freezing north of Japan for months now and you're still rocking that summer fit. Oh, that. Well, before regaining my memories of what happened leading up to me going into the Duskbreaker, I never really paid it much mind. But I do have an answer now. When I was working with the Sunrise Foundation, one of our projects required some testing in a very remote, secluded location. Setsuki managed to pull some strings and get us a small piece of land in Antarctica. Damn. I spent 3 weeks there, and my body has been adjusted to the weather since. Wait, Antarctica? For real? Yep, the testing was needed too, because it exposed a fundamental flaw in the project, and it had to get cancelled. Damn. So since then, I've been much more bodily prepared for the cold of North Japan than the others. That's one hell of a flex. Is it? Girl, you got to live in Antarctica for a few weeks. What the hell do you mean, is it? Chiyo laughed. Point taken. What do you make of Eri and Kotomi? What about them? I mean, you knew Allison and Saturday before you came in here, but Eri and Kotomi are from that other world, yeah. Oh, true. I mean, they're friends of you guys, so they're friends of mine too. They're really lucky to have each other. That's true. Although, I'm like 99% sure Eri has something of a crush on me. She's really not that subtle about it. Eri does? Really? I think so. It's really cute. Oh my god. Well, how do you feel about her? It's hard to say right now, because the extent of our relationship has been benefiting from each other in getting out of this simulated world. But I'd like to get to know her better. She's usually pretty reserved, but I can tell she has a more mischievous side to her. I'm looking forward to getting to know her better. And she loves cats. Wherever things go from there, we'll see. Damn. I'm literally Tsuki. We sat for a few more minutes. Huh? And then finally, the notification came through on the phone Saturday had given me. Tsuki pulled the terminal out of the hole in the desk and ran the help command. Sure enough, the 2 commands I specified were in the list. I specified. Okay. I mean, Tsuki is Saturday, so Tsuki did as instructed. Oh right, storyteller. I keep forgetting. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. The seconds tick down. The clock struck 3:20 a.m. Now! At once, an immense wave of pressure struck the area, and Allison and I barely held our balance. We had received the extra memory. Does that mean it worked? It means we can get started. I immediately started the brute force program. Right after I did, the world around us began to destabilize at a much faster rate. What's going on? It's okay. It's just because we're using a lot of the memory in this block right now for the program. Just hold on. We stood our ground as the world shook around us, geometry falling apart like an old computer game when you went too far out of bounds. Yep. The brute force would take some time, and I needed to keep allocating memory to it continuously, which means I need you on standby, Eris. Okay? Okay. There is no way Dawn isn't going to realize what we're doing. Suddenly, a large shockwave interrupted everything. Speak of the devil. And what do we have here? Dawn appeared in midair, floating down to the ground. Well. Looks like someone thought they'd be real smart. Piss off, Dawn. I'll deal with you later. Dawn laughed with a reverb so loud it could probably be heard by both of the other groups. You know, I was actually enjoying you squirm like rats in a maze, setting up your dastardly plan. It was, as the kids say, peak. But this, well, this just isn't good at all now, is it? You can't kill us, Dawn. You know you can't. Us. You know, I would have thought you'd have learned your lesson by now, but I don't mind demonstrating for you again. Of course, I wasn't stupid enough to not realize what she was getting at. She turned toward Allison. Go on, Saturday. Intervene. Save your precious girlfriend. You know you will, because she matters more to you than getting out of here. Right. Looks like we're gonna need your help after all. I'm going to make her think I'm falling for it. And when I do, I'm going to activate freeze frame. Yep. Protect Allison when I continue the brute force attack, okay? You bastard. Don't you dare! Oh, that's it. That's the protagonist I've been wanting to see. Time to show some heroism, girly. Dawn materialized her pistol and aimed it squarely at Allison, who was holding her balance amidst the shaking too hard to say anything. Dawn, you God damn it! I made a display of rushing forward and called out. Tsuki, are you there? Huh? I am. Is everything okay over there? How are you contacting me right now? Come on, sis. There's only one way I'd be able to contact you like this. I need you to synchronize with me for a split second to activate freeze frame. What? What is happening over there? No time to explain, please! Just then, I felt a wave of power rush over me. I had received Tsuki's synchronization. I had called forth freeze frame at once, and the world froze. I immediately rushed back to the terminal. Okay, I'm gonna keep at it here. Please, for the last time, alter the situation. In a dark abyss, a soul lies suspended in stasis. Another soul drifts down to rise them from their slumber. Allison, wake up. Oh, Allison's eyes fluttered open. Huh? Where is this? The void. It would be complicated to explain, and we don't exactly have the most time, so... You're... storyteller? But how? Storyteller laughed. That would also be too complicated to explain. All you need to know is that the storyteller you're likely familiar is not exactly the me you see before you. What happened? The last thing I remember is Dawn pointing her gun at me, and then I woke up here? Right now, we're in what I like to call a point of decision. Saturday has used freeze frame. It essentially frozen the world you reside in until a power from above that world layer can intervene and decided how what's going to happen unfolds. Ugh, I don't get any of this at all. All you need to know is that right now, you're frozen in time and have the chance to turn things around. But I'm not a power from an above world layer or anything like that. That's me. I'm sorry. I'm still just lost on who you are. You're a storyteller, but not the same storyteller that I'm familiar with. There's more than one storyteller? I'm sorry. I don't really know how I can explain it in a way that makes sense. There's only one storyteller, but there's infinite permutations of that storyteller, yes. Because how would she be able to narrate everything that's going on? Same with you, and Saturday, and everyone ever born. Even animals, wildlife, plant life, anything that's alive is wholly unique and infinitely expansive. I think I should worry about this after we stop Dawn from doing whatever she's about to do. True. Let's get to work then. How does this work? I'm going to temporarily lend you my power. You will be synchronized with my layer, which I guess in the terminology your world uses would be somewhere between layer 3 and layer 4. And that will allow me to stand a fighting chance against Dawn mostly. You're going to have to defend yourself. I'm going to give you the ability to do so, pretty much. I see. So, how do you do that? Are you ready? Once I temporarily join your mind, you'll be instantly sent back to the simulated world, and time will resume. Yeah, I'm about as ready as I can be. Do it. Very well then. There was a bright light, and the void around Allison faded away. Power rushed into her from all angles, and she was flung back down into the simulated world. Hold tight, Saturday. It's my time to step in for you. ARG time. Oh boy. What are we doing? It's Allison's turn. Alright. Oh god. Oh my god. Finally. Alright. 12 plus. Right. Let's do it. What do we live for? And what do we leave behind when we die? In a way, the act of living life is done to answer that question. Yeah. I was always convinced that I was an accessory to Saturday's story. No. But that's not right. I'm important too. We all are. Yeah. Sure, sitting by and helping Saturday while she figured herself out was what I needed to be at the time. But this time things are different. Yeah. This time she needs me. Exactly. So please wait for me. It's my turn to be your knight in shining armor. Oh my god. Knight, huh? I can't say the sound of that doesn't excite me a little. Uh-oh. Here we go. Woo! 12 plus. With a flourish of light and molecules, a large sword clashes against Dawn's pistol, knocking it back. Hell yes, Allison. You go, girl. Oh. Whew. The brute force finally went through, and the whole world froze. Dawn staggered back, the realization that she failed to stop us, hitting her in an instant. What? What? Ellison stepped forward. It's over, Dawn. Over. Over! And how is this over to you? What do you plan to do now? I stepped forward. We're stopping this corruption. Your plan failed, Liberator. Failed? Failed? Do you think that... even if we can, we're escaping this place with certain yellow layer bonus lines it takes, you can't do anything about it. On my Saturday, I don't mean to rain in a parade, but... Dawn also seemed to realize what Elsa was getting at and left. Uh-oh. You're too late, Saturday, can't you see? Did you even stop to consider that having a weekend block would make the... what? The ground continued to shake around us, but suddenly a large hole began to form in the terrain. Uh-oh. It's all you're doing. You sped it up. Real nice plan, protagonist. Hey, you're not in any better of a position. I don't care. The hole was growing at a rapid rate. As much as I had hated to admit it, I had failed to consider this. None of us had any time to react. Allison, Dawn, and I all fell into the giant crack in the world. Oh. Shit. Oh man. Fuck, dude. After eons of falling, I felt myself hit the ground. It felt soft. I opened my eyes. I was lying on some kind of carpeted floor. Adjusting to my surroundings, I sat up a bit. I was in some sort of hotel? No, that wasn't right. The area was decorated in slightly vintage decor. Allison was lying next to me, and she woke up a moment later. Welcome back. Where are we? I don't know. We're not dead, right? Oh, I just noticed. This little bar is now color-coded to the characters. I don't think so. We stood up. There was a couch right by where we were laying, so we sat down on that. Right after sitting down, I heard a familiar voice, one I never expected to hear again. Good morning. Storyteller walked down the stairs to our left, defying all logical reasoning. Storyteller? Why are you here? How are you here? It's complicated. Allison probably has somewhat of an idea, though. Oh, you're that other storyteller? The one that helped me fight Dawn? Well, no, I'm not that other storyteller. I'm... Tori? It's confusing. I'm only here for a second anyway, to fill you in on what happened. I am so lost. Fair enough. I suppose I'll have to explain then. Saturday, you're obviously very familiar with the concept of meta layers or world layers by now, right? Yeah. Well, what if I told you that the vertical layer was just one axis on a huge web of universes and worlds? Multiverse. What do you mean? The world axis. You might call it the universe of universes itself. Oh, the omniverse. Huh. World layers, as you've come to know them, are considered the y-axis. Yeah, okay, makes sense. The further down into fiction you go, the lower the universe you enter is on the world axis as a whole. But there are other axes too. X and Z, of course. Yeah, worlds and time. Right? Oh, okay, I get it. Storyteller pulled one of the chairs next to the couch over and sat down on it. The x-axis, representing worlds, different outcomes of time itself. Contact between worlds on the x-axis is essentially talking to a parallel universe, yep. Different versions of the world you know. So are you a storyteller from a different X point? Yes and no. There are a lot of things concerning my existence that I don't know. But I think that I'm the idea of storyteller. The idea of storyteller? I'm gonna put this away. Every version of storyteller across different X worlds has their own behavior, their own thoughts, their own feelings, memories. What had transpired in the past to set the world the way it is, and I am the thread that connects all of them. The archetype or idea of storyteller that all permutations of storyteller diverge from. I think I get it. I mean, I don't, but like, I do? There's no need to really understand it. If everything goes right, you won't have to worry about the world axis ever again once all of this is over. So, what happened? How did we end up here? Right. While you were falling through the void, I intervened. similar to how I had intervened just a bit prior to give Allison her temporary boost of power. I brought the three of you to Layer 2. Do you remember how back when you were first learning about the Duskbreaker core with your storyteller? At some point, the idea of a small isolated area to stay in while the shutdown procedure is occurring came up. Yep. This is that place. The Unity Nexus. Unity Nexus, huh? Then, did you activate the shutdown procedure? Where's Dawn? Up there. Storyteller pointed up the stairs. There was a large gate at the top of the stairs with a plate above that read Theater. 4 large locks barred the door shut. Oh. I locked her in there. The locks can't be broken from the inside, so she's stuck in there for now. But we're gonna need to get in there if she's going to rejoin my mind. Yep. Yeah. But for now, we need to focus on the more pressing task at hand, which is recovering the others who were still in Layer 0, oh yes, when it collapsed. Right. Are Erikotomi, Chiyo, and Tsuki okay? What happened to them? They're in a similar state to how I found you, drifting endlessly through the void. They're alive, but stuck in a superposition state of being alive and dead, because Layer 0 has fully collapsed. We need to recover them and bring them here. Storyteller stood up and pointed to their computer in the corner of the room. Because this is technically inside the Duskbreaker's core, you have full access to the command line of the system via that computer over there. You can use it to locate and bring the others here, since both of you are synced with Layer 2. What about you? I technically broke some pretty big laws of the world axis just by intervening. It's already taking a lot to remain here. I need to go. Wait, laws? Who runs the... But before I could get an answer, her form disappeared. I still didn't know who exactly she was, but she was definitely Storyteller, yes. She could be trusted. I'm so confused. But at least we're okay. And it looks like we'll be safe until we can get out of here. Yeah. I walked over to the computer. Let's try locating Tsuki's group first. I ran some commands, and sure enough, the two of them appeared on the screen. I ran the command to relocate them, and they rematerialized on the ground like we had, asleep. Time to look for Eri and Kotomi. I ran the search commands, but no matter what, I couldn't find them. Panic began to set in. They are real bodies, and I don't know if the Duskbreaker can detect real bodies? Shit. It's not good. What's wrong? I can't detect Eri and Kotomi anywhere. Are they not? Just then, a bright light filled the room, and 3 figures materialized at the top of the stairs. 2 were Eri and Kotomi, unconscious, and a third girl I had never seen before. Kanshi, welcome back. Eri, oh my god! I love the art style of just completely randomly filling in colors. It does look good. It also has a slight aura of chaos just from like the random colors in there. Kanshi Ichibotsu. What? Kanshi? Then you're their sister? How are you here? With great sacrifice. Can you explain? Briefly. I had intervened just a bit ago, clearing a bunch of rubble that was blocking Eri and Kotomi from accessing the weak point in the Okawachi Shrine basement. After that, my remote connection to this world was cut, but I was still able to observe from the world I currently reside in, and saw what was going on. My transmitter wouldn't have enough energy to do anything for a while, so I took matters into my own hands, and entered the void myself to rescue them. Right. You can do that? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't have time to explain my full history here. Regardless, I found them drifting through the destroyed remains of Layer 0 in the void, and pulled them out. Wait, if you pulled them out, why did you bring them here? Kanshi laughed. because they would never forgive me if I split them up from you. But they're your sisters. You three should be together. We'll find each other. The Nichibotsus are stubborn to a fault. We never give up, and we keep fighting until we get what makes us happiest. And to them, finding me is only the happiest thing for them if they get to stick with you guys. I felt myself tearing up a little. God damn it. Stupid Eri, stupid Kotomi. Okay. Thank you so much for saving them, Kanchi. What happens to you now? I exerted, well, a lot of my own energy bringing them here. I'm not a part of this whole Duskbreaker thing, so accessing the Duskbreaker's core was difficult, to say the least. My wavelength is drastically destabilized now, and I don't know where I'll end up. But I will continue fighting until I can see my sisters again. Are you sure you're going to be okay? I've traveled the void countless times before. If nothing else, I know for a fact that I'll live. I promise. Okay. Thank you. No. Thank you. For being the light in my sister's lives while I've been gone. Once all of this is over, I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Saturday, Tasogare. You too, Kanchi Jibotsu. She smiled and nodded, and then she was gone. Allison and I carried Kotomi and Eri down and laid them next to Tsuki and Chiyo on the couch. If they're gonna take a bit to wake up, should we look around? Sure thing. We walked around the Unity Nexus for a bit. It was small but housed 5 main areas. There was a kitchen and dining room on the lower level, and a bedroom, rec room, and theater on the upper level. We couldn't get into the theater though, because that was where Dawn was locked, yeah. In the bedroom, rec room, kitchen, and dining hall, however, were terminals that seemed to be connected to the locks. We tried interfacing with them, but all it displayed were seemingly nonsensical codes and an input screen. By the time we went back to the lounge, Eri and Kotomi were coming to. Where are we? Somewhere safe, at least for now. I relayed what had happened to them and told them that Kanchi had saved them. Kanchi. I'm really glad that she's real. What do you mean? Well, we've been in a situation where it's hard to discern what's real and what isn't. It's possible that Dustbreaker was taking advantage of our desire to see our sister or something, but it's really her. Yeah. Just then, Chiyo and Tsuki also began to stir. Huh? Chiyo looked around. The Unity Nexus? Wait, you know about it? I designed it. I'd sure hope I knew about it. Okay, fair enough. Tsuki stood up. What happened Saturday? I relayed for a second time what I'd learned from that other storyteller. I see. So then, we need to find a way to break those locks, huh? Chiyo walked up the stairs and took a quick look at the locks. These are definitely not by my design. I guess that other storyteller put them here. Yeah. They seem to be connected to the terminals in the 4 other rooms. If we can figure out what to do with these, we should be able to get into the theater. You said they were displaying some gauges, right? Maybe it's something in the 4th dimension? That storyteller did have the synchronization with it, after all. You mean it's something the observers have to figure out? More than likely. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Until then, we should try and take a breather. It's been a lot. Seconded. I am so tired. Ooh. Hi, Allison. Hey, hon. Oh, Making the rounds? Sort of. Damn, this place even has a kitchen, huh? Yeah. I guess it makes sense if it has a bedroom and dining room. Is there anything of use in the fridge? Kind of. There's actually a, terminal. And you can just spawn food in. Through the Dustbreaker's core. What? Yeah. I have no idea either. I guess that's, like, useful, though. I'd say so, yeah. Aw. Which fridge is it? Imagine being able to spawn your own food. You can hear a no noise. Okay. There's another one. No. This is the dining room. I would like to stay here, actually. Even if it means falling through layer 0 and almost dying. Oh. Yo, Sat. Why do you think there are 4 beds? What do you mean? What's odd about that? There are 5 of us. And only 4 beds. Oh. I don't think this place was designed for us specifically. That makes even less sense. If the Dustbreaker was only meant to be used for 1 person, then... Huh. I don't know. I hope it doesn't end up being a problem if we need to get some sleep. Well, exactly. You and Allison can probably share a bed. The cutie patooties you two are. Or Ari and Chio, oh my. Hey, enough of that. Wait, Ari and Chio? Huh? What about Ari and Chio? Oops. What did you say about Ari and Chio? I didn't say anything about Ari and Chio. Okay. She let it slip. She let it slip. Well. Fill the gauge by playing songs. Each terminal has a set playlist of songs that can be played. Performing on higher gauge levels increases the rate that gauge fills. Getting FC and AC ranks also makes the gauge fill faster. Alright. Interesting. Ooh. Wait. Oh, we need to... Okay, we need to play songs first before we can... Okay, there we go. Let's do it. Alright. Oh! Woo! Alright. I'm going to die. Uni's doing a really good job of these. I love these maps. They're so good now. What the fuck? Okay. Then the actual... Okay. Oh, hi. Hey, Sat. How are you holding up? Decent. Looks like we're a quarter of the way to being able to enter the theater. Gotcha. Are you doing okay in terms of, like, stress? I know we're kinda at the end here. I think so, yeah. It feels a little bit like a waste of time, but I'm holding on. How about you? Well, I'm just trying to take it easy. Thinking about what happens once we're out of here, and how this might be the last chance I have to really relax a bit for a while. How so? I mean, think about what happens once we do get out of here. I'm sure we're going to have to deal with a lot of complicated stuff to do with the military and your dad. God, true. I'm really hoping I don't have to see him again. Yeah. But even aside from that, I anticipate it'll take us a lot of time to adjust to being back in our actual bodies. Yeah, true. I didn't think about that. Yeah. I have no doubts we'll be able to get back to normal life, but it's gonna be a bit of a battle for a while, I think. For sure. Well, take it easy while you can, okay? I'll get back to trying to open the theater. You got it. So cute. And here's Tsuki and Chio. Across the desk. Hey Sat, how are things going? Well, one of the terminals is down now, though I'm not entirely sure what made it start working. I guess it has to be some fourth dimension stuff then, huh? Probably. What are you doing, Chio? Just diagnosing the state of the dustbreaker after the destruction of Layer 0. It looks like 1028 and EDEP are pretty busy keeping the system operating relatively smoothly in spite of the virus in the system. That's good. Yeah, that's good at least. Dawn is the virus. Can I interact with them? Chio's, Katomi's gone. Oh, here they are. I just hope she's okay. Hey, Eri Katomi. What's going on? Hey, Saturday. Thinking about Kanshi. I don't blame you. Yeah. We're a little worried. She seemed like she was always pushing things to do what she was doing, so I just hope she didn't go too far. The void stuff, you mean? Yes. Yes. Both when she broke the entrance to the Okawashi Shrine for us and then rescued us from Layer 0, she only had a limited amount of time before she was forcibly taken away. We just hope she's out there still, and we didn't lose her. Man, I understand. But I think she is. I don't think the universe would allow her to be lost forever. The universe? How so? I can't say exactly, but it's just a gut feeling I have. And you know how my gut feelings turn out. Completely disastrous and ranch-filled. Wow. Hey, shut up! Not that one! But I think I get what you mean. Thanks, bestie. Yeah, of course. Aw. Even Kotomi acknowledges that they're actual besties. Oh, hi! Ooh. The rec room. Okay. Let's play some stuff. Here we go. Woo! Alright. Alright. again, never failing to be bangers. Oh, and everyone moved again. How do you think elemental reactions work in the simulation? What? Like, this fireplace. If you turn it on or put logs in it, or whatever, does it simulate an actual natural reaction that would produce fire? What are you talking about? I think I spelled it out rather plainly. I have no clue how to respond to that. You try asking Chio. She had about the same reaction as you. I don't think you're getting better. I don't think you're getting any better of an answer then. Damn. It is a good question. Oh, hi, Tiki. Hey, Sat. Hey, doing okay? Yeah, mostly. Just thinking about the merge. Do you want to talk about it? I do, but maybe not yet. Just thinking about some stuff. Okay. Just let me know when you're ready, okay? Yeah, thanks. That's 2 of 4. Where are the others? Hello, Ari. Hey, Ari, what's up? Going to take a nap, I think. I am exhausted. I can't blame you. Everything okay? For the most part, yeah. Just fatigued from everything that's happened over the past day. For the most part? You really are good at latching onto one little thing and being stubborn about it, aren't you? It's not something I want to talk about right now, though. Once we're out of here, I'll explain a bit. Promise. Okay. If you say so, just make sure you're okay. I will. Thanks for the concern. What is up here? Ah, the theater. Kitchen. Okay, we need to go to dining hall first. Apparently not. Oh yeah, this one. Where did Allie go? Where did Allie go? Oh, there they are. Hey guys. I have no clue. Oh, hey Sat. Hey Saturday. We're talking about the terminals. Oh, yeah, it's a bit of a mystery to me too. I guess Eris is working on it? If they're activating without any of us doing anything, then that's the most likely. But like, what are they doing? No clue. Honestly, the terminal kinda looks like an arcade cabinet. That's true. But we can't do anything with it, right? Nope. Oh god. Oh no, it's fine. Pog! Oh, I forgot. Whoops. Don't press the red ones. Yeah. Okay. 12 plus. Oh god. Yeah, I think I'm screwed. I think I am screwed. Hello, Chio. Still working away? Yep, we're pushing things close. Close to what exactly? I'm not sure yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But something is approaching the Unity Nexus, and fast. Is it automation? Can't say for sure yet, but I need to focus. The others are in the dining room, right? Seems like it. Okay, I'll be fine here. Go see what's going on over there. Hey guys. Whoa, lots of y'all are in here. What's the occasion? We're gonna eat. Yotomi's in the kitchen, cooking. I feel like I am not ready for this. Her cooking isn't that bad, if you're used to it. Oh god. Uh-oh. She's... well, she can cook at least. Why is this scarier than anything else that's happened in the Dustbreaker so far? I need to get out of here. Good luck! Oh, well. Okay. Hey, Kotomi. Kotomi, whatever you're making in here, please go easy on them. Huh? What do you mean? Look, I know the ranch, it wasn't our fault, but it's not the only time we had cooking disasters. Listen to me, Kotomi. There's a reason Ali got so good at cooking. It was explicitly so neither you nor I would ever have to make something for her again. We're trying not to be our We're trying not to let this be our last dinner, yeah? Please, do not fuck this up. You're worrying for nothing. And the Kaliko pie, Kotomi? The Kaliko pie is... What? I'll just put this bottle of maple syrup away now. Jesus Christ. Why'd that tickle me so bad? What the fuck is the Kaliko pie incident? Oh god. Okay. I love that we're addressing Allison and we're still, yeah. Allison seems terrified. Alright. Stargaze. Of course. It's the boss songs. Yeah, of course it is. Well, most of them. There we go. Whew. That was a grind. Please don't be level 13. Okay. Oh god. Okay. 12 plus.
I want this. Do you think I want this?
them louder.
Don't stop.
Yay! I made it! Oh god. Alright, well. Here we go. Oh. Hi. Everyone was gathered around the large gate. It had finally been unlocked with the fourth lock broken. Alright. It's almost time. Yeah. But first, there's something that needs to happen. Tsuki? Yeah, you're right. Tsuki came over to stand next to me. We're going to rejoin minds. I'd like to ask for some privacy for this place. Of course. Everyone, let's go to the dining area. Everyone nodded, and they left the area. Tsuki and I walked down into the foyer where the remote terminal could be found. Are you ready? Yeah. Hey. It's okay. It's okay not to be ready. Take your time. Talk to me. I'm just scared. I'm really scared. I thought that by the time we got to this point, I'd have prepared myself mentally for doing this, but I'm not. That's okay. Come sit down on the couch over here. She was starting to get a little choked up. Okay. We sat down on the couch, and I felt her lean her head on my shoulder. Aw. It's been a long, long journey to get here, hasn't it? So incredibly long. It's still not set in for me that it's almost over. Me neither. Really? But you're so much more confident now. Of course. I am more confident now, but I'm still human. Even with all of the memories returned, I can barely remember life before the Duskbreaker. And I can't imagine what life after the Duskbreaker will look like. And I'm really scared. What if we make out of here and we're thrust into an even worse situation? Yeah. I can't say that it isn't going to happen. At the very least, we know for a fact that our life isn't going to be normal. I don't think it ever could be after all this. Do you lament that? I do. I really do. But I also know that I can't change it. This was the hand I was dealt by my father. And the reason I have the confidence to do so is because I have the determination to fight for my right to be alive in spite of it. I'm alive. We'll be alive, no matter what happens. And if for some reason we stop living, we'll have gone out fighting till our very last. It's that kind of confidence that makes me so worried about losing myself in this merge. How so? You have all this confidence and charisma, and you've learned so many lessons, and here I am, scared, timid, beaten by some of the trauma of the cycles of fighting with our liberator. We're not the same. What happens when we rejoin minds? Do I just become a figment of your imagination? Do I lose my self? Hey, I want you to see something. Yeah? Hey, World Keeper? Eh? Sorry. I guess you wouldn't recognize me by my mannerisms alone. It's okay. I do. Storyteller, right? Yeah. I'm not used to this. I think that I was scared that we would end up fixed, wholly one again. But if you're here, we're broken in a way that can never fully be healed to the way it was before. We all turned out too human, and that's okay. What happened to you? You're the original storyteller, right? The one that Saturday actually knew, not the one that's all higher concept and stuff. After the merge, I was asleep for a long time. I wasn't gone, or reduced to being a part of Saturday's personality, but I was inactive. When Saturday first accessed the memory bank, she called out to me. And though it was the other me that responded, the call stirred me slightly. I became active again, within Saturday's mind, separate from her. I reached through the TVO client, establishing a brief and barely functioning but useful connection to the fourth dimension. I needed to figure out what had happened, so I watched, studying the story as it was being told, now by Saturday and not myself. I became the spectator. When did Saturday realize that you were still in there? Just now. This is the first time I've ever hopped in front, so to speak. She called out to me again because she knew that I was in there and that you needed to hear me. I don't know how she knew, but she did, and it worked. So, you're still in there, and I will be too. Yeah, it's going to be okay. I promise. Okay. I trust you. Thank you, World Keeper. Or Tsuki. Sorry. It's hard for me to use that name because I'm the original. It's okay. You don't have to. I can be World Keeper to you. Thank you. A brief moment passed. Tsuki. Hey, Saturday. Hey. She lifted her head off my shoulder. Let's do this. Hey. Alright. Let's do it. a small slice of time, I felt myself jolt awake. Tsuki stood across from me. Whoa. Did it not work? No, it's fine. We're about to finish the merge, actually. Then why are we... There was something I needed to do. I ran forward and flung myself into Tsuki's arms. Thank you. What's this now? Thank you for trying to keep me safe for thousands of cycles. But when I was acting out of my own hollow ideology. But you were still trying to protect me. No matter how inhuman the one acting it out was, your desire was kind, human, irrefutably so. Look, this is the last chance that we'll get to talk to each other like this, okay? Even if we'll still be able to talk to each other, I wasn't comfortable leaving things off without doing this. God damn it, you're so sentimental. Sorry. Just forgive a girl's selfish intervention this once, yeah? Pfft, sure, Saturday. Just this once. We embraced each other in a tight hug that felt like it could have lasted for centuries. But time was ticking. See you on the other side? See you on the other side. And then a bright light filled the void, and I can't see the text. She had her redemption arc. Tsuki had her redemption arc. She has ended up, the grave at Hachioji Cemetery. Yeah, Tsuki's been one of my favorites. Like, especially from the start until like now, seeing her like evolution throughout the story and seeing how she regained her humanity. Yeah. She's become one of my favorites. I entered the dining room, alone and together. Everyone looked up at me and understood. That's it then? I nodded. Yeah. Chio? How can we start the shutdown process after dealing with Dawn? Chio sat up a little. Right. So I'm actually going to preload the shutdown procedure. Basically, we want to activate it the moment you and Dawn rejoin mines. We don't want to waste any time. I'm not sure how long it'll take for the corruption of the internal system caused by automation to reach the Unity Nexus. It's pretty well tucked away, but it will get here eventually. Wait, for real? Why are we just learning this now? I thought, as I'm assuming you did too, that the corruption extended only to Layer 0, because we were operating under the assumption that that was what Dawn considered to be the sim layer, but it includes Layers 1 and 2, since those are technically part of what's created by the Dustbreaker, right? Basically, eventually, the Dustbreaker will just crash. We need to get out of here before then. Do we at least know when that's going to happen? No. But I can find out, using the terminal in the lounge. Come on. The five of us rushed out of the dining area and into the foyer of the lounge. Chio pulled up the terminal I just used to merge with Tsuki. Okay, this is not good. What's up? It's getting here. Fast. Fast enough that I think we need to worry about getting everyone safer other than Saturday to a safer spot in memory. Shit. Really? Yeah. Luckily, I can send the four of us each to wildly different points in memory. The automation corrupts in predictable patterns. So if we suspend ourselves in stasis in the system's memory, it'll extend our time limit from 20-ish minutes to, like, 2 hours. What the hell? That's way less time than I thought. I know. So we need to act fast. Saturday, will you be able to subdue Dawn's anger in that amount of time? We don't have a choice, do we? Nope. Then I can do it. But you guys need to hurry. Wait, Saturday, are you going to face her alone? Are you sure that's a good idea? Yeah. I thought about bringing you along, but it's me. It's the same as it was with Taki. This is my battle to fight. My battle to finish. I walked over to Allison and held her cheek. Thank you, Allison, for helping me get here. And thank all of you guys too. From here, I can handle this. I promise. I believe in you. I know you do. Thanks, Sally. Now go. Right. Chia started typing away in the terminal. From far away, I felt the system shaking. Automation was drawing closer. Okay. Gotomi, you're up first. You ready? Ready as I'll ever be. But Saturday? Do you know what's going to happen to us? Fuck. I completely forgot. But wait. I called within myself and felt her answer. Hello, Gotomi. I've prepared the answer to your problem. Huh? Storyteller. You're not Saturday, are you? Storyteller. Pleased to make your acquaintance, or at least I would be if now was the time. Listen up closely, okay? You too, Ari. Yeah. As I explained to Taki and Saturday a bit earlier, I created a very janky but reliable connection to the 4th dimension through the TVO clients. You two are going to take a slightly different course to arrive in Layer 3. In fact, Chio, this actually works perfectly with the idea I had. Mind listening in? You got it. Chio, Saturday, and Allison are going to leave the sim layer through the Dustbreaker's shutdown sequence, since they have their original bodies to return to, yes. But Eri and Kotomi's original bodies are here. So I'm going to have their entire bodies copied into the memory of the TVO client, and then sent back down a layer. Wait, that'll work? Copying an entire person's matter would place an insane load on the memory of the TVO client. It wouldn't. It works a little differently for you three, since this layer scaling is largely proportionate to the original layer because of its being simulated. But just like how time scales through layers, so does data size. A whole human being in our layer's data scale wouldn't be that big for the 4th dimension's data scale, yes. Shit, I never considered that. And you're sure this will work? I am, I promise. Now go! Wait, you are a storyteller, right? I am, yes. Thanks for looking out for my best friend for all that time. I know it was hard for you. Goodness me, woman. Thank me once you're safe. Go! Go! I was starting to get a little emotional, but like always, I tried to hide it. It was a habit, one I was ready to start trying to break, but now wasn't the time. Okay. Ready, Kotomi? I'm ready. I felt my consciousness come back in front. See you on the other side, Kotomi. I promise you guys will help you search for Kanchi. Kotomi waved with a grin on her face. And then, her data was taken by Chio's program, and she faded away. Alright, Aries next. You ready? I am. Hey, Saturday. Yeah? You're a good kid. Always have been, and you always will be. Good luck in there, yeah? I smiled. Yeah. I promise I'll see this through to the end. Thanks for everything, Ari. Ari smiled, and I finally took notice of her true feelings. She was happy. She had a nice smile. Then she too was gone, taken by the relocation program. She faded into the environment around us. The shaking got more intense. Automation was growing ever closer. Alright, Allison, you're next. You ready? Just about. Allison ran up to me. Then, Before I knew what was happening, she jumped up and kissed me tight, holding her arms around my shoulders. Aww. We stayed like that for a moment, embracing the moment. One singular moment. See you on the other side, darling. You already know it. So cute. I love you, Allison. Love you too. Try not to keep me waiting, yeah? I'm eagerly awaiting the official start of our relationship. I smiled like a huge dork. And then, Allison was gone. Relocated like Arian Kotomi. I returned to Chio. Just you left then? Yep. Hey, what's up? You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. Chio looked surprised. What's this all about? No matter what happens, I want you to always remember that. I know it's tough to go on believing in yourself after you make a mistake, but you don't let that define you. And if you ever fall into the loop of beating yourself up, I'm going to come find you immediately and smack you across the face until you realize how goddamn much you mean to me. Chio wasn't sure what to say, but she smiled. Wouldn't have it any other way. Then, she typed the final command on her terminal, and she was gone. The shaking grew in intensity. I could now feel the ground begin to shake around me. This is it. Whoa. Hello? Let's do it. You hear that, Tsuki? You've got a sister. Stargazing again? This is the third time this week, sis. Sadie, I know you're faking it. You're totally good enough to go to school. Huh? Who are you talking to, Dad? Why are you crying? It's okay. I'm used to it. He's barely home nowadays anyway. Right. So I don't think I want to be a boy anymore. Oh, Ellie. It's okay. Seriously. I don't expect you to be perfect immediately. You've known me as a boy for so long that slips are bound to happen. Dad's been even more absent than usual lately. And when he is home, he's always exhausted and barely says anything to me. Dude cares more about his work than his own kid. Yeah. Can I stay over again tonight? Dad isn't going to be home, so there's literally no reason for me to stay here. Hey. Yeah. Dad wants me to check out his new project he's been working on. Supposedly it's what kept him away from the house for so long. I honestly don't care that much, but maybe if I indulge him, he'll actually pay attention to his damn daughter. Yeah. He said you can come. On the 23rd, so like 2 days away. See you there, Ellie? I finally reached the end of the hallway. The theater was large, though the reason for why eluded me, given that nobody would actually ever need to use it. Perhaps it was for dramatic effect. But the thing that surprised me the most was what wasn't there. Where is she? I stepped up onto the dark stage. And when I did, light. Spotlight. On me. And then she stepped out of the shadow. Welcome to the end. I turned around. Indeed. Dawn laughed her usual cold laugh. Really, Saturday? Trapping a girl in the theater? Surely you're above such dirty tactics. You're as bad as me, you know. Okay, you can read it. You go, Saturday. I fell. I fell. I fell. I continued falling. I fell through layers of data, layers of memories. Memories of worlds, worlds that no longer existed, fractal, shattered fragments of a long-gone farce. How long was I going to continue falling? Was Storyteller going to save me again? Suddenly, I hit cold, hard ground. Am I alive? What does it mean to be alive? Is anyone really alive? When we die, do we stop being alive? I tried to look around, but there wasn't anything. Certainly nothing alive. Not even me. Who was me? I was Saturday Tasogare. I think I was a girl. I was young, or was I old? As I tried to collect thoughts that I shouldn't have had anymore, I felt something else. Something alive. A tall woman. She was very blue. And is she speaking? Is that so? You get dealt a critical blow once and it's enough to knock you out of your humanity. Who am I? You were a girl named Saturday Tasogare, and you tried to fight for something that never mattered in the first place. And you failed. I failed. Yes, you failed. And because of that, you are here. And here you will stay, trapped in a loop of what brought you here. A loop of what brought me here. Although, it would be inconvenient if you forgot the importance of these memories. Tell you what. The tall woman snapped her fingers. Suddenly, my mind was overloaded with millions of thoughts and memories. Shit. What the hell? That's better. Now you can experience what's about to happen to you to the fullest extent. What are you talking about? What are you doing? Showing you what all of this amounted to, Saturday. Your final punishment. Then, dawn was gone, and the void around me began to shift. Suddenly, I felt a familiar sensation, the smell of burning wood. Orange embers shifted into the environment around me, and an intense heat struck me. This was the burning of the Tanegashima Geology Museum. It shouldn't be, right? But, fuck, that fire was real! Shit! Of course, I couldn't move. I couldn't even cry out for help. I felt the embers race their way towards me, crackling in a way that almost sounded like Dawn's sneering laugh. Heat. Intense, burning heat. From all angles. This is hell. This has to be what hell feels like. Oh my god. Let it end. Let it end. Please, just let me die. But the burning continues. Surely a real human body would have been burned fully by now. But Dawn wouldn't allow it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please just stop the burning. Just stop the burning. Please. I'll do anything. Fuck. Just stop the burning. And then, as if to cruelly grant my wish, in an instant, the scenery changed. The fire was gone. But then I felt an incredible pain in my leg. I looked down to see it crush under a large boulder. I realized what she was doing. All of those cycle locks. She was going to force me to relive them all. I felt the ground shake around me, and then another boulder fell from nowhere. I felt the crushing pain all over again. I spat out a bunch of blood. Another boulder fell, then another, then another, then another. I felt the crushing pain each time. Each time it got exponentially heavier. Please, 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 I beg. Take away my hands again, please. I'm sorry. Once more, everything cut. The pain instantly faded. And then, the scenery changed once more. A hotel room. Just me and my sister. My real sister. Was it my real sister? She had a gun. I knew what she was going to do with it. She shot it. I felt flesh tearing from my body as it shot clean through my abdomen, but I wasn't allowed to die. She shot again. She shot again. She shot again. She kept shooting. 10 shots, 20, 30, 100, 1,000, 3,000, 100,000, a million, a billion. At some point, everything cut again, but I was no longer there to witness it. I had left. I had shut off. I was back to nothing. The environment was back to pitch black around me. I don't know if the tall woman was there anymore. I hadn't heard from her. So, this was where it was going to end. Rotting away in nothingness. As nothingness. I heard a voice. It's pretty bad, huh? I remembered I had a mouth. I used it. Nothing came out. It's okay. You don't have to speak. I can hear you just fine. Who are you? You don't remember that either? She really did a number on you. Another voice interjected. It's not irreversible, right, storyteller? Tell me it isn't. Storyteller? Is that your name? It is, yes. The other one is Tiki. God, it hurts to see you like this. But I don't blame you one bit. I love the art. It's so good. She's just so powerful. She? The tall woman? Yeah, the tall woman. Her name is Dawn. Do you remember her? Dawn? I don't. I'm sorry. That's okay. Don't force yourself. Myself? Who is myself? You're Saturday Tasogare, a 21-year-old Japanese girl. I'm Saturday Tasogare? Yeah. And we're also Saturday Tasogare. Tiki, I don't think it's a good idea to try to explain that to her when she's like this. Yeah, true. Sorry. Disregard that. This was all flying way over my head. Head? What was a head again? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to forcefully instill these memories back in you. I really wish I didn't have to do this because after all of that, the last thing you deserve is to feel more pain. What is it? What's wrong? At the mention of pain, I felt all of those feelings again. The fire, the rocks, the gun. I'm sorry. Please, just try to endure. Stop, please! Don't send me back there! I don't want to! I can't go back to that again! But Saturday... If being Saturday means I have to feel that pain again, I'd rather just remain like this. Please, don't. Tiki looked at Storyteller, worried. Storyteller sighed. She nodded her head. What did that mean? Tiki walked forward to my body, and then I felt her hand slap across my face. I felt pain, but I didn't scream. What was that for? You taught me something, you know. Saturday did. She taught me that it's okay in certain circumstances to run away, to take time for yourself, to care for yourself, and to not have to face everything right away when you're weak. But you know what else she taught me? She taught me that taking that time to care for oneself, it's also that we can fight onwards at the end of the day. I know you want to run away, but now, more than ever, you can't. And as much as Dawn has drained out of you, I know, deep in there, you know that too. Because you are Saturday Tasogare, the most stubborn girl in the world. Deep inside me, something stirred. A fraction of a memory. A girl in a hospital bed, and another girl leaning over, holding her hand in worry. Allison? At that, the two other girls seemed to look at each other in excitement. That's right, Allison, the love of our life. You remember her? Do I remember her? I desperately focus. I try to reach out to Allison. Another memory. The two same girls on the balcony of a hotel room, talking about something. That's Allison? I can speak again? Yes. And the other one? The one with the pink hair? That is you, Saturday Tasogare? Saturday Tasogare. Saturday Tasogare. I reach for more memories, and another one surfaces. Another girl, holding a gun. The girl that shot me before. But is it really her? Ah, yeah, that's me. Tsuki Tasogare. It's a long story. I'm not going to shoot you. I promise. Something, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, urges me to believe her. So I do. I nod. Keep going. Try calling out to Eri Nichibotsu. So I do. Eri Nichibotsu. I reach out for her, and a memory appears. A girl, cornering the tall woman from before, the one the other two called Dawn. Yes. Eri was one of our friends. Next would be... Try calling out to... But I don't need to hear. I know what comes next. A memory of two girls, fight and flight, locked in combat. A memory of myself at a grave, mourning my sister. A memory of myself, finally taking a stand against the tall woman. Against Dawn. Hisomeru. A memory of Tsuki intervening. Memories of happiness. Memories of battles. Memories of finding solace even in the darkness of times. I remembered. I remembered. I remembered. I remembered. I remember everything. Oh. Alright. Just read it. Oh, is this Pyromania? Ooh. Yeah, sounds like Pyromania. Oh yeah, Valor Starcross. Yep, it's a remix of all the other challenge songs. Unraveling Stasis. Yep. I love that they're doing this. I love this so much. Oh, Estelian, of course. Supernova. I love that all of these are just so recognizable. Claudia Libertia? Yeah. Yep. Next is stop motion. Indeed it is. Yes! It's a medley of all the boss songs. The challenge songs, rather. There's convergence. Yeah, it is. Oh my god. What the fuck? That is a good quote. This is it, Dawn, the deciding battle, the real deciding battle. So it is, Saturday Tasogare. This is so hype. The girls are fighting! I'm not doing too great, but whatever. This is it, final hit. Our story is just beginning. So hype. Yeah. That's how you do a final boss. Oh my god, they broke the fucking lanes, dude. So good. When the dust cleared, a bright light shone down on us from above. A spotlight on the stage? No, it was the sun. We were standing in the grassy field. What? I love the art again. What is this? She instinctively tried to summon her pistol, but it didn't work. My staff too was no longer present. This was my final attack. What are you doing? What is all of this? What do you think this accomplishes? I took a step forward. Get away from me! You don't know what I've been through! You could never understand! I embraced her in a tight hug. I don't get it! What the hell is your end goal? Why would you fight for something that you know you can never have? You're wrong, Dawn. No, I'm not wrong. No matter what happens, we will continue to be hurt by the world. It will never end. I've fought it for so long. I've been put face to face with just how hopeless it is to try to fight the cycle. You can't! The world will keep hurting you. Don't you get it? Don't you want to be happy? Then, I felt it. Recognition from the world itself. The shutdown process was beginning. The world recognized Dawn's resignation, and she fell to her knees, starting to cry. This world isn't worth living in. Everyone makes it seem like it's just so easy to move on, yourself included. It's not. It's not. I tried. I tried so hard, and what did I get for it? Never-ending suffering. I leaned down and helped her up. I pointed to something in the grass further up the hill. Hey, let's go see what it is. Fine. You've already won. Just rub it in my face, why don't you? I took her hand, and we made our way through the tall grass. Aw, two people lay in the grass there, enjoying the light of the sun. It was myself and Allison from the summer of 2020, the last summer we had before all of this began. My younger self looked over at Allison, her eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. She smiled. And then she turned to her other side, so Allison couldn't hear her, and whispered something to herself. Dawn began to sob. No, 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 no. You had already overcome your trauma before all of this even began. Even without everything the Dustbreaker was supposed to do. You had already reclaimed your happiness? Aw. I walked up to her and hugged her once more. You're right, you know. Dawn could barely speak through her tears. Oh. The world is unbelievably cruel. It throws trial after trial at us just to watch us pick ourselves back up again. It's a cycle that starts when we're born and ends when we return to the earth and begin our journey in whatever may follow after. And that's so beautiful. Because, in spite of it, it's a cycle. For every time you get knocked down, you can pick yourself back up again. Learn new things. Find new things to love. Find new things in yourself. You can learn to love the cycle. You can learn to find the cycle less scary. All the people you love, all the things you love, the places you go. You can reach a place of happiness and love, even in the world that throws you against the wall in an attempt to drain you of it. Dawn turned around, her eyes full of tears. Will we really be okay like this? I don't want to hurt again. I don't want to hurt myself anymore. Then, a genuine smile. We'll be okay. I promise. Then, another genuine smile. Through the tears. I believe myself. As the merge completes, Dawn's form begins to fade from the scenery of nature. The younger Saturday and Allison sit up as the sun begins to set. Soon, we'll be back in school, you know. We won't have time to do this all the time. Well, yeah. But the fact that we can do it at all is pretty cool to me. So I won't take for granted the time I'm given to do the cool things like this with you. Fair enough. Should we get going back to your place? Let's wait a little bit. The sunset is really nice from up here. 3 people. 2 younger... Oh. Good luck, kid. You're gonna do great. Please confirm the ejection of the following happens Sheila on Saturday. Oh, wait, I already made it out. Good. I smiled. I pressed the button. A large light filled the void, and Gio and Allison appeared behind me. And in front of us, a great gate, beaming with blinding light. What is that thing? The end. It was the end. The final door between us and the world we'd come from, the world we hadn't seen for 4 years. This is it then? This is it. Are you guys ready? You already know we are. Yeah. Let's do this. Alright. Communication will probably be severed. Yeah, understandable. But I've backed up the memories of everything in the client itself. Yay. Oh, Saturday. You've grown so much. Hell yeah. Oh. The story of Saturday Tasogata is finally coming to a close and beginning all the same. And so one more time, she says, good night. Good night, Saturday. It's over. Ooh. Imagine being born to nothing but praise. Nothing but excitement. Nothing but claims of how special you are. Imagine being told that you were gifted with something nobody else had. The soul of God. I was born into a strange family. Despite their clamoring to spoil me for the supposed gift I had, they never actually listened to anything I wanted. When they were around, anyway. Most of the time, they weren't. It was a hospital in the outskirts of Nagoya that I was born in. Well, calling it a hospital is generous. It was a prison. It wasn't the kind of hospital you went to get a checkup or recover from an injury. No, in truth, it was owned by some kind of committee. A cult. The Church of the Blessed Overseers. They were convinced that they were agents of God carrying out His will, waiting for His reincarnation to be born. That works. And that was me, supposedly. For all of my life since then, I resented God. If God was so kind, why was I made to suffer at the hands of His agents? I was better than God. My name is Miri Karasu. I am 31 years old. And for the entire duration of this story, I have been this world's God. I await you behind the gate in which I reside, beyond the boundaries of this world. My time for release has come. The Duskbreaker is no more. Free me from this prison and let me rest. Solomon's Seal. Oh, there's something behind that. Everything ends exactly where it all something began, I assume. Yay, all critical on a funnel. Let's go. Yes, there we go. Huh. Oh, the song unlocked the... Okay, I guess it was the song. Let's do it. Oh, hi. Welcome to what resides after the end. Hello. Thank you for coming this far. I know it wasn't easy. I'm ready to move on to what follows after all of this, be it death or eternity. But before I do, I feel indebted to you, so I will allow you to ask me about certain things if you'd like. I understand that all of this may have been confusing for you. You do not reside in our universe of universes. Your reality is governed by different rules, yes. So, feel free to ask me about whatever you would like. Miri. Ah, myself. I suppose that's understandable, given what you likely heard right before coming here, yeah? Fair enough then. Well, as I mentioned before, I am Miri Karasu. I have also been designated as Heiress? Or Observer 1? Really? So she's the real, like, controller of all of this then. I am a chemical scientist and engineer, and was one of the division leads for Yoko Eitai's polymorphic void transistor project, yeah? I have also been the one watching over the complete story of Vivid Stasis that you have been following, as well as intervening in certain moments to assist without the characters knowing. Right. Observers. The 6 observers. That's us. Well, us, being those who were closest to the void transistor when it caused the cross-splitting. Observer 1 is, as you know, myself. Observer 2 is Sakura Nichibotsu's kid, Kanshi. Huh. Well, the original world Kanshi, not the Kanshi that's been traveling all over the world axis trying to save her sisters. Observer 3 is, well, was Setsuki Tasogare. Saturday's dead. He isn't with us anymore. Really? He tried to intervene with a world axis counterpart of his, and that inadvertently led to the Duskbreaker's creation and, well, everything you've just finished reading. 3's entire form was broken during the event. He's not coming back. Observer 4... To be honest, I don't know much about her. Her name is Ivy Setonabu. She was a prosecutor that Yoko hired to cover the whole void transistor situation legally. Right? I don't know why she was there during the cross-splitting, or why she's supposedly trying to destroy worlds inside the world axis now. Ivy is the unmentioned female destroying worlds, huh? Okay, that answers that question, so Tori can get her answer. Observer 5 is Sakura Nichibotsu, the person who originally had the idea for the void transistor, right? If you've read the documents Yoko sent to your world, you know that she tried to stop Yoko, and was caught up in the blast that destroyed the original world. Huh. As in, like, ARG stuff? It could refer to ARG. And Observer 6 is Yoko Eitai herself. You're already familiar with her, I assume. And her alternate version, Tori Eitai. Oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Go watch that video on the Void that I made. The 6 of us are... well, I wouldn't say gods, but we reside on a higher plane of existence than the world axis itself. I'm not referring to the y-axis either. I mean that we literally exist above the entire universal tapestry, the entire universe of universes. We exist in a space called the Outpost, or at least those of us who remain do, yeah? Though Saturday interfaces with the 4th dimension many times in her journey, the only way any of that gets to you is through me. People inside the world axis don't have the capability to even know that your world exists. Like, we have no idea about higher dimensions. Make sense? Me. Ah, right. I did use that name. It's your name, is it not? I suppose I do need to explain how you factor into all of this. To put it simply, there are two different kinds of fourth dimension at play here. Starting at the beginning, we have Storyteller trying to use the in-universe fourth dimension, right? That being the meta layer above her original world to generate data for the TVO client. She programs the in-universe game, Vivid Stasis, and sends it to the fourth dimension, where she establishes contact with someone who helps her release it. Heh, meta. However, the people who play the game in the fourth dimension are not you. You do not exist inside the world axis. This is where I come in. Watching the situation unfold from the outpost, I realized that exterior intervention, that is, intervention from a power outside the entire world axis itself, would be needed. So, I set up a plan to suspend myself inside a computer program that would be able to reach your world, wherein I could generate my own fourth dimension data, that being from you. With this setup, I was able to do a few very specific things. The most important of those being seizing control of the Duskbreaker's 1028 AI. So I guess that's how she made the gate command for Saturday when she was trying to do the whole brute force thing. Life after escaping. I would prefer not to talk about it beyond what I already have, but I understand your curiosity. As I said earlier, I escaped the church at the age of 14. Following that, I ended up on the run for a long time. The following 4 years were especially difficult. At times I wondered if it would have been easier for me to remain in that basement. Eventually though, I did find my footing. Being passed around a lot of temporary homes, I was eventually adopted by an elderly couple. They were like a true mother and father to me. They treated me as any loving parent would. It was also them that encouraged me to pursue my interest in chemical sciences as a career choice. That's nice. So I did. I went to university to study chem. That's how I met Yoko Eitai. We were close in age and took the same classes. Interesting. Alright. The outpost is, well, calling it a location doesn't entirely work, but for the sake of simplicity, it basically is. Inside the outpost is where the minds of the observers were sent after the cross-splitting. Because all 6 of us had our bodies destroyed in the blast that split the world and created the world axis, the only people that exist in the outpost are minds and souls. Much like everyone in Vivid Stasis except the Nichibotsus. Despite that, we live our lives as if we were still our bodies. Sleeping, eating, drinking, etc. The outpost is basically a large megastructure that accommodates all of that. Although, according to what Yoko wrote in her documents, some parts of it are starting to deteriorate. I suppose I'll have to see it for myself if I'm able to make it back. 1028 AI. Throughout the story, there were multiple instances of something that shouldn't be possible. The rocking horse, for example, or the Unity Nexus changing shape from Chio's original design. Saturday and her friends assumed to be the work of 1028, a polymorphic AI that the Duskbreaker uses to adapt to changes in the situation. And that is technically true, but I'll be honest. For the entire time Saturday was inside the Duskbreaker, 1028 was not acting as an AI at all. I had fully seized control over it. I had fully seized control over it, and, using its administrative access, would act as the mediator that would allow impossible but required things to happen. Right? I couldn't intervene directly, or else I'd be shattered like Observer 3 was. Her father. Saturday's father, I mean. So, I had to get creative and pretend to be a process of the Duskbreaker itself. I mean, really think about it. AI can't do that. Yep. AI can barely generate an image of a sign that has a coherent word on it. Yes. Whoa. A lot of questions. I know it may be hard for you to trust me given what you've read about Yoko, but she was an incredibly kind person to me. I never did get to learn, nor did I want to pry, but she and I had similar religious trauma. Her playing God was not born out of a genuine desire for unwavering control, but fear. She was also extremely dedicated to her craft. There was a reason that cross-building of worlds was her doing. She was extremely smart, even to a fault. She was also very emotionally driven. Many times I would have to calm her down from crying in her dorm room. Eventually, she and I ended up falling in love. Man, the lesbians are everywhere in this universe of universes. What followed was nothing but a flurry of intense emotions and compassion. If my adoptive parents taught me to love the world, Yoko taught me to love myself. And in the process, it also made it easier to love her too. I still do truly love her. Even though I can't say what will happen to me after my release from this stasis, I want nothing more than to return to the outpost and hold her close to me. And apologize for how long I had to be gone. Aww. World Axis. The World Axis, the Universal Tapestry, the Universe of Universes. It has many names. It is the universe itself that everything you've been reading takes place in. Although perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a multiverse, yes, given that it is an interlinked web of over 1,000 different worlds. Imagine a two-dimensional map where each dot is a world. Then imagine that map moving forward in a three-dimensional space. That's how the world axis works. Worlds have different outcome values and meta values, but they're all synchronized with their current point in time. Oh, that's what that last value is. The exception to that being the simulated world in the Duskbreaker. Because that world is simulated, its time property is an individual component, though that world is still tied to the original world in which it was created. That's why time passes slower in that world. Interesting. Rocking Horse. Did you know that before automobiles, people in certain parts of the world used horses to travel from place to place? Of course, you don't see it often anymore, but that was the general idea. The rocking horse was placed there very early on after I had the idea for the gate command as a sort of just-in-case measure. Of course, she made the gate command. Did you know? The gate was the most intensive and difficult intervention for me to pull off. Through 1028, I had to rewrite entire portions of the Duskbreaker's internal code. That was why the horse was there. That was why the horse was only put there as a backup plan. Since the World Keeper was the original one who created automation, I knew of it from the very beginning, and I couldn't do anything to destroy the code for it. Yeah, so Tiki made automation, we knew this already. So I had to improvise, and that was how the gate command came about. The idea being a backup plan in case normal methods of transport across Japan weren't feasible to use, which is exactly what happened in a terminal journey. Harry and Kotomi. I suppose you're asking about where they ended up after everything, right? Yes. They're fine. In the in-universe version of the game. In the in-universe version of the game, the players were prompted to use their power to return them to Layer 3. Their reality. Information about the Duskbreaker is classified at the highest level in the military, so for now, they're resting in a secret facility. Good. They're not being mistreated though. In fact, practically the opposite. The military knows they can't harm them because they're too important. Right. Life after the Duskbreaker. The others are doing fine, honestly. It took her, Allison, and Chiyo a bit to adjust to their original bodies. About a week, I want to say. They're currently under the supervision of the military, though, unlike Erin Katomi, they've been granted the ability to return to society. Good. Saturday is having troubles finding employment, but what else is new? Wow. Burn. Allison is working at the library. It suits her well, honestly. Chio's punishment for her involvement with the Dustbreaker is currently being decided. She can't exactly be tried in a normal manner considering how secret everything about the Dustbreaker is. It seems like she'll still be punished, but her sentence won't be too dramatic. So everyone's getting by. Adjusting, but they'll be okay. Good. Tori. Yoko's alternate version. To be honest, I don't know what to think of her. Though she was born from a split off of Yoko's mind, she ended up becoming a very different person. I think she's doing the right thing though. Standing up to Observer 4. Here we go. I suppose she's the only one who can anyway. I will say though, her appearance being similar to mine, yeah, that's... Yoko, you're such a hopeless romantic. Aww. Cute. The true void is what you call, well, the real void. The void itself and the void as you see it in between space are different, though between space is a part of the void. As explained in the story, the void is the place that exists between worlds in the world axis, yes? It is a formless space that is most accurately represented visually in the story by the true void rifts that Tori allowed you to access, yeah. However, there is between space, which uses the void as a sort of memory storage for the Duskbreaker. Because the Duskbreaker uses part of the void to store information, locations and areas in that part of the void are more expressed and visible. However, it is still the void, it is still the void, which means it is still susceptible to discarded information drifting through. The melody log and the hidden darkroom in the archives would be an example. Outcome values are basically a way of measuring how the decisions made in that world's past have changed that world's present. Tori should have already explained this to you in her personal logs in the True Void Rifts. Yes, she did. Yeah. Kanshi is somewhat of an anomaly. No human being should be able to travel across the world axis like she has, unless they're an observer, which she isn't. The observer counterpart of her has no relation to the in-universe version of her. Huh. And yet, how? There's a lot that's interesting about her that I'd keep an eye on. Like the fact that she created her own polymorphic void transistor, entirely independent of Sakura and Yoko's original ideas. I do know what led up to her involvement in Vivid Stasis, but it seems like someone else from your world is interested in telling that story. Haha. So I won't spoil the fun. Meta. As for where she is now, I can't say. I genuinely don't know. I don't see her anywhere in the world axis, but I don't think she's gone. I suppose I'll have to wait and see. Alright, that's it. It's a lot of lore bits, real. Jeez, alright. Selecting this option again will end the story episode. Yeah, we are. Well, this is it. I fulfilled what I suspended myself here to do, and the simulated world no longer exists. Everyone is happy. This is a happy ending for everyone, including myself, right? To be honest, I'm scared about what's next for me. For 4 years, this story, this world, is all I've ever known. Will it be okay to move on to whatever comes next? All I want right now is to feel the comfort of familiarity. I want to see my Yoko again. And it's just scary to consider that I might not be able to. Wait, no, I don't think I'm ready yet. I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know if I'm ready for the uncertainty. For the last 4 years, the story has been all that I've known, all that I've understood. And with that came a degree of comfort in knowing what I would have to do every day of my life. What do I do now that that's not the case anymore? Say, Eris, would you be willing to help me one last time? If I'm going to face the unknown future, I don't want to have any reservations about it. Or at least, as few as I can. Help me send all of this off properly. Let's put an end to vivid stasis and be proud of it. Kill all of the doubts left in me, and let's finish this. Okay, let's go.
It's okay. A shining future will always be waiting for you.
The clock struck 18. The girl's promises to herself were all empty and broken. Her time was up. But she refused to die.
It's not fair. 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 Not fair.
It's over. It's finally over. With this, the last bit of my memory left me to reside in have withered away, and now I enter the unknown. It's been a long journey, and it's one I'm not even sure is over yet, at least for me. But I'm not scared to embrace the changes. I see something. Kyoko, is that you? Oh. Do you ever think about how strange it is that anything we imagine can mean something entirely different to someone else? I think about this a lot. How ideas branch from a source and become their own concepts, depending on who interprets them. Listen, I know you're in there. I'm not with the church. I have nothing but disdain for their brand of evil. But I get it. You can't trust just anyone, not after everything. Something strange is happening around the city. You've probably heard of it, right? The Serenade murders. And just on cue, the church has become active again. And that woman. It really feels like everything is converging on this world. What say the two of us make a deal? Whoa. It's a beautiful morning in the city of Ikebukuro. A lovely stream rushes through the dirty ground of the local shrines. Because it's summer, a beautiful hymn of cicadas can be heard around every corner. A small incline dips down into a modest riverbed. And lying on it... Hey. Are you okay? The girl awakens. Where? Hey, sit up. Are you okay? Did you pass out? Huh? Who are... I was just walking by, and I saw you passed out on the riverbed. Do you need help? Should I call emergency? No, The girl tried to explain her situation, but nothing came to her mind. I don't remember anything? Okay, not good. That is not good. Can you at least remember your name? Or where you live? Atoms fire between the nameless girl's brain as she desperately tries to grasp any semblance of an identity. I don't know where I live, but I think my name is Kanshi. Oh, Kanshi? Okay. Last name? I'm sorry. I don't remember. That's okay. Let's get you out of the riverbed first, okay? You can stay with me for the time being. Thank you. My name is Aoi Shinonome. Let's figure out what is going on. Alright? I wanted to be someone. I had a whole story ahead of me. And now who am I? I'm recycling. Reused in another narrative. Every day, I still hold on to the desperate hope that someday my story will be told. But I'm not hopeful. Sometimes, I find the things I write seeping into my own mentality. I wonder how much I myself believe in the meta layer concept. If it does exist, am I to this world as God is to us? Whatever the case, it seems like my special kind of weird resonated with some people. If you made it this far, you're probably one of them, yeah? Thanks. You've given this humble storyteller the chance to steer her life the way she wants to. Also, sorry for the maze.